For long, Viscount Lancelot had already arrived at the school. At this time, classes were in session inside, and there were quite a few onlookers, many of whom were local residents, mostly a bit older. Clearly, they were there for their own children. When Jobai entered, she casually glanced at the Lord panel and noticed that, among the dozen or so lords who had come to Hope Village, 10 of them were currently in the school. As expected, the school was much more eye-catching than other buildings. At that moment, Jobai also noticed that a few lords were right beside her. She checked the map, then looked at the people, and instantly identified them. Ningxian Village, Wenxia Village, Shidong Village, Tabert Village, and Pingmo Village. These were exactly the people she was interested in. They were also discussing the topic of the school. This school is really nice. It combines educational methods from both worlds, really great for nurturing talent. The new generation of kids will probably become professionals in no time. Not bad, not bad. The group chatted. Although they didn't talk about studying per se, it was obvious they were all planning to take inspiration from this. Given the current development of their territories, setting up a school wouldn't be a problem at all. They all truly felt that this trip was worth it. There was so much in Hope Village for them to learn from. They had really gained a lot of inspiration here. To be honest, they already knew about most of the things in Hope Village that were worth knowing, and had already included them in their own territory's future plans, but their speed just couldn't match Hope Village's. They were also pondering a question, starting from the same point: why was Hope Village's infrastructure so much better? After walking around, they had a pretty good idea. It was because Hope Village knew how to use people well, directly splitting up the Lord's authority. They had considered this too, but it was a bit unworkable for them. Their territories were just too mixed, with plenty of people with ulterior motives. They couldn't just drive people out all at once, and if they really delegated some authority, especially to some professional teams, they were afraid they'd just be making things easier for others. It was easy to give away power and easy to take it back, but taking it back without any worries was not so easy. If they weren't careful, their territory could suffer real damage, and that would be a huge loss. So, it was better to stick to their own pace. They could still make their territory strong. Still, seeing Hope Village moving a step ahead, they couldn't help but feel envious. Thinking about it, if they'd known the Lord's identity could be hidden, they would have done so too. It really would have made things much easier. Jobai, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. After confirming their identities, she began introducing things to Viscount Lancelot. Currently, our school offers more than a dozen courses, covering culture, skills, magic, and more. As Jobai spoke, Jin Jingshan and the others all turned to look behind them and immediately saw Jobai and Viscount Lancelot. At this moment, Jobai's identity as the head of Hope Village and Viscount Lancelot's identity as the Lord of Glasgow Village stood out. The former was the host of Hope Village, the latter a local lord. Both of them were worth befriending. "Big brother, should we go over and say hello?" Jean Jingxia asked. Going over to greet them would mean revealing their own identities. But being a lord didn't seem all that special. There were 4 of them right here. And it was clear that, compared to the exchanges between Hope Village and the local territories, Hope Village's interactions with their Blue Star territories were much more limited. Maybe it was just a matter of distribution, but that was the reality. They were all compatriots. How could they fall behind? Yeah. As Jin Jingshan replied, he cancelled his identity concealment. In an instant, he went from a tourist to the Lord of Ningxian Village. The others followed suit, and in a flash, their identities changed as well. Jobai naturally noticed, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. She thought this little bit of surprise should help reduce suspicion that she was a lord herself. Anyway, no matter what, she had to keep her own identity hidden as long as possible. The later she was found out, the better. Viscount Lancelot had been listening to Jobai's introduction, and when he saw the surprise on her face, he followed her gaze and noticed a few unfamiliar faces. What caught Viscount Lancelot's attention was that these people were all lords. And judging by their appearance, They probably had the same background as Hope Village. Are they your clansmen? Viscount Lancelot asked. Yes. Did they all come to Hope Village together? There was a probing look in Viscount Lancelot's eyes. These people had been tourists before, and now they were all together with their identities revealed. Wasn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Don't tell him that. Aside from unity within a territory, there was also such unity between territories? Weren't they worried these people might have ulterior motives toward Hope Village? They probably just ran into each other in the territory. All these villages are level 3, and they've all opened their mission centers, so it's normal for them to know each other. Jobai understood what Viscount Lancelot meant and explained. You really trust them, Viscount Lancelot said, a bit surprised. She didn't seem to have any doubts at all. Because being suspicious of others doesn't do our territory any good, Jobai replied calmly. Unless someone has openly shown hostility toward us, like Faisal Village. So far, the only place Hope Village really didn't welcome was Faisal Village. As the two chatted, Jin Jingshan and the other 5 had already walked over. Hello, I'm Jobai, head of Hope Village, Jobai greeted first. Hello, I'm Jin Jingshan, Lord of Ningxian Village. Hello, I'm Jin Jingxia, Lord of Wenxia Village. Hello, I'm Gui Yunxiu, Lord of Shidong Village. Hello, I'm Fu Wenlin, Lord of Tabert Village. Hello, I'm Zhang Yuano, Lord of Pingmo Village. They introduced themselves one after another. After the introductions, there was a brief silence. Then, as if realizing something, each of them smiled. Jobai smiled too. Everyone's smile was different, but all carried a subtle sense of mutual understanding. A classic sea country-style greeting. Viscount Lancelot, watching from the side, instantly felt out of place. If he didn't know they were all from the same country, he'd really suspect they were speaking in code right in front of him. But Jobai, as the host, was reliable. She quickly introduced Viscount Lancelot. This is Viscount Lancelot, Lord of Glasgow Village. Hello, everyone. Viscount Lancelot decided to follow local customs and greeted them as well. This was a sincere gesture, and the group immediately sensed his goodwill, smiling at him, but nothing more, since they weren't familiar yet. The group wondered if they should say something to break the ice. Unexpectedly, Jobai added, Viscount Lancelot's territory raises many magical beasts, both for farming and for combat. As soon as she said this, the 5's eyes instantly changed. At the same time, they all gave Jobai a grateful look. Good brother. Magical beasts were naturally everywhere. They also raised some magical beasts themselves, but taming them was no easy task. In their territories, quite a few people had taken up the professions of summoner and beastmaster, but they all lacked the most important thing, companions. Besides that, there were the horse beasts needed for the territory's cavalry. These were rarely encountered in the wild. It was said that most horse beasts were bred and raised, forming an entire industry chain. In short, they were in urgent need of tamed magical beasts of any kind. Jobai clearly understood that they needed these as well, which was why she had solemnly introduced Viscount Lancelot to them. They appreciated this gesture. As expected, fellow countrymen are the most reliable. Viscount Lancelot, would you like to do some business with us? In an instant, several people surrounded Viscount Lancelot. Seeing their enthusiastic faces, Viscount Lancelot glanced at Jobai, looking a bit surprised, but also somewhat understanding. What kind of magical beasts do you need? My territory mainly has low-level ones. The number of mid-level and above is quite small, and the price is double. For you, it might not be necessary. Viscount Lancelot inquired about their needs. In fact, it was just the right time for many magical beasts to be available. Except for a few special cases, he usually didn't accept reservations, first come, first served. The timing of these territory lords was just right. How many horse beasts can you provide? Jin Jingshan was the first to ask. Judging by the development of each territory, they had all reached the stage where they needed to develop cavalry, so the number of horse beasts was the most important thing to clarify. Once that was clear, they could divide them up. Trained low-level horse beasts, 500 in total. I'll give you Hope Village's price, 50 silver coins each. You can divide them among yourselves, Viscount Lancelot said, having just checked the rankings of these territories. He was genuinely a bit surprised. Although they couldn't compare to Hope Village yet, they were among the top in Level 3 villages. Of course, there were still differences in strength and development focus, and the types of resources needed varied, but he wouldn't get involved in that. Hearing Viscount Lancelot's words, the group exchanged glances. We two brothers need about 300, Jean Jingshan spoke first. Haha, my territory is limited in capacity, so I only need about 60, Fu Wenlin followed. It was a rare opportunity, so he naturally wanted to buy more, but since the Jean brothers were strong, giving them some face was no big deal. Guo Yunxiu glanced at the three, then looked at Lu Yuanzhou. How many do you need? Lu Yuanzhou looked at Guo Yunxiu. I need 100. Guo Yunxiu smiled. I also need 100. After speaking, she looked at the Jean brothers. Can you two spare 60? Fu Wenlin was willing to give them face, but this was a rare opportunity, and she didn't want to give up her share. Jean Jingxia frowned, about to say something, but Jean Jingshan said directly, no problem, 240 is fine for us. Then it's settled, Guo Yunxiu said with a polite smile. Watching this, Zhou Bai gained a better understanding of everyone's personalities. What surprised her most were Lu Yuanzhou and Guo Yunxiu. Lu Yuanzhou was quiet, but always had a good grasp of things, while Guo Yunxiu was assertive and never backed down when it came to her own interests. As expected, anyone who could build a level 3 village in such a short time was no ordinary person. She thought she'd find a chance to visit their territories and learn from their experience. After all, she was a latecomer to being a lord and still had a lot to learn. Viscount Lancelot didn't mind their negotiations at all. After all, it was human nature, no one could escape the entanglements of interests. With this deal as a start, the negotiations for other magical beasts went much more smoothly. Basically, the shares Viscount Lancelot offered were quickly divided up. Although he never worried about selling his magical beasts, being able to move such a large batch at once still made him very satisfied. He also noticed that these new territories, though recently established, seemed to have strong foundations and were quite wealthy. Thinking of this, he gave the next instructions. I'll post the trade at the mission center. When the time comes, just send your teams to pick them up. All right, we'll pay you a deposit first. Jean Jingshan said, immediately handing over 20% of the payment, and the others followed suit. It was the first time Viscount Lancelot had received payment before delivering the goods, and he was a bit stunned. I'm not used to taking deposits, he said. After all, there could be many unexpected situations, and taking deposits could be troublesome. It's fine, just take it. If we back out, you can keep it all, Fu Wenlin responded quickly. Seeing that no one intended to take their money back, Viscount Lancelot didn't argue. After all, he could deliver the goods. With this business deal, the relationship between both sides quickly grew much closer. Viscount, since we're all free, why don't we take a walk together? Jean Jingshan quickly suggested. Because of various taboos, their territories hadn't had much deep communication with the local territories. This was an opportunity. Viscount Lancelot looked at Zhou Bai, clearly asking for her opinion. I'm just a guest today, Zhou Bai said with a gentle smile. Jean Jingshan and the others wanted to learn about the local territories, while she wanted to learn about them. Although she'd have a chance to visit their territories later, it was even better to hear about them directly now. Let's go together then. Viscount Lancelot agreed. He was also curious about these territories. Since they and Hope Village came from the same world and shared the same culture, he wanted to see how they would fare on the Stan continent. Would they be the same or different? With different goals in mind, everyone continued to stroll around. During their conversations, they naturally shared a lot of information about their own territories. This was both a way to show off the good things in their territories and to promote them. No one thought their territory would remain closed off forever. Although they weren't as open as Hope Village, which welcomed all village-level territories with a mission center, they knew that one day they would be. In this way, the situation of the other territories gradually took shape in Zhou Bai's mind. Ningxian Village and Wenxia Village are neighboring settlements, each with a population exceeding 10,000. The overall atmosphere in both is quite open. From the very beginning, they obtained a special building, the Mercenary Center, and hired many mercenaries from other territories. As a result, their development direction was geared toward military strength. There are numerous mercenary teams within the territory, with hundreds of squads of various sizes, sweeping through many nearby resource points. Since there are no town-level territories nearby, these two villages have become the dominant powers in their region. Although they appeared later, the surrounding territories continuously send people to these two villages, so they never lack for population resources. Because of this, for these two territories, territorial wars and the beast tides that come after upgrading are not much of a threat. As a result, they were the first and second to upgrade among the Blue Star territories. At the same time, in order to keep all the professional teams under control, the brothers Jin Jingshan and Jin Jingxia personally lead the entire territory's army, earning their status through real achievements. Both are just one step away from becoming intermediate professionals. With such strong military power, the circulation of goods in the territory is a bit lacking. So, after recently upgrading to a level 3 territory, they couldn't wait to open the mission center and send their mercenary teams out. It's believed that the territory's strength will only continue to grow. Shidong Village enjoys a highly advantageous geographical location, situated on a large island. There is a moat outside the territory with only one controlled entrance and exit, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Thus, in 3 territorial wars, they relied on steadfast defense to win, using resources from other territories to expand their own. Additionally, the area around the territory is rich in water systems, so fish and shrimp resources are abundant both inside and outside the territory. Gua Yunxiu took advantage of this geographical benefit to vigorously develop aquaculture, exporting all kinds of fresh fish and shrimp. She even established her own factory to process these resources, creating specialty products such as fish balls, shrimp paste, and dried small fish. Once these products hit the market, they became wildly popular in her region. After all, being able to turn a fish with a strong fishy smell into delicious food is definitely a skill in this world. With the opening of the mission center, Guayunxiu has begun to further process fish and shrimp products, just waiting for the right time to promote her territory's specialty goods. The special thing about Tabit Village lies in the unique building Fu Wenlin drew at the start, the Dwarf Altar. Through the Dwarf Altar, he could summon dwarves from the Dwarf Kingdom. At first, the dwarves looked down on Fu Wenlin's human territory, and most of the summoned dwarves would run away within a couple of days. To keep them, Fu Wenlin used his money power, offering a salary of 2 gold coins per month plus bonuses to retain some of the junior dwarf craftsmen. Of course, the higher the level and the more they created, the higher the pay. These craftsmen produced a large number of weapons for Tabit, and Fu Wenlin started an arms business, supplying nearby small territories. After all, on the Stan continent, weapons are the one thing everyone is willing to spend money on. Fu Wenlin also leveraged the dwarves' craftsmanship to recreate some tools from Blue Star and sell them, making these the signature products of Tabit Village. Originally, the dwarf craftsmen may have stayed for the money, but later, it was for the creative ideas from Blue Star. It's clear that Tabit Village is heading in an industrial direction, making the most of its advantages. Finally, Pingmo Village also has its own unique features. The territory's soil is quite fertile, which greatly benefits the production of crops and plants, cutting the normal production time in half. After Lu Yuanzhou discovered this advantage, he naturally focused on developing agriculture and continuously took in new residents. Hope Village only charges 100 copper coins to accept new residents, which is already cheap, but he only charges 10 copper coins, and it only takes 1 silver coin to become a permanent resident. With such conditions, nearby residents flocked to Pingmo Village. With more people, in territorial wars where the strength is otherwise similar, sheer numbers guarantee victory. Of course, Liu Yuando also used his territory's production resources to trade for other survival and military resources from other territories, forming mutual benefit alliances with neighboring settlements. Even though the focus is still on production for now, their strength is steadily growing. After learning about these territories, Zhou Bai was filled with emotion. Each of these territories truly has its own unique characteristics. Most importantly, every lord knows how to make the most of their territory's advantages and has found their own path in this world. How wonderful! Compared to Zhou Bai's satisfaction, Viscount Lancelot was clearly a bit surprised. If these were ordinary territories, developing to this level wouldn't be all that remarkable. But these territories, just like Hope Village, had only been in this world for a little over 2 months. This development speed was truly astonishing. Each territory had its own direction, but the one thing they all had in common was how impressive they were. Viscount Lancelot's expression changed instantly. It wasn't just because these territories were full of potential, each one also had something, just like Hope Village, that he coveted. Ningxian and Wenxia villages had mercenaries, Shidong Village had specialty fish and shrimp products, Tabert Village had crafts and weapons. Pingmo Village had grain, fruits, and other resources. In that instant, the status of these territories in Viscount Lancelot's mind shot up. "Do you have these goods in stock now?" Viscount Lancelot asked directly. "Of course we do. Viscount Lancelot, however much you want, we can basically provide it. After all, Hope Village has opened a vacation channel, so it's very convenient for us to supply goods," Guo Yunxiu replied without hesitation. She just happened to need a channel. As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Bai. "Can we conduct transactions here in Hope Village?" Although Shidong Village had opened a mission center, the tasks posted there were all carefully selected, and for now, only targeted at Blue Star territories. Because at present, her territory's risk resistance was still a bit low. Dealing with the surrounding local territories was already tough enough. She didn't want to make things even harder. Until she had absolute confidence, she planned to keep a low profile. As for Hope Village, even though she hadn't explored the whole place, just from the little she'd seen, she knew how eye-catching Hope Village was. But even knowing they stood out, they were still willing to open up fully. That alone proved Hope Village was confident in its own strength. Given that, she wanted to borrow Hope Village's banner to quietly develop. Zhou Bai understood Guo Yunxiu's thinking as she listened, and started weighing her options. At present, most of Hope Village's shops required resident status. She didn't want to break this rule, since it was a way to attract mercenary teams and merchant caravans. But there was one area where she could make an exception: the marketplace. Most bulk transactions had already shifted to the marketplace. Although all the stalls were currently taken, she could double the number just by upgrading. If she allowed visitors to rent these new stalls, not only would she get more rent, but she'd also enrich Hope Village's product offerings. Guo Yunxiu could use Hope Village's banner to lower her own profile, while Hope Village could use the specialty products of others to attract more people. A true win-win. If Hope Village could withstand this wave of pressure, its overall earning power would definitely rise to a new level. This was worth doing. With that, Zhou Bai said directly, "Of course you can. And it doesn't have to be a one-time deal, you can keep supplying goods here in Hope Village. The marketplace stalls were always meant to be open to visitors. You just need to pay taxes according to Hope Village's rules. Can I reserve a spot?" Guo Yunxiu knew how much traffic the marketplace got. Using this market, she'd definitely benefit. "Me too," Fu Wenlin said eagerly. The others didn't speak, but their intent was clear from the way they looked at Zhou Bai. "All right, I'll make an exception for you," Zhou Bai said. Not everything had to be by the book. Sometimes, you had to rely on personal connections. "Count me in too," Viscount Lancelot chimed in. Although his animal husbandry business already had a stable market, it was only well known in one region. Judging by Hope Village's current pace, more and more territories would be drawn in. Using this stall to boost his territory's reputation was a great idea. "All right," Zhou Bai agreed readily. With that settled, Guo Yunxiu and Fu Wenlin immediately struck a big deal with Viscount Lancelot. As for the goods from the Jean brothers and Lu Yuan, they weren't things Viscount Lancelot urgently needed, nor were they irreplaceable, so he wasn't in a rush to negotiate. But even if Viscount Lancelot didn't need them, Hope Village did. Hope Village's factories were producing goods non-stop, so they needed a constant supply of raw materials. Zhou Bai negotiated directly with the three, purchasing these resources on behalf of the territory, and would later resell them for a tidy profit. And so, as they toured the school, they wrapped up their business deals. Su Xiue, who had been acting as their guide, followed them silently the whole time. He'd already suspected these people weren't ordinary, but he hadn't expected just how extraordinary they were. When they revealed their identities, he couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't participate in these deals, so he just quietly tagged along. Just standing behind them, he felt his heart race. These deals involved hundreds of gold coins, more money than he'd ever seen in his life. By the time they finished their discussions, they'd basically toured the whole school. By now, it was getting late. All the torches in the territory had been lit, marking the transition from day to night. Only then did everyone realize how long they'd been talking. That's it for today. Everyone rest in the territory tonight. We'll continue tomorrow. If anyone wants to cooperate with Hope Village, just go to the Lord's Manor and talk to our staff, Zhou Bai said, rubbing her growling stomach. She'd been busy from morning till night. After today, she probably wouldn't be so hands-on anymore, since more and more local lords would be coming. All right, thank you, Guo Yunxiu said to Zhou Bai. They'd really gained a lot from their visit to Hope Village today. Hope Village truly was a great place. The others all expressed their thanks as well. After that, there was no need for more small talk. Everyone left in pairs or groups. Su Xiue also left with a little overtime pay. Watching how decisive they all were, Viscount Lancelot was stunned. He'd thought Zhou Bai's personality was unique, that she was the only one so direct. He hadn't expected all of them to be the same. It was as if Zhou Bai knew what Viscount Lancelot was thinking, because she said, "You'll get used to dealing with our people." "Viscount Lancelot, should I go too?" Zhou Bai asked. "Viscount Lancelot, go ahead, go ahead." Zhou Bai waved and quickly disappeared into the dusk. After she left, the soldiers who had been following Viscount Lancelot from a distance finally came up and gathered around him. Looking at those solitary lords, then at his own soldiers, Viscount Lancelot once again felt the difference between them. But after getting used to their way of doing things, he thought it was actually pretty good. This was what effective, win-win diplomacy looked like. Thinking of Wolf, who had suffered a crushing defeat in Hope Village today, Viscount Lancelot decided he'd stay in Hope Village a few more days to really experience the clash of these two cultures. It was bound to be interesting. Just as Viscount Lancelot had expected, with Hope Village opening up as a vacation destination, it had become the target of many local territories. The first batch of territories that had already cooperated with Hope Village had begun sending teams over. A second batch, curious about Hope Village, was also gathering teams to come and see this suddenly famous territory for themselves. Of course, even more numerous were the mercenaries from various territories. Originally, they just wanted to take advantage of a free vacation, but as soon as they arrived at Hope Village, their minds changed instantly. With so much delicious food, a chance to enjoy life, and the ability to buy goods to resell at a markup back home, no matter what, they all decided. Stay a few more days. For a while, these mercenaries spent their time in Hope Village eating, shopping, and enjoying themselves. All the shops were packed with people. Sensing the huge business opportunity, even the remaining less desirable shop locations were rented out at lightning speed, with new stores opening as fast as possible. After all, with such a huge flow of people, any food business could make money. Whoever grabbed a spot would profit. At this moment, Zhou Bai was enjoying beef meatballs and dumplings in a beef noodle shop, looking completely at ease. Before the apocalypse, there had been an old beef noodle shop near her home, and she used to eat there often. Now, as she tasted the familiar flavors, memory surfaced, bringing a sense of nostalgia. After reminiscing, she quickly returned to reality. Thinking about the constant activity on her control panel, Bai opened it up. As soon as she did, the notification number had already reached 99 plus. She clicked in and started browsing. Dear host, all your commercial street shops have been rented out. Please add more as appropriate. Dear host, all your residential houses have been sold. Please add more as appropriate. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 gold coins in commercial tax revenue. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 gold coins in commercial tax revenue. Dear host, the vacation mission you posted at the mission center has reached 3,000 participants, costing 300 gold coins. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 gold coins in commercial tax revenue. Dear host, your occupancy rate has reached 100%. Please add more ins as appropriate. After skimming through, Bai was shocked by the information revealed in these messages. The vacation mission had attracted 3,000 people? That number really stunned her. Immediately, Bai checked the territory panel to see the current population. Population 7,982/20,000. Tourists 3,120. The territory's floating population had exceeded 10,000. Most importantly, in just 3 or 4 days, the population of her territory it was truly a delightful number. At this rate of growth, Hope Village wouldn't need much time to reach the population required for a town. Even though she didn't plan to upgrade to a town in the short term, this news still made her happy. It also proved that her original idea was correct. If she only relied on drawing people from nearby territories, the speed would never be fast enough. Through the mission center, not only could she bring economic vitality to the territory, but she could also attract people from other territories, and those who came were high-quality residents, since they were all professionals. Even if they didn't settle down, anyone who came to Hope Village would spend money on food, shopping, accommodation. Everywhere was a source of income. Instinctively, Bai glanced at her territory's current wealth. Wealth, 13,329 gold, 89 silver, 29 copper. Money was pouring in every day. And she'd been spending hundreds of gold coins daily on various expenses, yet her wealth kept growing. Compared to the benefits Hope Village was getting, the 300 gold coins spent on the vacation mission was nothing. She had to keep going. Bai felt this could definitely become a long-term business. As she always said, with Hope Village's current development speed, it could handle as many people as came. Because now, Hope Village's income no longer depended on local resources, but on trade with other territories. A large economic cycle had already formed. From now on, the focus could shift to strengthening the territory's military power. With more and more money, she could build the territory into a fortress. The stronger the territory, the more stable the business, and the two would reinforce each other. Thinking this, Bai, as the Lord, felt even more confident about her territory. The next moment, she started operating the control panel. All the shops had been rented out, so she kept building. There were currently 275 shops, and Bai unhesitatingly added 125 more, bringing the total to 400, enough to form a proper commercial district. All the newly built residences had been sold, so she kept building. For Hope District 5, the first batch was 100 units. At first, Bai rented out houses to solve some people's living problems, but now, new houses were only for sale, not for rent. With market changes, the price of residences had also risen. Level 1 and 2 houses were no longer being built, and their market prices were 10 and 20 gold coins respectively, mostly sold by people wanting to upgrade. Prices varied by location. Newly built level 3 houses had risen from 30 to 40 gold coins, but were still selling fast. The inns were full, so she kept building and hired more staff as soon as they were finished. This round of construction cost Bai over 1,000 gold coins. But she knew that the 500 gold coins spent would soon be recouped, especially with the residences. 100 level 3 houses cost 1,000 gold coins to build, but would bring in 4,000 gold coins in return. Shops and inns were even better. Though they wouldn't pay back immediately, they were long-term income sources. No matter what, it was all profit. Real estate is a moneymaker in any world. The only difference in the human kingdom was that only a territory with enough strength could sell property at a good price and make money. After adding all the new buildings, Jobai checked the current buildings and upgraded those that could be upgraded. What she most wanted to upgrade were the Hall of Heroes and the Beast God Hall. Previously, the number of undead and beastmen was enough for the territory's development, so she'd stopped summoning. But after this period of growth, the number of soldiers had caught up, and with some vacancies, she was ready to summon more. Last time, the upgrade went from 1 to 2 summons. This time, would it go from 2 to 4? With more, she'd have a wider selection. Thinking this, Jobai got to work. Hall of Heroes, Level 2, Hall of Heroes, Level 3, Beast God Hall, Level 2, Beast God Hall, Level 3, Restaurant Add Products, Hospital, Level 1, Hospital, Level 2, Hospital, Level 3. Farmland Level 1, Farmland Level 2, Farmland Level 3, Mission Center, Level 1, Mission Center, Level 2, Mission Center, Level 3. There were 2 types of building levels in the territory. One type, like the Lord's Mansion and Hall of Heroes, developed slowly, with levels 1 to 9. The village stage maxed at Level 3, town at Level 6, city at Level 9, a phased development. The other type, like the blacksmith shop, developed quickly, with basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. Usually, villages had basic, towns had intermediate, and cities had advanced. Each upgrade required a lot of resources, but with enough investment, you could leapfrog levels, though few territories would invest ahead of time. In the early stage of Level 2, Hope Village's development wasn't fast, and Jobai only built what was needed. But now, at Level 3 and with rapid development, Jobai naturally wanted the buildings to match the territory's growth. After upgrading everything, her gold balance dropped by several hundred again. At the same time, the functions of various buildings changed, especially the special ones. Special building, Hall of Heroes, Level 3 function, can summon heroes. The Lord can choose whether to hire them. Once hired, heroes will serve the territory. Times /day note, Level 3 and above buildings can be summoned remotely. Special building, Beast God Hall Level 3 function, can summon beastmen. The Lord can choose whether to hire them. Once hired, beastmen will serve the territory. Times /day note, Level 3 and above buildings can be summoned remotely. Special building, Hospital Level 3 function, provides medical services. Note, as a special building, the Hall of Heroes has a 100% chance to summon a doctor. Every time, there will be a doctor. Special building, Mission Center Level 3 function, can post missions to hire mercenaries and mercenary teams from other territories. Note, once a month, you can post a mission to hire an intermediate mercenary team. After seeing the changes in these special buildings, Jobai's eyes lit up. Currently, doctors were the most lacking in the territory. The number of doctors couldn't keep up with development. She had already been recruiting through the mission center. Now, with a 100% chance to summon a doctor, at least in the short term, there was no need to worry, especially since summoned doctors could be trusted. Besides that, there was the summoning from the Hall of Heroes and Beast God Hall. The number was just as she expected, from 2 to 4, and the best part was she no longer had to go there in person. No more getting up in the dark. As for other buildings, after upgrading the farmland, the quality and yield of crops and vegetables would improve. In short, worth every penny. After all this, Jobai executed all the operations she'd just set up on the Lord's panel. Once done, a faint magical wave swept through the territory. After the wave, the whole territory seemed refreshed, with subtle changes everywhere. In the past, people had to see the changes with their own eyes. But as everyone's level increased, they could now sense the magical wave. When their eyes swept over a building, they became aware this building had been upgraded. The local residents, especially those who had just come to visit Hope Village, felt it even more. They could clearly sense that the magic level in Hope Village had risen a notch. Hope Village had actually upgraded all its buildings to the highest possible level. You know, in many territories, even those that had been level 3 villages for a long time, not all buildings were upgraded to level 3. It wasn't necessary, and it cost a lot of gold. Some villages that had been level 3 for a long time did upgrade everything, but that was to prepare for becoming a level 1 town, since upgrading required certain building levels. But Hope Village had just been promoted and was still far from becoming a town. Why would they upgrade everything now? There was only one explanation. They were rich. With that, everyone's first impression of Hope Village was deeply set in their minds. On the 65th day since the arrival of the Doomsday Game, it was also the second day that Hope Village officially opened. Early in the morning, quite a few people had already gathered at the Lord's Manor. The people inside could generally be divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted mostly of people from nearby territories, many of whom were freelance mercenaries. They had come along with merchant caravans and mercenary teams doing business in their territories. Originally, they just wanted to check out Hope Village to see if they could do some business here, but after witnessing the village's prosperity, they decided not to leave. The second group was made up of residents who had already settled in for some time. They were here for the official territory jobs, some for the first time, others for the second or third. After all, working for the territory meant a stable job, salary, and benefits, which was perfect for support professionals or those who didn't like fighting and killing. The third group was tourists who had arrived in Hope Village in the past 2 days. These visitors wanted to learn about the village's rules to see if they could gain something from this vast market. Among them were several territory lords and leaders of mercenary teams. In short, the gathering of such a diverse crowd made the Lord's Manor bustling with people, and all kinds of information were being exchanged. Are you really going to become a resident of Hope Village? Don't you want to think it over? What's there to think about? This is the territory of my dreams. I think you shouldn't hesitate either, just join me. If you decide, it'll be hard to return to Benjala Town. After all, Benjala is a level 2 town. But Hope Village is more suitable for living. I've already sold my house in Benjala Town, and the money is enough for me to live comfortably here. I was never that talented, and in Benjala, I had to go out hunting and gathering every day just to survive, often getting injured. Life was exhausting. But after coming to Hope Village, I feel a freedom I can't describe. And in terms of safety, Hope Village is no worse than Benjala Town. You're right. The competition in Benjala is just too intense. More and more people from Benjala are moving to Hope Village. It's become a trend. Now that Hope Village has opened the mission center, more and more territory residents will hear about it. Once residency becomes more sought after, who knows if the requirements will get stricter. All right, I'll join with you. Conversations like this were happening in every corner of the Lord's Manor. Many who had just come to take a look ended up unable to resist joining Hope Village. At the population registration window, the numbers kept rolling upward as more people joined. At this moment, Jin Jingshan and his group were inside the Lord's Manor, watching Hope Village's population skyrocket. Yesterday, there were just over 7,000 people. By this morning, it had already reached 8,000. Keep in mind, Hope Village had only just opened yesterday, and only to village-level territories. Also, mercenaries who came through the mission center couldn't change their status to residents, so the population increase was basically all from nearby territories. To have so many people just a few days after upgrading was proof that Hope Village had already made a name for itself in the region, even surpassing a level 2 town. It was clear that after last night's upgrade, Hope Village's population might soon explode. We used to have over 10,000 people in our territory, so we had more than Hope Village. But at this rate, that advantage will be gone in a couple of days. Jin Jingxia said, looking at the numbers, a bit emotional. Before coming to Hope Village, he and his brother had built up their territories quite well. Since their territories were adjacent, even if their rankings were lower than Hope Village's, together they should have been able to surpass any territory of the same level. But after seeing Hope Village, they realized that a gap of over 1,000 ranks wasn't so easy to close. The system's ranking of Hope Village was clearly based on strength. Anyway, he was more and more impressed by Hope Village. Hope Village has already established its position by taking this first step. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it might become the core of our Blue Star territories, Gui Yunxiu said, glancing at the Jin brothers. She had originally thought the combined force of Ningxian and Wenxia villages would take the lead, but now that Hope Village had emerged, she really liked it. Hope Village had set a great example for the Blue Star territories. Yeah, to build Hope Village to this scale must have cost over 10,000 gold coins. Fu Wenlin said enviously. He considered himself quite wealthy, but his territory's development was still far behind Hope Village's. Of course, another reason was that his residents didn't have the same purchasing power as Hope Village's, and there were nowhere near as many tourists. The ability to attract wealth is strong too. The economy is already thriving, Lu Yuan'o added succinctly. Yesterday, after working with Viscount Lancelot, they had taken their gold coins to the market to do business and check things out. Once there, they spent a lot of gold in a buying spree. And there were clearly other teams spending even more than they did. A rough estimate showed that Hope Village's income must be in the 4-digit gold coin range. It was truly enviable. If we can't surpass them, then let's work hard to catch up. Jin Jingshan said, seeing the envy on everyone's faces, but feeling even more motivated. Since coming to this world, they'd always felt a bit adrift, struggling to survive. Hope Village showed them that a territory's development isn't just about survival, but also about taking root and integrating. As long as you're capable and strong enough, even the powerful native territories aren't so intimidating. They were all eager for the day their territories could compete with more native ones. It would be both a challenge and an opportunity. All right, the others responded in unison. They were all lords who had fought through various crises. There was only moving forward, never retreating. Next, the 5 of them went straight to the number drawing area. This was also the purpose of their visit. Early that morning, they had received a territory notice as tourists. After the market upgrade, 100 new stalls would be available for rent to visitors. Although they had already discussed this with Zhou by yesterday, nothing was finalized, so they needed to handle it in person. The number drawing area was a newly designated space in the Lord's Manor, located at its center. A circular counter had been set up, with staff from each department handling registrations and issuing number plates to those needing services. After getting a number plate, you just had to wait for your number to be called on the bulletin board, then go to the relevant office on the 2nd floor. This helped control the flow of people and improved efficiency. Obviously, the busiest area was the commercial management office. After all, commerce was the most prosperous business in Hope Village. The group lined up at the end of the queue. Fortunately, the process was very efficient, and before long, it was their turn. What business do you need to handle? The person on duty at the counter today happened to be Locke. He looked at Jin Jingshan's group, recognizing that they were together. Market stall rental. Names? Jin Jingshan, Jin Jingxia. As Jin Jingshan recited their names, Locke looked up with a big smile. So it's you. The village chief already told us about you. Here are your number plates. You can go upstairs and pick your spots right away. As he spoke, Locke handed over several wooden number plates, numbered 1 to 5. Jin Jingshan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Zhou Bai was really thoughtful. All right, thank you. After receiving their number plates, the group prepared to head upstairs. But just then, a commotion erupted behind them. Tell your village chief to get out here. Turning around, they saw a group of people with bruised and swollen faces rushing in from outside. The leader's injuries were especially severe. In this magical world, it was the first time they'd seen someone so badly hurt. More importantly, they clearly saw the large characters above the leader's head. Faisal Village Lord, it was obvious. This was a native territory lord. And from the look of it, he was deliberately not healing his wounds to make trouble. Since arriving in Hope Village yesterday, all they'd seen was prosperity. Now, seeing such an out-of-place group, they suddenly felt this was the real rhythm of this world. They were eager to see how Hope Village would handle this troublemaker. As they prepared to stay and watch, several figures suddenly emerged from the crowd. One by one, they moved to the front, protecting the group. Meanwhile, Bai, who was in the office, came down immediately upon receiving the news. After glancing at the control panel, she was momentarily stunned. Because on the nearby map, a number of specially marked names had appeared: Dumps Village, Lord Chester Village, Lord Zachary Village, Lord Augster Town, Barren Yushi Village, Lord Neuhaus Village, Lord Burgas Village, Lord. It turned out that, without anyone noticing, the Lord's manor had already gathered the lords and nobles of more than a dozen territories. Bai then glanced at Wolf in the center, her mouth twitching slightly. He still hadn't left. And who on earth had set them up? As she thought about it, Bai couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. She remembered mentioning to O'Neill in private about ambushing someone with a sack. Could it be that O'Neill actually did it? Given how single-minded O'Neill was, it was entirely possible. Of course, such a well-executed plan, with no evidence left behind, probably wasn't O'Neill's idea alone. He had that scheming advisor, Lucas, by his side. She had to admit, even though this whole thing was a bit unexpected, seeing Wolf's current expression was truly satisfying. At this moment, Wolf had already noticed Bai. Pointing to his own face, he said gloomily, "Now, this counts as evidence, right? On my way to the inn yesterday, your territory's residents attacked me." Bai, having composed herself, replied, "Did you catch the culprit? If you did, I'll send them straight to jail. If I'd caught them, would I be here looking for you? The people who attacked me last night didn't give us any chance to react. There were a lot of them, and they were incredibly strong. Only beastmen could pull that off. It must have been those beastmen. You have to hand them over to me," Wolf demanded. After getting beaten up yesterday, he developed a grudge against both Hope Village and the beastmen. After investigating Hope Village, he was sure they were connected to Lovisa City and Marquis Boyle. Given that, he couldn't do anything to Hope Village for now. But if he couldn't touch Hope Village, he could still go after the beastmen, right? Beastmen weren't human. Surely Hope Village wouldn't offend him just for a few beastmen? Bai gave Wolf a strange look. Was this guy out of his mind? He really thought she'd abandon the beastmen who were so loyal to the territory? No way. Bai replied without hesitation, then added, "That's just your own assumption. You have no proof it was our beastmen. There are all kinds of people in Hope Village these days. Who knows if you offended someone from another territory who used this as an excuse to stir up trouble between us. As a lord, you should be more cautious." Her tone was especially earnest at the end, and her meaning was clear. Wolf's face darkened again, and he gritted his teeth. "You won't even hand over a few beastmen?" "No," Bai answered firmly, without a second thought. "When it comes to choosing between her own people and outsiders, there's no question." Wolf's expression grew even gloomier. "Then in 20 days or so, we'll see each other on the battlefield." Bai's lips curled up. "Hope Village will be ready. We could really use a high-level alchemy workshop like yours." High-level alchemy workshop. Just thinking about that building, now in Hope Village's hands, made Wolf's heart ache. He couldn't take it anymore. No matter what, in the next territory war, he was determined to attack Hope Village. Even if he wasn't strong enough, he'd find allies and split Hope Village among them. As long as he succeeded, Marquis Boyle wouldn't punish him for dealing with a territory that wasn't really related to him. Once he figured this out, Wolf's hesitation vanished. Hope Village wasn't worth it. "Fine, we'll see you then," Bai said resolutely. 20 days was enough for Hope Village to grow even stronger. She didn't believe that, when even Faisal Village at its peak couldn't do anything to them, Wolf could manage it in just 20 days. Of course, she still had to be on guard for any underhanded tricks. Seeing Bai's unyielding attitude, Wolf swept his gaze around and tried to stir up the crowd. "Hope Village is so overbearing. If you suffer here, no one will stand up for you." Bai, onlookers, "You, an aggressive lord, calling someone else overbearing? Where's your shame?" If it were anyone else, maybe people would believe it, but not you. Especially a few local lords in the crowd. They'd all heard of Faisal Village's infamous reputation. Their looks toward Wolf were complicated. They'd always known the Faisal Village lord was ruthless and domineering, and any territory he targeted was doomed. But they hadn't expected that, beneath all that power, the Faisal Village lord was actually so brainless. Maybe his past glory had just covered it up. Besides, Wolf rarely appeared in public. This was their first time seeing him, and it completely overturned their impression. But after seeing Hope Village repel Faisal Village, their fear of Faisal Village had lessened. As long as you were prepared, Faisal Village wasn't invincible. And as for how to prepare? Just learn from Hope Village. Many lords in the crowd were already making plans. Wolf, oblivious to everyone's scorn, added, "If even I, a lord, can't be safe here, what about you? Those beastmen are vicious. They've killed who knows how many humans. No matter what, he was determined to plant the idea in Hope Village residents' minds that beastmen couldn't be trusted. In his experience, most residents just followed the lead of those in power. He'd even seen a lord destroy a territory with a few rumors, making it easy to conquer afterward. He figured he could do the same. But before he could finish, people around him started firing back. What nonsense! You call beastmen vicious, but you're worse. You brought soldiers to invade our territory, killed our friends and family, and now you dare to sow discord here. Exactly. The beastmen in our territory have never bullied us. They guard our land, and if they see us in danger outside, they help us. Race has never been the standard for good or evil, it's the heart that matters. You're human, but your heart is worse than a beastman's. If we hate anyone, it's you. You're not even human." The first to speak up were the former residents of Rebirth village. Though they'd settled in Hope Village and were living better than before, the shadow of that day's deaths had never left them. The memory of their companions dying right beside them was still vivid. Seeing Wolf in Hope Village, their hatred was hard to suppress, but they'd held back so as not to cause trouble for Hope Village. But after Wolf kept stirring up trouble, and seeing that Hope Village wasn't afraid of him, they finally dared to speak out. Once they started, other Hope Village residents joined in. "Yeah, how can you even say that? The beastmen in our territory are 1,000 times kinder than you. If they really did beat you up, I'd call them heroes. We don't welcome you here. Standing on our land and trying to bully our people, get lost. Go on, get as far away as you can. If you dare come back, we'll wipe you out. If we beat you once, we can do it again. Come on, try us. You're just bringing us more experience. Actually, we should thank you. Because of you, a lot of our people leveled up and are closer to becoming advanced professionals. If you've got guts, stay in Hope Village. I bet getting ambushed with a sack won't be the last time. Plenty of people are lining up to teach you a lesson." Their words weren't just mocking. There was open disdain on their faces, directed straight at Wolf. Here it was again, that same feeling. Wolf once again felt the same frustration as yesterday. The residents of Hope Village never treated him with the respect he expected. All he got was contempt, hatred, and anger. Looking around, most visitors just watched coldly, and some even looked eager for more drama. Even Wolf, as dense as he was, realized that Hope Village was nothing like the territories he knew. This trip, he learned a bit about Hope Village, but compared to the humiliation he'd suffered, it wasn't worth it. At least he'd sent another team, one that was undercover. Hope Village wouldn't know about them. One day you'll regret this. Not planning to stay any longer, Wolf threw down these words and ran off with his people. This time, he really did run. Not long after, Jobai saw him leave through the mission center. After Wolf left, the former Rebirth residents looked a bit stunned. They'd just cursed out a noble. My God, were they too bold? But most people's attention turned to Jobai. After all, she was the village chief and the one in charge. What did she think of what had just happened? Facing all those gazes, Jobai said directly, "I can't speak for beastmen in other territories, but in Hope Village, I can vouch for every beastman. If anyone suffers at their hands, come to me. Once I confirm it, I'll take full responsibility." As Jobai finished, O'Neill and the other beast men entered the Lord's manor, hearing her words loud and clear. A wave of warmth surged in their hearts. So touching. The Lord was so good to them. O'Neill immediately said, "No need for you to take responsibility, Chief. If anyone in our territory dares to harm Hope Village or its residents, we'll deal with them ourselves. We won't let anyone ruin our reputation." The Lord trusted them, so they couldn't let her down. He knew not every territory treated beastmen so openly and honestly. Even their old territory hadn't. So, having found such a place, they would cherish it. They wouldn't let anyone ruin it, not even their own people. "We trust you and the territory. Even if there are bad beastmen, it won't be you." "Yeah, that wolf might even try to send beastmen to cause trouble here later. Anyway, if there's trouble in the future, it definitely won't be our own people." The residents chatted, showing a level of trust in beastmen that outsiders could hardly imagine. Many visiting tourists were amazed. In their minds, beastmen were never the good guys. Especially for local residents, most of their territories had suffered at the hands of beastmen. Beastmen were fierce warriors with incredible strength. Most territories couldn't resist them and were plundered. So there was a lot of enmity between the two sides, even if both sides were just fighting for their own territories. But today, they saw humans and beastmen living in peace, accommodating each other. Even though they'd heard Hope Village was home to many races living in harmony, seeing it with their own eyes was still shocking. How did Hope Village manage it? Jobai noticed the complicated looks on many faces. When she'd first brought beastmen to Hope Village, she never expected them to be so loyal. After all, they'd originally come to attack Hope Village. The reason things turned out this way was simply because she treated people sincerely. Wherever you go, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Thinking this, Jobai spoke up. "There's no need to worry about things that haven't happened. This was just a farce. Everyone, get back to your own business. Don't waste time on irrelevant people." As soon as she said this, the staff got back to work. "Keep registering. Take your number. Number 9, you can go to the education office now." The Lord's manor quickly returned to order. O'Neill and his group left, planning to look for Wolf's group again. He felt he'd gone too easy on them last night. Watching O'Neill and the others storm off, Jobai didn't stop them. The ambush business was over now that Wolf had left. There was no evidence anyway. Then Jobai turned her attention to the other lords. They'd all been at the front of the crowd, and now that the rest had left, those with guards stood out. Noticing several lords still labeled as tourists, Jobai walked over to Jean Jingshan's group. "Did you get your number?" Jobai asked. "We did. We're just about to go to the business office to pick a market stall." Jean Jingshan replied warmly, feeling a bit emotional. They'd learned about Wolf's identity and Faisal Village's reputation from the people around them, and once again realized how deep Hope Village's foundations were. Even if they could withstand an attack, they couldn't have come out as unscathed as Hope Village. Besides the market, they also wanted to get in on Hope Village's cement. "Let's go together then," Jobai said. "Sure." At that moment, Viscount Keynes and his group, hearing them mention the market, spoke up. "Wait. Chief, that's not fair. We started working with you first. How come you didn't tell us about the market stalls?" Viscount Keynes protested. "Didn't I already message you?" Jobai paused. She'd just forgotten. "That's not the same. By the time we got here, the numbers were already in the dozens. When it's our turn, there'll be no spots left. We've been in Hope Village so long, we're not asking for special treatment, but can't we at least cut in line?" Viscount Keynes said, glancing meaningfully at Jean Jingshan's group. He'd already figured out these were Jobai's compatriots. They all looked similar. Jobai replied, "All right, you can all come together." Even if they didn't cut in line, there'd definitely be a spot for them in the market if they wanted it. Might as well do them a favor. As Jobai was thinking this, suddenly, several tourists nearby had the words above their heads change, revealing their lord or noble status. They called out to Jobai, "Chief." They'd finished touring Hope Village, and, as luck would have it, they were here for the market too. They'd planned to keep their identities hidden, but seeing so many lords here and the chance to cut in line, they couldn't resist. Their voices rang out, and many lords and nobles who didn't know each other exchanged surprised glances. Only now did they realize there were so many colleagues here. Hope Village really was popular. Everyone stared at Jobai, waiting for her response. Their intentions couldn't be clearer. Jobai, who says the nobles of the human kingdom care about saving face? When it comes to profit, none of them will let an opportunity slip by. The next moment, Jobai forced a polite smile. All of you, come along too. Looking at it another way, with a dozen more territories' specialty products, Hope Village would attract even more people in the future. Who would turn down such a good thing? Still, Jobai had a feeling this wouldn't be the last time something like this happened. A short while later, a group of more than a dozen people followed Jobai upstairs. Their appearance immediately drew attention within the Lord's manor. Whoa, when did so many territory lords come to our Hope Village? They've been here for a while. Just because they're here doesn't mean they'll reveal their identities. Yeah. If they hadn't just revealed themselves, we wouldn't have known they'd been here so long. And I bet they only revealed themselves because there was some benefit. Are they cutting the line for something? I overheard just now, it's about the market that's opening to tourists. There are 100 spots. I guess they're just reserving a good location in advance. Isn't this a kind of privilege? Didn't Hope Village say everyone is treated equally? Why are nobles still different? So there are still different classes after all. Are you out of your mind, saying stuff like that? Are you? No, I was just saying. The tourist spots don't really have much to do with me. Then why bring it up? Yeah, you've never seen other territories, so you don't know how special noble status is. In some places I know, if a noble kills you, they just pay a small compensation, and it's like nothing happened. You really don't know how good you have it. Besides, most of the tourist spots are only affordable for nobles from other territories, strong mercenary teams, or merchant groups. And based on the current number of tickets, there are still plenty left. Them picking early doesn't matter, in fact, it's good for our territory. Now we'll be able to buy specialty products from other territories right here in Hope Village. How great is that? Most importantly, if the goods are plentiful, more and more tourists will come. Then Hope Village will truly become a trade hub, and as residents, our lives will only get better. The village chief is clearly thinking about the territory's long-term future. Some people just don't get it and still have the nerve to complain. Ungrateful, really. The person who first raised doubts was now so embarrassed by the crowd that his face turned red. He hadn't meant to cause trouble, he just felt a bit uncomfortable. Before the apocalypse, he'd been somewhat successful, but after coming to this world, he'd been struggling at the bottom. Seeing the different classes, he couldn't help but make a jab. Now, after being criticized by everyone, he realized he'd brought it on himself. Sorry. He tossed out the apology and quickly left. Watching him go, the others just snorted and went back to their own business. It wasn't that they couldn't tolerate people questioning Hope Village, but when it came to how residents were treated, Hope Village had done more than enough. You could question other things, but not this. The crowd dispersed, and the matter seemed to end there. But for those paying attention, it wasn't over. Hope Village's residents really do defend it. Marvin, who had come from Benjala Town to deliver a message, couldn't help but whisper to Wendell in the corner of the Lord's manor. But it's true, Hope Village treats its people well. A lot of our folks have moved here, and seeing those numbers, the mayor is getting more and more uneasy. He doesn't know what to say to the Lord when he returns. As Marvin spoke, he naturally brought up some of the problems Benjala Town was facing. After all, Benjala Town was so close to Hope Village, and Hope Village was quite famous there. Once people started leaving, it was hard to stop. Even many professionals had left, not to mention ordinary residents. Hope Village offered the former a broader future and the latter a more stable life. Have a lot left? Wendell asked, a bit surprised. He still thought, given Benjala Town's population inflow, the mayor shouldn't be so worried. Many ordinary residents. You know, even if they're not strong, they're still important to a territory. Marvin sounded helpless. Benjala Town treated its ordinary people well, and they could make a living by gathering and selling things to professionals, so life was fairly stable. But comparison is the thief of joy. Hope Village treated its people even better and offered real, tangible benefits. Thinking of this, Marvin added, "The mayor even wondered if you were planning to move too." Wendell replied without hesitation, "Of course not." But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a pang. To be honest, the longer he stayed in Hope Village, watching its buildings rise from nothing and its rapid development, he admitted he felt a bit of regret, especially seeing former Benjala mercenary teams like Maria's living a whole new life here. But at this point, he knew he couldn't turn back, so he could only stick to his original choice. Besides, with Benjala Town as his base and being stationed in Hope Village, it was basically the same as developing here. It was just a matter of name. Thinking this, Wendell felt reassured and asked, "Any other instructions from the mayor?" "No, the mayor already sent a message to the Lord. Unless something unexpected happens, the Lord should be back soon," Marvin said quickly. "The rest is personal. He wants us to help sell some goods in Hope Village." Wendell replied, "No problem. I'll try to reserve a market spot for the mayor and Benjala Town under someone else's name. How to handle it later is up to him." And then Marvin nodded. He was one of Wendell's trusted aides, and he'd made good money from his share of the shops before. Hope Village's spending power was truly impressive. As long as their goods were competitive, and with the market's foot traffic, it would be a money-making machine. That would benefit the mayor as well. With that, the two headed for the ticketing area. Wendell was planning to reserve a market stall for himself. If he could do it openly, he wouldn't use someone else's name. On site, many other mercenary team leaders from other territories made the same choice. Even those who'd had doubts saw so many lords making the same decision and set their worries aside. For a dozen territory lords to make such a firm choice, this wasn't something just any territory could achieve, especially since Hope Village was still just a village. Meanwhile, on the second floor in the business management office, a dozen lords and nobles were standing in front of a board, looking at the available stalls. Even though all the stalls were the same size, their locations varied greatly. Especially the ones at the main entrances, those were definitely prime spots. Jin Jingshan and the others, knowing their own territory situations, quickly picked suitable spots. But Guo Yunxiu, wanting to break into the market quickly, didn't hesitate to choose a core location, the most expensive one on the board. A true golden shopfront. But just as Guo Yunxiu made her choice, Viscount Keynes spoke up, "I want that one too." Guo Yunxiu frowned and said instinctively, "I picked it first. I can pay more. I heard the previous stalls were auctioned. The village chief is doing you a favor, but you can't expect her not to make money," Viscount Keynes replied with a smile, sounding perfectly reasonable. This spot was at a crossroads on a main road. He was determined to get it. If he was going to pick, he'd pick the best. Guo Yunxiu looked at the smiling Viscount Keynes, lips pressed together. If she could win it by bidding, she'd be willing, but she knew she probably couldn't outbid him. But giving up felt unfair. Besides, the price was clearly marked, so it wasn't supposed to be an auction. Seeing this, Viscount Keynes's smile grew, as if he was already sure of victory. Watching this, Zhou Bai stepped forward. "Viscount Keynes, for this tourist market, I'm using a ticketing system. I never intended to auction these stalls." On her own turf, she couldn't let her fellow countrymen be bullied by outsiders. Besides, she should have explained this in advance, but the sudden appearance of so many lords made her overlook the possibility of multiple people wanting the same stall. Sure enough, when rules are broken, accidents happen. She made a mental note to avoid this in the future. Hearing Zhou Bai's words, Viscount Keynes's face instantly darkened. He looked at Zhou Bai in disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't expected Zhou Bai to be the one to undercut him. Guo Yunxiu also stared at Zhou Bai in surprise. From Viscount Keynes's friendly tone earlier, it was obvious they had business dealings, and he probably thought he was closer to Hope Village, so he could act so casually. Or maybe he just didn't take a lower-ranked territory like hers seriously, assuming she'd back down. So, in terms of value, he was worth more. But Zhou Bai would never say that. In this situation, the best thing for Zhou Bai would have been not to get involved. But she did. Guo Yunxiu understood exactly why. Her heart stirred. Looking at the now sullen Viscount Keynes, she took the initiative. Forget it. I'll pick another spot. She was willing to step back for Zhou Bai. Other spots would sell too, even if it stung to lose the best one. Viscount Keynes looked at Zhou Bai. And now? We all started from scratch after coming to the Stan continent. It hasn't been easy for any of us, and we come from the same place. We're companions. If I don't look out for them, who will? Zhou Bai said sincerely. I hope you understand. Viscount Keynes looked at Zhou Bai, then at Guo Yunxiu and the others, and snorted. Fine, I'll give you this one. He never believed there was such a thing as companions between territories in the human kingdom. But this incident made him see a hint of it. This time, he'd let them have it. He'd wait and see what their future would be. Zhou Bai looked at the proud yet reserved Viscount Keynes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Although he carried the unique pride of a noble in his bones, he was also a reasonable person. Zhou Bai never tried to impose her own worldview on others. After all, he had grown up in this environment, and the privileges he enjoyed were earned by his ancestors. Demanding that others change was just making things difficult for them, and how could you expect a good relationship if you make things hard for others? That's just wishful thinking. All you can do is respect their differences and strive for mutual benefit. Seek common ground while reserving differences. As for whether the other party would be influenced, that was not something she needed to worry about. Thank you, Zhou Bai said sincerely. Viscount Keynes could sense Zhou Bai's sincerity and was a little surprised. After all, he had just witnessed Zhou Bai standing up to Viscount Wolf and knew she wasn't the type to bow and scrape before nobles. She seemed to have her own set of principles. His willingness to compromise was not unrelated to Zhou Bai's earlier attitude. If she dared to offend even aggressive territories without hesitation, then there was no need to fear those ranked below Hope Village. But now, after he took a step back, her attitude became even better. He didn't quite understand it, but he had to admit that he appreciated Zhou Bai's approach. No need to be so polite. After all, we're friends now, Viscount Keynes said, taking the opportunity to draw closer to Hope Village. He might not be the same kind of person as Zhou Bai, but he had to admit that befriending someone like her was reassuring. At least she wouldn't stab you in the back. Yes, friends. Zhou Bai smiled warmly. Hope Village was destined to be a business-oriented territory, and harmony was the foundation. With that, the matter was settled. Guo Yunxiu hadn't expected things to be resolved so smoothly and so well. Her opinion of Zhou Bai rose even higher, and her gaze was full of admiration. This was a friend she wanted to make. She just needed to find the right opportunity. After that, the remaining lords all chose their preferred stalls, and there were no more disputes. The first to do so would win Hope Village's friendship. Anyone else who tried would just be making trouble. Once everyone had chosen, Zhou Bai had the staff register the information, then led the group to the third floor. The third floor had been added after the Lord's Manor was upgraded. The first floor was for ID registration, the bulletin board, and resident activities. The second floor had 5 large offices. Zhou Bai, as village chief, had one, and the other 4 were for the military, commercial, personnel, and finance departments. After renovations, the third floor also had 5 offices, a reception room, a meeting room, and 3 new departments: education, urban construction, and public security. Zhou Bai led them straight to the reception room. The reception room was designed for leisure, with natural wood tones, white soft furnishings, and green plants, creating a comfortable and cozy atmosphere that made people relax as soon as they entered. The local lords, having visited Hope Village's woodworking shop, knew the village's furniture design was unique, but as people of broad experience, they still found it a bit plain. But seeing the way the reception room was put together, their attention was instantly captured. So this is how stunning a well-matched space could be. Maybe they could try something like this themselves? Please, sit wherever you like, Zhou Bai said, taking a seat on a sofa. Jin Jingshan and the others naturally sat to Zhou Bai's right, with Bai Wenkang, who had slipped in at the end. Since Viscount Keynes arrived, he had been staying in Hope Village, keeping a low profile, and now he was glad to be part of this small group. Aside from Keynes and his group, Joe Bai's side included the top 5 Blue Star territories, all among the strongest. He used to have only Hope Village as a model, but now he had 5. Once everyone was seated, Viscount Keynes and his group also found seats, experiencing this kind of gathering for the first time. As soon as they sat down, staff brought in exquisite snacks and drinks from the pantry. "This isn't a formal meeting, just a chance to chat," Joe Bai said, seeing how stiff the nobles looked. These nobles really did have a special aura, making the rest of them look like upstarts by comparison. But in this world, weren't they all upstarts in a way? Clearing her throat, Joe Bai introduced Jin Jingshan and the others. "These are my clansmen. Their territories are spread out in different places, and by chance they all came to Hope Village. Except for Yushi Village, the rest are all level 3 territories, each with its own unique features." After a brief introduction, Joe Bai introduced Viscount Keynes and his group to Jin Jingshan and the others, though only the 4 she knew. As for the other 2, she didn't know them. After the introductions, Joe Bai turned to the 2 unfamiliar lords. "This is my first time meeting you both. Would you mind introducing yourselves?" She had just checked their territories in the rankings. Both were ranked higher than Hope Village. Most importantly, the teleportation fee for both had been nearly 1 gold coin, meaning they were very far away and shouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly, yet here they were. Joe Bai wanted to use this opportunity to get to know them and learn about their territories. As long as they had no ill intentions, they could be potential partners for Hope Village. Lord of Neuhaus Village, House. Lord of Burgas Village, Burgas. Viscount House and Viscount Burgas weren't surprised by Joe Bai's request and smoothly introduced themselves and their territories. Then Viscount House added, "Don't mind us. We're just here to relax." This made it clear that the 2 knew each other and didn't plan to get involved for now. Or perhaps they knew that, as newcomers, it wouldn't be easy to gain Joe Bai's trust, so it was better to observe for now. Joe Bai understood. She knew their territory names, so it would be easy to learn more later. After nodding to show she understood, Joe Bai turned to Viscount Keynes and his group. "You've bought a lot of goods from Hope Village, but I imagine the quantity isn't enough to satisfy you, since more than 20 territories and over 100 teams are sourcing here. But you might want to consider the products from my clansmen's territories. They have many unique items different from Hope Village's, and you might find something you like. Of course, their territories are just getting started and need many things, so you can also sell your goods there. This way, everyone can exchange resources efficiently." By now, Joe Bai's intention was clear. She was making introductions for Jin Jingshan and the others. Jin Jingshan and his group immediately understood. They were now well known on the Stan continent, and as long as nothing major happened, they wouldn't disappear from the map like when they first arrived. Their next step was to deepen exchanges with more territories, especially native ones. Originally, they planned to use Hope Village as a bridge to slowly build relationships and expand their influence and market. But Joe Bai was handing them the connections directly. Their view of Joe Bai changed instantly. Her move was truly selfless. It would save them a lot of detours. Would they have done the same in her place? They weren't sure. But Joe Bai did. They were truly grateful. With that, Jin Jingshan and the others began formally introducing their territories. As they listened, Viscount Keynes and his group gained a much deeper understanding of their territories. Naturally, after Jin Jingshan's group finished, Viscount Keynes and the others shared about their own territories. After both sides finished, everyone couldn't help but smile. Just as Joe Bai had said, both sides had things the other wanted. By exchanging surplus goods for needed ones, they could promote the upgrading of their territories. Seeing their attitudes, Joe Bai felt reassured. Now that you've met, you can talk more in private when you have time. The bridge was built, how they used it was up to them. She could step back now. Of course, everyone replied in unison. Compared to before, they were much warmer toward Joe Bai, clearly recognizing her goodwill. Soon after, the group took their leave. From now on, it would be private chats, and they didn't want to take up more of Joe Bai's time. Just like that, Jobai saw them off one by one. Afterward, she returned to her office on the second floor. Seeing her finally back, Bayer came in with a stack of organized documents. Noticing how Jobai relaxed, Bayer asked curiously, "They're all saying you just discussed big matters with more than a dozen lords and nobles. Is it all settled?" It all seemed so quick. The efficiency was amazing. I finished introducing everyone. Jobai nodded, briefly explaining her role as a bridge. After hearing this, Bayer was stunned. Looking at Jobai's clear, bright eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. "My lord, you really are generous." Hope Village had gone through so much to get to this point. And now, these territories similar to Hope Village could quietly make a fortune, all thanks to Hope Village's help. If it were him, he'd probably feel a bit unbalanced. Jobai smiled helplessly. "It's not really generosity. Even if I didn't do this, they'd connect eventually. It's better to make a good impression early and gain more allies for Hope Village's future. Right now, our interests are aligned." She knew that, in some ways, Hope Village was taking the lead and bearing the risks. But the benefits were many. And besides, it felt good to help her own people. She always believed that, in this world, Blue Star territories shouldn't be competitors. Besides, rather than standing alone and looking down on everyone, she preferred 100 flowers to bloom. All in all, she felt it was worth it. Bayer just listened to Jobai's words without taking them too seriously. The Lord was still kind-hearted after all. Or maybe, she just had a broader vision. But thinking about Hope Village's explosive recent development, Bayer didn't want to fuss over these details anymore. As the Lord said, her actions didn't really harm Hope Village. What mattered more now was Hope Village's upcoming plans. Putting on a serious face, Bayer handed Jobai a stack of documents. "These matters need to be finalized as soon as possible." "All right." Jobai let out a long sigh. In the past, she only missed her lazy, pre-apocalypse life when she was forced to work hard outside. Now, as Hope Village grew bigger and bigger, she had to hustle both inside and out. Sigh. Time to get back to work. Very quickly, Jobai saw the contents of the first document. It was about bringing in another group of goblins and selecting people to help mine limestone. The strong defensive power of Hope Village's walls had attracted a lot of attention from other territories. People kept asking the Urban Construction Office about buying cement, especially since the cement factory was now officially under Hope Village's administration. And the price of cement was climbing higher and higher. If they sold it, Hope Village could quickly rake in a large sum of money, which would allow the territory's strength to leap forward. How could Bayer not be tempted by this? After Jobai had mentioned it before, Bayer and the Goblin Chief Mills had finalized the candidates over the past few days. Now, as long as Jobai agreed, they could set out immediately. Right now, with so many people coming and going in the territory, they could just slip out in plain clothes and no one would notice. "See if you have any issues with the candidates," Bayer prompted as Jobai finished reading. Chief Mills wants to go in person, since only the chief can really win people's trust. Of course, after convincing them, he plans to stay and supervise the mining himself, and only return with everyone after the limestone is extracted, to avoid any mishaps. Good things are safest in your own hands, after all. "No problem, let's go with your choices. But one thing, send 5 more squads to protect them." The goblins had picked over 50 people, and the soldiers were sending 5 squads. Over 50 people, which was already a decent size. But Jobai still wanted to play it safe, especially since they'd be escorting even more goblins back later. "Isn't that a bit much?" "We need people in the territory too," Bayer instinctively hesitated. With Hope Village's population booming, they needed more people to patrol and keep order. 5 squads, over 50 people, was a lot. "It's fine. I've upgraded the Hall of Heroes and the Beast God Hall, so now I can summon 4 people at a time instead of 2, and I don't even need to do it myself anymore. I'm planning to increase the number of undead and beastmen in the territory, and the new ones will be higher level too. Hope Village won't be short on manpower," Jobai explained. Hearing this, Bayer's eyes lit up. He knew Zhou Bai had previously paused summoning to focus on special talents, all for Hope Village's benefit. Now, with the territory's growth, he'd guessed she'd expand again, but he hadn't expected it so soon. He knew that, with Hope Village's current earning power, they could support a lot of people. Most importantly, with the contracts binding the summoned personnel, most would become Zhou Bai's most loyal force. Even though Zhou Bai and many in the territory shared the same roots, everyone respected her. But as one of her close aides, Bayer wanted Zhou Bai to have absolute authority. The summoned people's interests were tied to Zhou Bai's. They'd never betray her, especially the undead from the undead kingdom. So he hoped the undead force would grow even larger. As for the newcomers being stronger, he wasn't worried at all. No matter how strong, they'd have to start from scratch in Hope Village, earning contribution points just like everyone else. He was working hard and racking up points. Why worry about being overtaken? Thinking this, Bayer said, then there's no problem. If we summon 8 people a day, we'll fill the ranks in just a few days. Then have them set out tonight, Zhou Bai said, signing her name on the document to give her approval. Setting out at night would make their movements more discreet and keep the goblins safer. Understood. With that settled, Zhou Bai moved on to the second matter. The second issue was the vacation resort currently under construction. The foundation is done. This is the work of architect Turs and BGM, among others, Bayer said, unable to hide his admiration. The renderings are stunning. If we build according to these plans, our resort will become another major highlight of Hope Village. He'd never seen this style of building in any other territory. It must be from the Lord's original world. Zhou Bai listened and carefully reviewed the plans. The blueprints were more like a project proposal, with detailed introductions to each building. The resort was divided into 4 main sections: leisure, dining, accommodation, and entertainment. The leisure area featured large garden corridors, perfect for strolling among flowers, with pavilions and towers scattered throughout. In the center stood a 7-story pagoda, offering a panoramic view of the entire resort from the top. The dining area was a 3-story building on the right side of the hotel, designed to be upscale and exclusive to resort guests. There was even a small vegetable garden in the corner, so guests could pick their own veggies to cook if they wanted. The accommodation area was the core of the resort, taking up most of the space. The centerpiece was a massive 6-story hotel. Floors 2 to 5 each had 40 rooms, the top floor had 20 suites, and the first floor was for hotel amenities, including 2 banquet halls. Behind the hotel were 50 small villas, all in a neat Chinese style, each with its own courtyard and high walls for security. The entertainment area was also for resort guests, with 3 floors. The first had a swimming pool and gym, the second a board game area, and the third a chess and card room. In short, the whole resort was all about eating, drinking, playing, and having fun. The proposal included a budget for gold coins and materials, noting that most buildings would need cement. Especially the giant hotel, while the rest could be built with stone. The gold coin cost surprised Zhou Bai, 3,000 gold coins, not even counting the land value. This was by far her biggest investment yet. The resort is a big investment, but this is already the scaled-down version. There's still plenty of empty land, so if we need more in the future, we can expand, Bayer said, reminding her that even such a large resort might not be enough, especially with Hope Village's current traffic. In the long run, Hope Village would never lose out. All right, let's go with this plan. If you need materials, get them from the warehouse or factory, but purchases from the factory still need to go through the proper process, Zhou Bai said. She knew exactly where Hope Village was headed, so a resort like this was a must. If you can fleece the nobles and the rich, why not? Understood. Bayer nodded, then added, one more thing, should the resort be open to visitors who aren't staying there? If we're going high-end, we can't open that door, Zhou Bai refused immediately. That's what I thought too. But the entertainment area would be great as a standalone service. If it's not open to outsiders, should we build a similar activity center for residents? Bayer asked. Right now, residents' leisure options were too limited. Once survival needs are met, you have to think about quality of life. And it would help get money circulating among the residents. There will be one. The area around the school and library is set aside for an activity center, Jobai replied. Swimming pool, sports arena, amusement park, I've got it all planned. We'll build them all. Meeting residents' needs while making full use of the territory space. What's an amusement park? A big park for hunting. Bayer was a bit familiar with the first two, but had no idea about an amusement park. He could only imagine it was like other nobles' activity areas. It's a park with lots of rides and attractions, fun for all ages, Jobai explained. Then I'll look forward to it, Bayer said, knowing this must be another thing from the Lord's world. So intriguing. Just wait. There'll be more and more public buildings like this. As long as the urban construction office can finish the resort and we successfully mine limestone, future construction will be no problem, Jobai said. Of course, she wanted to build everything at once, but time, energy, and manpower were all limited. She could only take it step by step. It'll succeed, Bayer said confidently. Jobai smiled. She thought so too. She glanced at the map on the Lord's panel. The next task, keep making money, keep building, and fill it all up. Next, Jobai started reviewing the remaining documents. Although most matters were handled according to her wishes, she would still discuss them briefly with Bayer. After all, she worried she might overlook some small details, and having someone thoughtful by her side could help avoid minor troubles, why not? With their communication, things were handled even faster. In no time, all the affairs were settled, and Bayer took the documents to distribute them to the relevant departments and personnel. City Construction Management Office. Bai Jiamu was asking Tours some questions. Compared to Tours, who had been an architect for a long time, Bai Jiamu was still a rookie. Since he had a senior to consult, he naturally seized the opportunity. Tours appreciated Bai Jiamu's eagerness to learn. In the past, he might have kept some things to himself, since such knowledge was a family asset. But after staying in Hope Village for so long, his mindset had changed, especially after teaching at the school and discovering some promising students. Watching them grow from nothing gave him a sense of accomplishment. Not to mention, Bai Jiamu in front of him not only had talent, but also a solid foundation. He just needed to integrate architecture with magic. Once he mastered that, Tours felt Bai Jiamu would surpass him, as his thinking was even more active. Thank you, I get it now, Bai Jiamu said, feeling as if a fog had lifted after Tours' explanation. You're welcome, Tours replied with a smile. At that moment, Bayer arrived at the office door and knocked. Hearing the sound, the two looked over and said, "Come in." Did our proposal get approved? Bai Jiamu asked nervously. The vacation villa project was something he and Tours had worked on together. He was the main creator, especially since Tours wasn't familiar with Chinese style. As an architect, his greatest hope was to see his designs become reality. Yes, it's approved. You can start construction according to the plans. Here's the signed approval from the village chief. You can get funds from the finance office, resources from the warehouse, and buy cement as needed, Bayer said, handing over the signed documents. Is there anything we need to improve? Bai Jiamu asked. The village chief didn't mention anything, so probably not. You're the professionals, she trusts you, Bayer replied, further winning their loyalty for Zhou Bai. Bai Jiamu and Tours were both delighted and quickly promised, "We'll do our best." Good luck, Bayer encouraged. The sooner you finish, the sooner the villa can be put to use. Okay, they both agreed. If you need workers, talk to the HR office. The territory has a lot of new residents, many of them ordinary people. Use them if you can, it'll help the territory stabilize faster, Bayer added. Would this take jobs from professionals? Impossible. Professionals earn much more from hunting or doing business in other territories. Okay, they replied again, though this time Tours looked a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Bayer asked directly, "If you have a question, just say it. I want to post a mission to find my family. I promise it won't affect my work. My family is mostly in construction, and if they come to Hope Village, it'll bring even more talent," Tours said, a bit nervous. He'd been thinking about this ever since the mission center opened, but hadn't found the right moment. Now was perfect, especially since Hope Village was open for vacations. Of course, go post it at the mission center. Many people have already posted search missions there, Bear replied. Even as undead, they still have their memories and feelings. Tours breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of excitement at finally being able to contact his family. Bai Jiamu, listening, felt a bit emotional too. At least Tours knew where his family was and how to contact them. For those from Blue Star, even posting a mission didn't guarantee success. Few Blue Star territories had mission centers, and not everyone had come to the Stan continent. That's all for now. I'll leave you to it, Bear said, not wanting to delay further. After leaving the city construction office and distributing the rest of the documents, he headed straight to the blacksmith shop. He knew he'd find the goblin chief, Mills, there. Sure enough, Bear saw Mills in the blacksmith shop, enthusiastically helping Harrison sell various equipment at the counter, introducing each item in detail. This is a golden greatsword, perfect for warriors, boosts attack by 30%, and its physical damage. In other territories, it's over 15 gold coins, but here it's only 12. It's a steal, Mills said, full of energy. He'd truly found a second career here. Compared to his old life of hiding, worrying about every meal and every day, now he was genuinely happy. He'd never imagined, as a goblin, he'd have such a day. And it wasn't just him. Other goblins in the tribe now lived stable lives. Those working in the advanced alchemy workshop had developed many new skills, and those learning from Harrison had become craftsmen. He saw hope, the hope for goblins to escape being mining slaves. It wouldn't be achieved in one generation, but at least they had hope, and that was most important. Bear watched the scene, his eyes a little complicated. Before coming to Hope Village, he'd never really respected goblins, since in his memory, their status was always so low. But after coming to Hope Village and seeing the Lord accept goblins as residents, he realized up close that goblins were also an intelligent race on the Stan continent. He didn't know if other territories treated goblins well, but he knew Hope Village had given them a new life and future. While Bear was thinking, Mills had just sold the golden greatsword and, after collecting the money, hurried over. Lord Bear, are you here for me? Yes, the village chief has signed off on our proposal, Bear said. So please gather your people and set out tonight. Okay, we're ready, Mills replied, visibly excited. This was their first mission for Hope Village. They had to do it well. In another sense, they were going to rescue their own people, bringing more goblins to Hope Village, restoring their freedom, and strengthening their tribe. The village chief has also assigned 5 extra squads to protect you, Bear added. The village chief was the Lord, and boosting her credibility was always good. Thank you so much. Mills's eyes filled with tears. He was truly moved. It was the first time anyone had cared so much about them. Just do your best for the village chief and Hope Village. That's the best, thanks, Bear said, pleased with Mills's attitude. Mills nodded firmly. After confirming the time and meeting place, Bear headed to the barracks to select the 5 extra squads. He trusted the undead squad and Zhou jumping squad most, so he planned to assign 2 undead squads and 3 human squads. At the same time, Zhou Bai had no idea her number 1 fan, Bear, was working so diligently. After Bear left, she was ready to test the summoning functions of the Hall of Heroes and Beast God Hall. After all, people would be leaving on missions tonight, so she needed to replenish her forces. First, the Hall of Heroes. Dear host, would you like to use today's summon? Yes. The Hall of Heroes is now level 3. You can summon 4 people at once. Use all at once. Yes. Dear host, you are not at the Hall of Heroes. Please draft the contract terms in advance. Clearly, after the upgrade, the Hall of Heroes had new features. Zhou Bai quickly drafted a contract on the panel, making sure to include confidentiality about her identity. After confirming, the panel displayed information for 4 undead. Name, Diur, race, undead, level, LV21 identity, Human Kingdom resident, profession, intermediate doctor, Undead Mage, HP, 4200/4200, MP, 4200/4200. Attributes: Constitution, 22/40, Intelligence, 23/40, Agility, 21/40, Defense, 20/40, Talent. Healing, Name, Service, Race, Undead Level, EV20 Identity, Human Kingdom Resident, Profession, Undead Mage, Intermediate Architect, HP, 4000/4000, MP, 4000/4000. Attributes: Constitution, 30/40, Intelligence, 25/40, Agility, 21/40, Defense, 30/40, Talent. Construction, Name, Mario. Race, Undead Level, LV20 Identity, Human Kingdom Resident. Profession, Undead Mage, Beast Tamer, HP, 4000/4000, MP, 4000/4000. Attributes: Constitution, 29/40, Intelligence, 20/40. Agility, 23/40, Defense, 33/40. Talent, Magical Beast Affinity, Name, Andre. Race, Undead Level, EV23 Identity, Human Kingdom Resident. Profession, Undead Mage, HP, 4600/4600, MP, 4600/4600. Attributes: Constitution, 22/40, Intelligence, 23/40, Agility, 21/40, Defense, 20/40. Talent, Magic Scroll. After reading their info, Zhou Bai had only one thought: hire them. Definitely hire them. She hadn't expected the upgraded Hall of Heroes to be so powerful. A few days ago, she'd checked and only seen low-level professionals, mostly with combat talents. She hadn't expected that after upgrading, she'd get so much information. After all, there's a big difference between low-level and intermediate professionals. Intermediate professionals are top tier in a village, and many who reach that level consider moving to a town for more opportunities. Currently, there were few intermediate professionals in Hope Village, and the territory needed more to hold things down. Just like when Hope Village was first built and she summoned Bear and others, who played a big role in stabilizing the territory. Now, when Hope Village needed more intermediate professionals, they appeared. Wonderful. It seems that in the future, she really should invest in buildings. No money is ever wasted. Spend 2 gold coins to hire Undead Mage/Intermediate Dr. Dewar, Undead Mage/Intermediate Architect Service, Undead Mage/Intermediate Beast Tamer Mario, Undead Mage Andre. Each had a yes/no option. Zhou Bai, of course, chose yes for all. After confirming, she saw an 8 gold coin expense in her account. The hires had arrived. She wasn't worried about the contract, since it specified they should report directly to the Lord's Manor. Next, Zhou Bai moved on to the Beast God Hall. The Hall of Heroes had given her so many surprises. What about the Beast God Hall? After the upgrade, the process was the same. Zhou Bai quickly completed the steps, and 4 beastmen appeared. Name, Lori. Race, Beastman, Minotaur. Level, LV22 Identity, Beastman Kingdom Resident. Profession, Warrior. HP, 8800/8800. Stamina, 8800/8800. Attributes: Constitution, 75/80. Intelligence, 40/80. Agility, 60/80. Defense, 80/80. Talent, Combat. Name, Adam. Race, Beastman, Minotaur. Level, EV20 Identity, Beastman Kingdom Resident. Profession, Warrior. HP, 8000/8000. Stamina, 8000/8000. Attributes: Constitution, 75/80. Intelligence, 64/80. Agility, 69/80. Defense, 80/80. Talent, Combat. Name, Quincy. Race, Beastman, Minotaur. Level, LV23 Identity, Beastman Kingdom Resident. Profession, Warrior. HP, 9200/9200. Stamina, 9200/9200. Attributes: Constitution, 78/80. Intelligence, 59/80ths, agility, 60/80ths, defense, 80/80ths, talent. Combat, name, Tyran. Race, Beastman, Minotaur, level, LV22 identity, Beastman Kingdom resident, profession, warrior, HP, 8800/8800, stamina, 8800/8800, attributes, constitution, 77/80ths, intelligence, 70/80ths, agility, 70/80ths, defense, 80/80, talent, combat. The Beastman stats were truly impressive. What surprised Jobai was that all 4 summoned this time were Minotaurs. Currently, there were about a dozen Minotaurs in the territory. Among the first 4 Beastmen accepted from Overlord Village, there had been a Minotaur. But compared to O'Neill and Lucas, who stood out, the Minotaur Fred was much quieter and clearly gentle in temperament. Maybe because of his mild nature, he kept a low profile. During the last Beastman migration, Fred returned to his original territory, but after a day's rest, he came back to Hope Village and didn't join Lucas and O'Neill's team. Since he wasn't interested, Jobai didn't force him. She vaguely felt that only Beastmen who were struggling and wanted to change their fate could be summoned by the Beast God Hall. Given the previous ratio, Minotaurs seemed to have relatively stable lives. So, did something happen among the Minotaurs to cause so many to be summoned this time? Or was the system just balancing the number of summoned Beastmen? Jobai wondered, but when the system asked if she wanted to summon them all, she didn't hesitate to say yes. After summoning, Jobai let out a long breath. She just didn't know if all 8 intermediate professionals would accept. After all, summoning was a two-way choice. While Jobai was waiting, both Viscount Keynes's group and Jean Jingshan's group had successfully negotiated their cooperation. For Viscount Keynes and his companions, they were genuinely satisfied. The products from Jean Jingshan's territories were all quite good. Especially the fish balls from Shidong Village, as well as other items that required freezing. They had never heard of such things before. Brand new delicacies are always popular, no matter what. As for the other territories' goods, overall, they were high quality and reasonably priced. Most importantly, the money he spent on them was quickly earned back by selling off surplus goods from his own territory. He managed to sell quite a bit of stock that was no longer useful to his people, and even at a discount, it was still a profit. This was different from Hope Village. Hope Village served many territories, and there was Benjala Town nearby, known as the City of Silver. Moreover, Hope Village's blacksmith shop was run by dwarves, and now even gold-tier equipment was available, plentiful and cheaper than in other territories. In this situation, Hope Village had no interest in things that had already been phased out elsewhere. Of course, the other side also bought a lot of new items, and for the sake of cooperation, they got a good deal. Their supply channels were no worse than Benjala Town's, so even with smaller profits, it was still worth it. As Jobai had said, this cooperation was truly a win-win. If you ever need better goods, just come to us. We'll definitely give you a good price, Viscount Keynes said with a smile. He was also surprised that, although these were new territories, each had a solid foundation. It made sense. Without some foundation, how could they have upgraded to level 3 villages so quickly? Level 3 villages were now the most common on the Stan continent, but there were still differences in strength and potential. Judging by how quickly these territories had developed, they all had great potential. And to grow so fast, a territory needed a solid reserve of gold coins, whether from the lord or the residents. Of course, among all these territories, Hope Village had the greatest potential. After all, Hope Village had left all the old level 3 villages far behind. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they pulled even further ahead. Of course, if we need anything in the future, we'll keep working together, Jean Jingshan agreed. They needed to develop their own territories, and in the short term, they needed reliable partners. From their brief interactions, it was clear that Hope Village could handle these relationships and wouldn't try to cheat them. It's settled, then, Viscount Keynes said cheerfully. The others, like Viscount Conrad, had no objections. They had all benefited from this deal, so it was fine for Viscount Keynes to take the lead. All right, Jin Jingshan replied. And, just like that, the two sides reached a verbal agreement. So, shall we go eat something together? Viscount Kane suggested. After spending a few days in Hope Village, he learned their social rituals and thought it was great to try more new foods. They discovered that some of Hope Village's delicacies were hidden menu items known only to insiders. Maybe next time. We came in a hurry this time and need to get back to handle our goods, Jin Jingshan replied. This trip had been much more fruitful than they'd expected. Now that they'd rented market stalls, they needed to put them to use right away. Especially after seeing Hope Village's prosperity, they wanted to catch up as soon as possible. Then I won't keep you, Viscount Kane said understandingly. Even they didn't plan to stay much longer. They wanted to bring over goods their own territories had, but Hope Village didn't, and get into the market before anyone else. Just as both sides were about to part ways, a commotion broke out not far ahead. Following the noise, they soon saw a crowd gathered around some undead and beastmen. What was going on? They were already used to seeing undead and beastmen in Hope Village. As long as they followed the rules, there was nothing wrong with it. But what was so special about these particular ones that they drew so much attention? As they wondered, the crowd's chatter reached their ears. The territory finally got new NPCs. This time the territory really went all out, 8 at once. What are their professions? I'm so curious. Didn't you notice? They're all intermediate professionals. Oh, right. It must be because our territory's Hall of Heroes and Beast God Hall got upgraded. Each can summon 4 at a time, so 2 buildings can summon 8. The salary for intermediate professionals must be higher, right? That's over 10 gold coins. If you keep them for a month, just hiring all the NPCs would cost over 1,000 gold coins. If there are more, it'll cost even more. But with that much gold spent, our territory's strength will increase. So the territory needs to make more money to support all these NPCs. Anyway, the territory wouldn't make a losing deal. I'm still curious about their class attributes. They're all intermediate professionals, none of them will be weak. As the crowd discussed, the 8 undead and beast men calmly entered the Lord's manor, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Once it was confirmed that all 8 were intermediate professionals, Viscount Keynes and his group were truly shocked by Hope Village's wealth and boldness. They knew the exact numbers. An intermediate professional's monthly wage was 2 gold coins. 8 at once meant 16 gold coins today alone. I wonder if Hope Village will keep hiring more? Viscount Keynes mused. They probably will. From what I know, Hope Village hasn't summoned in a while. Now that the special buildings have been upgraded, they're clearly aiming to increase the proportion of intermediate professionals and boost their combat power, Chaplin analyzed. After spending a few days in Hope Village, he was quite familiar with the situation. We should keep an eye on this, Viscount Keynes agreed. After all, territory rankings depended on overall strength, and combat power was a big part of that. Intermediate professionals represented a formidable force in village-level territories. If Hope Village kept summoning, their ranking would definitely keep rising. Hope Village's development speed is just beyond imagination. Viscount Conrad couldn't help but exclaim. They all knew Hope Village would develop quickly, but they hadn't expected it to be this fast. It was truly inspiring. Jin Jingshan and the others, hearing the native lord's amazement, couldn't help but exchange glances. To be able to shock even the native lords, now they understood. Hope Village is truly awesome. They needed to work just as hard as Hope Village, make money and build up. Seeing the longing and determination on Jin Jingshan and the others' faces, a flash of light passed through the eyes of Viscount Keynes and his group. Compared to these new territories, it seemed the old established territories really did lack a certain drive. Their territories were already strong and large enough to be upgraded to towns, but they'd hesitated, afraid of the wars that came with town-level status. Over time, they'd grown a bit too comfortable, content to be leaders among the village-level territories. But it was clear these new territories were different. Their goal was always to move forward, to build something better, unstoppable. Take Hope Village, for example, hiring all these intermediate undead mages and beastmen. Was it just to spend money? Impossible. Hope Village was clearly trying to increase the number of intermediate professionals in the territory. Maybe it was time for them to work harder too, to push their own territories to the next level. Honestly, their situation was much better than Hope Village's. Hope Village might be leading the way in development, but it was also attracting a lot of attention, including from aggressive territories. Thinking of what happened to Viscount Wolf in Hope Village, it was likely he'd try to take revenge, though whether he'd succeed was another matter. With that, Viscount Keynes and his group said their goodbyes to Jean Jingshan and the others and left together. Since the four had come together, they naturally left together as well. Watching them go, Jean Jingshan and the others snapped back to reality. Let's head back too. We'll meet again if we get the chance, Jean Jingshan said. This trip to Hope Village had been a huge gain. They needed to go back, sort things out, and plan the next steps for their own territories. With Hope Village's momentum, their own territories would soon see major growth as well. Yeah, Guo Yunxiu and the others all nodded. Seeing the ambition on their faces, Bei Wenkang felt a bit out of place. These territories were far from Hope Village, so their residents only came to Hope Village for vacations, not to settle down. But his Yushi village was just too close to Hope Village. Once his residents realized how good Hope Village was, they'd probably move there with their whole families. It's human nature to seek a better life. He couldn't stop them, no matter how hard he tried. The only thing he was grateful for was having Qinghe Village as a comparison. He'd just learned from his men who'd visited Hope Village that Qinghe Village had erupted in civil strife, with most of its residents fleeing. Some settled in Yushi Village, but many, after a short stay, headed straight for Hope Village. He'd heard that Qinghe Village's internal chaos had broken out just before the next territory war. In a day or two, they'd face their third war. If their opponent was weak, they might survive, but if not, they were finished. Thinking of this, Bei Wenkang couldn't help but feel a bit lucky. Lucky that, when he'd started to get arrogant as a lord, Hope Village had put him in his place, forcing him to change. Construction office can finish the resort and we successfully mine limestone. Future construction will be no problem, Zhou Bai said. Of course, she wanted to build everything at once, but time, energy, and manpower were all limited. She could only take it step by step. It'll succeed, Bayer said confidently. Zhou Bai smiled. She thought so too. She glanced at the map on the Lord's panel. The next task, keep making money, keep building, and fill it all up. Next, Zhou Bai started reviewing the remaining documents. Although most matters were handled according to her wishes, she would still discuss them briefly with Bayer. After all, she worried she might overlook some small details, and having someone thoughtful by her side could help avoid minor troubles. Why not? With their communication, things were handled even faster. In no time, all the affairs were settled, and Bayer took the documents to distribute them to the relevant departments and personnel. City Construction Management Office. Bai Jiamu was asking Tours some questions. Compared to Tours, who had been an architect for a long time, Bai Jiamu was still a rookie. Since he had a senior to consult, he naturally seized the opportunity. Tours appreciated Bai Jiamu's eagerness to learn. In the past, he might have kept some things to himself, since such knowledge was a family asset. But after staying in Hope Village for so long, his mindset had changed, especially after teaching at the school and discovering some promising students. Watching them grow from nothing gave him a sense of accomplishment. Not to mention, Bai Jiamu in front of him not only had talent, but also a solid foundation. He just needed to integrate architecture with magic. Once he mastered that, Tours felt Bai Jiamu would surpass him, as his thinking was even more active. Thank you, I get it now, Bai Jiamu said, feeling as if a fog had lifted after Tours' explanation. You're welcome, Tours replied with a smile. At that moment, Bayer arrived at the office door and knocked. Hearing the sound, the two looked over and said, "Come in." Did our proposal get approved? Bai Jiamu asked nervously. The vacation villa project was something he and Tours had worked on together. He was the main creator, especially since Tours wasn't familiar with Chinese style. As an architect, his greatest hope was to see his designs become reality. Yes, it's approved. You can start construction according to the plans. Here's the signed approval from the village chief. You can get funds from the finance office, resources from the warehouse, and buy cement as needed, Bear said, handing over the signed documents. Is there anything we need to improve? Bai Jiamu asked. The village chief didn't mention anything, so probably not. You're the professionals, she trusts you, Bear replied, further winning their loyalty for Zhou Bai. Bai Jiamu and Tours were both delighted and quickly promised, "We'll do our best." Good luck, Bear encouraged. The sooner you finish, the sooner the villa can be put to use. Okay, they both agreed. If you need workers, talk to the HR office. The territory has a lot of new residents, many of them ordinary people. Use them if you can, it'll help the territory stabilize faster, Bear added. Would this take jobs from professionals? Impossible. Professionals earn much more from hunting or doing business in other territories. Okay, they replied again, though this time Tours looked a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Bear asked directly, if you have a question, just say it. I want to post a mission to find my family. I promise it won't affect my work. My family is mostly in construction, and if they come to Hope Village, it'll bring even more talent, Tours said, a bit nervous. He'd been thinking about this ever since the mission center opened, but hadn't found the right moment. Now was perfect, especially since Hope Village was open for vacations. Of course, go post it at the mission center. Many people have already posted search missions there, Bear replied. Even as undead, they still have their memories and feelings. Tours breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of excitement at finally being able to contact his family. Bai Jiamu, listening, felt a bit emotional too. At least Tours knew where his family was and how to contact them. For those from Blue Star, even posting a mission didn't guarantee success. Few Blue Star territories had mission centers, and not everyone had come to the Stan continent. That's all for now. I'll leave you to it, Bear said, not wanting to delay further. After leaving the city construction office and distributing the rest of the documents, he headed straight to the blacksmith shop. He knew he'd find the goblin chief, Mills, there. Sure enough, Bear saw Mills in the blacksmith shop, enthusiastically helping Harrison sell various equipment at the counter, introducing each item in detail. This is a golden greatsword, perfect for warriors, boosts attack by 30%, and its physical damage. In other territories, it's over 15 gold coins, but here it's only 12. It's a steal, Mills said, full of energy. He'd truly found a second career here. Compared to his old life of hiding, worrying about every meal and every day, now he was genuinely happy. He'd never imagined, as a goblin, he'd have such a day. And it wasn't just him. Other goblins in the tribe now lived stable lives. Those working in the advanced alchemy workshop had developed many new skills, and those learning from Harrison had become craftsmen. He saw hope, the hope for goblins to escape being mining slaves. It wouldn't be achieved in one generation, but at least they had hope, and that was most important. Bear watched the scene, his eyes a little complicated. Before coming to Hope Village, he'd never really respected goblins, since in his memory, their status was always so low. But after coming to Hope Village and seeing the Lord accept goblins as residents, he realized up close that goblins were also an intelligent race on the Stan continent. He didn't know if other territories treated goblins well, but he knew Hope Village had given them a new life and future. While Bear was thinking, Mills had just sold the golden greatsword and, after collecting the money, hurried over. Lord Bear, are you here for me? Yes, the village chief has signed off on our proposal, Bear said. So please gather your people and set out tonight. Okay, we're ready, Mills replied, visibly excited. This was their first mission for Hope Village. They had to do it well. In another sense, they were going to rescue their own people, bringing more goblins to Hope Village, restoring their freedom, and strengthening their tribe. The village chief has also assigned 5 extra squads to protect you, Bear added. The village chief was the Lord, and boosting her credibility was always good. Thank you so much. Mills's eyes filled with tears. He was truly moved. It was the first time anyone had cared so much about them. Just do your best for the village chief and Hope Village. That's the best, thanks, Bear said, pleased with Mills's attitude. Mills nodded firmly. After confirming the time and meeting place, Bear headed to the barracks to select the 5 extra squads. He trusted the undead squad and jumping squad most, so he planned to assign 2 undead squads and 3 human squads. At the same time, Bai had no idea her number 1 fan, Bear, was working so diligently. After Bear left, she was ready to test the summoning functions of the Hall of Heroes and Beast God Hall. After all, people would be leaving on missions tonight, so she needed to replenish her forces. First, the Hall of Heroes. Dear host, would you like to use today's summon? Yes. The Hall of Heroes is now level 3. You can summon 4 people at once. Use all at once. Yes. Dear host, you are not at the Hall of Heroes. Please draft the contract terms in advance. Clearly, after the upgrade, the Hall of Heroes had new features. Bai quickly drafted a contract on the panel, making sure to include confidentiality about her identity. After confirming, the panel displayed information for 4 undead. Name, Diur, race, undead, level, LV21 identity, human kingdom resident, profession, intermediate doctor, undead mage, HP, 4200/4200, MP, 4200/4200, attributes, constitution, 22/40, intelligence, 23/40, agility, 21/40, defense, 20/40, talent. Healing, name, service, race, undead, level, EV20 identity, human kingdom resident, profession, undead mage, intermediate architect, HP, 4000/4000, MP, 4000/4000, attributes, constitution, 30/40, intelligence, 25/40, agility, 21/40, defense, 30/40, talent, construction, name, Mario, race, undead, level, LV20 identity, human kingdom resident, profession, undead mage, beast tamer, HP, 4000/4000, MP, 4000/4000, attributes, constitution, 29/40, intelligence, 20/40, agility, 23/40, defense, 33/40, talent, magical beast affinity, name, Andre, race, undead, level, EV23 identity, human kingdom resident, profession, undead mage, HP, 4600/4600, MP, 4600/4600, attributes, constitution, 22/40, intelligence, 23/40, agility, 21/40, defense, 20/40, talent, magic scroll. After reading their info, Bai had only one thought: hire them. Definitely hire them. She hadn't expected the upgraded Hall of Heroes to be so powerful. A few days ago, she'd checked and only seen low-level professionals, mostly with combat talents. She hadn't expected that after upgrading, she'd get so much information. After all, there's a big difference between low-level and intermediate professionals. Intermediate professionals are top tier in a village, and many who reach that level consider moving to a town for more opportunities. Currently, there were few intermediate professionals in Hope Village, and the territory needed more to hold things down. Just like when Hope Village was first built and she summoned Bear and others, who played a big role in stabilizing the territory. Now, when Hope Village needed more intermediate professionals, they appeared. Wonderful. It seems that in the future, she really should invest in buildings. No money is ever wasted. Spend 2 gold coins to hire undead mage/intermediate Dr. Diur, undead mage/intermediate architect service, undead mage/intermediate beast tamer Mario, undead mage Andre. Each had a yes/no option. Bai, of course, chose yes for all. After confirming, she saw an 8 gold coin expense in her account. The hires had arrived. She wasn't worried about the contract, since it specified they should report directly to the Lord's Manor. Next, Bai moved on to the Beast God Hall. The Hall of Heroes had given her so many surprises. What about the Beast God Hall? After the upgrade, the process was the same. Jobai quickly completed the steps, and 4 beastmen appeared. Name: Lori. Race: Beastman, Minotaur. Level: LV22. Identity: Beastman Kingdom resident. Profession: Warrior. HP: 8800/8800. Stamina: 8800/8800. Attributes: Constitution: 75/80. Intelligence: 40/80. Agility: 60/80. Defense: 80/80. Talent: Combat. Name: Adam. Race: Beastman, Minotaur. Level: EV20. Identity: Beastman Kingdom resident. Profession: Warrior. HP: 8000/8000. Stamina: 8000/8000. Attributes: Constitution: 75/80. Intelligence: 64/80. Agility: 69/80. Defense: 80/80. Talent: Combat. Name: Quincy. Race: Beastman, Minotaur. Level: LV23. Identity: Beastman Kingdom resident. Profession: Warrior. HP: 9200/9200. Stamina: 9200/9200. Attributes: Constitution: 78/80. Intelligence: 59/80. Agility: 60/80. Defense: 80/80. Talent: Combat. Name: Tyren. Race: Beastman, Minotaur. Level: LV22. Identity: Beastman Kingdom resident. Profession: Warrior. HP: 8800/8800. Stamina: 8800/8800. Attributes: Constitution: 77/80. Intelligence: 70/80. Agility: 70/80. Defense: 80/80. Talent: Combat. The Beastman's stats were truly impressive. What surprised Jobai was that all 4 summoned this time were Minotaurs. Currently, there were about a dozen Minotaurs in the territory. Among the first 4 beastmen accepted from Overlord Village, there had been a Minotaur. But compared to O'Neill and Lucas, who stood out, the Minotaur Fred was much quieter and clearly gentle in temperament. Maybe because of his mild nature, he kept a low profile. During the last Beastman migration, Fred returned to his original territory, but after a day's rest, he came back to Hope Village and didn't join Lucas and O'Neill's team. Since he wasn't interested, Jobai didn't force him. She vaguely felt that only beastmen who were struggling and wanted to change their fate could be summoned by the Beast God Hall. Given the previous ratio, Minotaurs seemed to have relatively stable lives. So, did something happen among the Minotaurs to cause so many to be summoned this time? Or was the system just balancing the number of summoned beastmen? Jobai wondered, but when the system asked if she wanted to summon them all, she didn't hesitate to say yes. After summoning, Jobai let out a long breath. She just didn't know if all 8 intermediate professionals would accept. After all, summoning was a two-way choice. While Jobai was waiting, both Viscount Keynes's group and Jean Jingshan's group had successfully negotiated their cooperation. For Viscount Keynes and his companions, they were genuinely satisfied. The products from Jean Jingshan's territories were all quite good. Especially the fish balls from Shidong Village, as well as other items that required freezing. They had never heard of such things before. Brand new delicacies are always popular, no matter what. As for the other territories' goods, overall, they were high quality and reasonably priced. Most importantly, the money he spent on them was quickly earned back by selling off surplus goods from his own territory. He managed to sell quite a bit of stock that was no longer useful to his people, and even at a discount, it was still a profit. This was different from Hope Village. Hope Village served many territories, and there was Benjala Town nearby, known as the City of Silver. Moreover, Hope Village's blacksmith shop was run by dwarves, and now even gold-tier equipment was available, plentiful and cheaper than in other territories. In this situation, Hope Village had no interest in things that had already been phased out elsewhere. Of course, the other side also bought a lot of new items, and for the sake of cooperation, they got a good deal. Their supply channels were no worse than Benjala Town's, so even with smaller profits, it was still worth it. As Jobai had said, this cooperation was truly a win-win. If you ever need better goods, just come to us. We'll definitely give you a good price, Viscount Keynes said with a smile. He was also surprised that, although these were new territories, each had a solid foundation. It made sense. Without some foundation, how could they have upgraded to level 3 villages so quickly? Level 3 villages were now the most common on the Stan continent, but there were still differences in strength and potential. Judging by how quickly these territories had developed, they all had great potential. And to grow so fast, a territory needed a solid reserve of gold coins, whether from the lord or the residents. Of course, among all these territories, Hope Village had the greatest potential. After all, Hope Village had left all the old level 3 villages far behind. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they pulled even further ahead. Of course, if we need anything in the future, we'll keep working together, Jin Jingshan agreed. They needed to develop their own territories, and in the short term, they needed reliable partners. From their brief interactions, it was clear that Hope Village could handle these relationships and wouldn't try to cheat them. It's settled, then, Viscount Keynes said cheerfully. The others, like Viscount Conrad, had no objections. They had all benefited from this deal, so it was fine for Viscount Keynes to take the lead. All right, Jin Jingshan replied. And, just like that, the two sides reached a verbal agreement. So, shall we go eat something together? Viscount Keynes suggested. After spending a few days in Hope Village, he learned their social rituals and thought it was great to try more new foods. They discovered that some of Hope Village's delicacies were hidden menu items known only to insiders. Maybe next time. We came in a hurry this time and need to get back to handle our goods, Jin Jingshan replied. This trip had been much more fruitful than they'd expected. Now that they'd rented market stalls, they needed to put them to use right away. Especially after seeing Hope Village's prosperity, they wanted to catch up as soon as possible. Then I won't keep you, Viscount Keynes said understandingly. Even they didn't plan to stay much longer. They wanted to bring over goods their own territories had, but Hope Village didn't, and get into the market before anyone else. Just as both sides were about to part ways, a commotion broke out not far ahead. Following the noise, they soon saw a crowd gathered around some undead and beastmen. What was going on? They were already used to seeing undead and beastmen in Hope Village. As long as they followed the rules, there was nothing wrong with it. But what was so special about these particular ones that they drew so much attention? As they wondered, the crowd's chatter reached their ears. The territory finally got new NPCs. This time the territory really went all out, 8 at once. What are their professions? I'm so curious. Didn't you notice? They're all intermediate professionals. Oh, right. It must be because our territory's Hall of Heroes and Beast God Hall got upgraded. Each can summon 4 at a time, so 2 buildings can summon 8. The salary for intermediate professionals must be higher, right? That's over 10 gold coins. If you keep them for a month, just hiring all the NPCs would cost over 1,000 gold coins. If there are more, it'll cost even more. But with that much gold spent, our territory's strength will increase. So the territory needs to make more money to support all these NPCs. Anyway, the territory wouldn't make a losing deal. I'm still curious about their class attributes. They're all intermediate professionals, none of them will be weak. As the crowd discussed, the 8 undead and beast men calmly entered the Lord's manor, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Once it was confirmed that all 8 were intermediate professionals, Viscount Keynes and his group were truly shocked by Hope Village's wealth and boldness. They knew the exact numbers. An intermediate professional's monthly wage was 2 gold coins. 8 at once meant 16 gold coins today alone. I wonder if Hope Village will keep hiring more? Viscount Keynes mused. They probably will. From what I know, Hope Village hasn't summoned in a while. Now that the special buildings have been upgraded, they're clearly aiming to increase the proportion of intermediate professionals and boost their combat power, Chaplin analyzed. After spending a few days in Hope Village, he was quite familiar with the situation. We should keep an eye on this, Viscount Keynes agreed. After all, territory rankings depended on overall strength, and combat power was a big part of that. Intermediate professionals represented a formidable force in village-level territories. If Hope Village kept summoning, their ranking would definitely keep rising. Hope Village's development speed is just beyond imagination. Viscount Conrad couldn't help but exclaim. They all knew Hope Village would develop quickly, but they hadn't expected it to be this fast. It was truly inspiring. Jean Jingshan and the others, hearing the native lord's amazement, couldn't help but exchange glances. To be able to shock even the native lords, now they understood. Hope Village is truly awesome. They needed to work just as hard as Hope Village, make money and build up. Seeing the longing and determination on Jean Jingshan and the others' faces, a flash of light passed through the eyes of Viscount Keynes and his group. Compared to these new territories, it seemed the old established territories really did lack a certain drive. Their territories were already strong and large enough to be upgraded to towns, but they'd hesitated, afraid of the wars that came with town-level status. Over time, they'd grown a bit too comfortable, content to be leaders among the village-level territories. But it was clear these new territories were different. Their goal was always to move forward, to build something better, unstoppable. Take Hope Village, for example, hiring all these intermediate undead mages and beastmen. Was it just to spend money? Impossible. Hope Village was clearly trying to increase the number of intermediate professionals in the territory. Maybe it was time for them to work harder too, to push their own territories to the next level. Honestly, their situation was much better than Hope Village's. Hope Village might be leading the way in development, but it was also attracting a lot of attention, including from aggressive territories. Thinking of what happened to Viscount Wolf in Hope Village, it was likely he'd try to take revenge, though whether he'd succeed was another matter. With that, Viscount Keynes and his group said their goodbyes to Jean Jingshan and the others and left together. Since the four had come together, they naturally left together as well. Watching them go, Jean Jingshan and the others snapped back to reality. Let's head back too. We'll meet again if we get the chance, Jean Jingshan said. This trip to Hope Village had been a huge gain. They needed to go back, sort things out, and plan the next steps for their own territories. With Hope Village's momentum, their own territories would soon see major growth as well. Yeah, Guo Yunxiu and the others all nodded. Seeing the ambition on their faces, Bei Wenqing felt a bit out of place. These territories were far from Hope Village, so their residents only came to Hope Village for vacations, not to settle down. But his Yushi village was just too close to Hope Village. Once his residents realized how good Hope Village was, they'd probably move there with their whole families. It's human nature to seek a better life. He couldn't stop them, no matter how hard he tried. The only thing he was grateful for was having Qinghe Village as a comparison. He'd just learned from his men who'd visited Hope Village that Qinghe Village had erupted in civil strife, with most of its residents fleeing. Some settled in Yushi Village, but many, after a short stay, headed straight for Hope Village. He'd heard that Qinghe Village's internal chaos had broken out just before the next territory war. In a day or two, they'd face their third war. If their opponent was weak, they might survive, but if not, they were finished. Thinking of this, Bei Wenqing couldn't help but feel a bit lucky. Lucky that, when he'd started to get arrogant as a lord, Hope Village had put him in his place, forcing him to change. Sure, some professionals would leave for Hope Village, but he believed some would choose to stay in Yushi Village too. Noticing Bei Wenqing's shifting expression, Jean Jingshan and the others turned their attention to him. Yushi Village was currently a level 2 village. Originally, they hadn't planned to include him, but Yushi Village was special in that it had a mission center and could stay in touch with them. So, it made sense to keep in contact. We'll open up to Yushi Village too. Now that we're connected, let's help each other out. That's the only way to survive in this world, Jean Jingshan said, like a big brother reassuring Bei Wenqing. Being so close to a powerful territory like Hope Village was tough for Yushi Village, but it had its benefits too. Hope Village's influence could help Yushi Village grow. And as long as Yushi Village didn't cause trouble, its future development should be fine. Bei Wenqing snapped out of it and nodded quickly. Yeah. Seeing Bei Wenqing's calm eyes, Jean Jingshan admired him a bit. He had a good attitude. If they were this close to Hope Village, they might not be able to handle it as well as Bei Wenkang did. After a bit more small talk, Jin Jingshan's group headed straight for the mission center, while Bei Wenkang waited at a roadside stop for a beast-drawn carriage. He took the carriage back to his inn, gathered his soldiers, and this time, really left. Not far from the city gates, they ran into a group heading to Hope Village. Judging by their appearance, Bei Wenkang's group knew they were fellow countrymen. "Where are you from? Qinghe Village?" Bei Wenkang asked instinctively, thinking of Qinghe Village. At his question, someone in the group was startled and blurted out, "How did you know?" "Some people from Qinghe Village already came here, so I heard about what happened in your territory," Bei Wenkang explained with a smile. "Some people managed to escape that early? Impressive." "Yeah, we only got out during the chaos. They must have been prepared. Qinghe Village was a real mess, totally screwed us over. At least we made it out." Hearing the name Qinghe Village, the group couldn't help but curse. They'd lived under Qinghe Village's oppression for so long, always on edge. Before, they'd kept quiet out of necessity, but now that they were free, they had to vent. As they complained, they noticed Bei Wenkang's group listening patiently, even showing a bit of sympathy, which put them at ease. Soon, their leader looked at Bei Wenkang and asked, "Qinghe Village was a disaster. We heard Hope Village is great, so we came here. Can you tell us what it's like?" Bei Wenkang wasn't surprised by the question. He took a deep breath and said, "Hope Village is a great place. It won't disappoint you." There was no doubt about Hope Village's quality. If he were just a regular resident, not a lord, he'd want to live there too. "Are you from Hope Village?" the newcomer asked, noticing something odd in Bei Wenkang's eyes. Bei Wenkang smiled. "No, we're from Yushi Village. We passed through Yushi Village on the way. It's a nice place too. But if you think Hope Village is better, why not stay there?" the man asked, probing. "Bei Wenkang, I'm the lord of Yushi Village. Qinghe Village refugees. Well, that explains it. Brother, take good care of Yushi Village. Being a lord is way better than being a resident. You must have been rich before the apocalypse. Impressive, really." Faced with their compliments, Bei Wenkang smiled helplessly, then coughed and said, "All right, goodbye then." "Yeah, goodbye." The others waved as well. After the two groups parted, one of the newcomers couldn't help but say, "Hope Village must be amazing, if even another lord speaks so highly of it. I'm really curious what it's like inside." As he spoke, everyone else felt the same curiosity. A moment later, they finally saw Hope Village's towering walls, and their jaws dropped. "Whoa, I thought Yushi Village's walls were good, but Hope Villages are on another level. This is a village? Don't lie to me." "Whatever, just seeing these walls, I'm in love. Come on, let's go in. We're about to start a new life." Clearly, Hope Village was the real way to experience life in another world. And as these Qinghe Village refugees entered Hope Village full of hope, the 8 newly summoned undead and beastmen, after registering their identities, also met Zhou Bai. In the Lord's Manor, inside Zhou Bai's office. The 8 newly arrived undead and beastmen, upon entering, immediately fixed their gaze on Zhou Bai, each with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. They all knew Zhou Bai's status as Lord. Even though her level was much lower than theirs, none dared to be disrespectful. For the undead, it was a rare chance to leave the undead kingdom, so they cherished this opportunity. As for the beastmen, for minotaurs, their gentle natures and not-so-quick wits meant they were unlikely to act rashly. After their initial assessment, Andre and the other 3 undead stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Lord." On their way from the Hall of Heroes to the Lord's Manor, after meeting up with the Minotaurs, they had already witnessed the prosperity of Hope Village with their own eyes. No one could imagine how shocked they were by the environment of Hope Village. When they were summoned, they didn't care what level the territory was, just being able to leave the undead kingdom was already a blessing. They had prepared themselves for Hope Village to be a small, struggling territory. But as soon as they arrived at the Hall of Heroes and saw the other 3 summoned with them, they realized Hope Village was probably not an ordinary village. After all, Only a territory with real strength would have the resources to upgrade special buildings and summon 4 intermediate professionals at once. Even with their mental preparation, they were still stunned. Hope Village was far more special than any village they'd seen, and that uniqueness was built on real strength. Given all this, they were even more cautious and respectful toward Jobai. After the 4 undead bowed, the 4 minotaurs followed suit, though they were visibly nervous. It was their first time in a human territory, and as hired workers no less. They also remembered that humans weren't usually friendly to beastmen. If Hope Village hadn't offered so much, they wouldn't have dared accept. No need to be so formal. In our territory, you can relax a bit, Jobai said with a smile, noticing the Minotaur's anxious looks. These were the future strength of the territory, so winning their loyalty was important. But more than that, she genuinely didn't think so many rules were necessary. Honestly, without the burdens of being a lord, life in a village would be much more carefree. The status was similar, but the responsibilities were much lighter. Her smile helped the Minotaurs relax. After all, a lord's attitude often reflects the territory's attitude. As for Andre and the others, they were a bit surprised by Zhou-Bai's friendliness. In their experience, lords were always nobles. Distant, untouchable, and, even if weak, their status kept them above everyone else. That had always made them resentful, feeling life was unfair. But seeing Zhou-Bai like this, they couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, everyone hopes for a boss who's easy to get along with. A quiet moment followed. Coming from elsewhere, facing a brand new human territory, they all needed time to adjust. During this period, silence was their best protection. Zhou-Bai understood this and said, "You can sit and wait a bit, have something to eat. Once everyone's here, I'll arrange your work." Yes. After a moment's hesitation, they sat down and noticed drinks and pastries on the table. Dior and the others hadn't eaten in a long time. In the undead kingdom, there was nothing alive undead fed on energy, and over time, food became just a memory. Seeing real food now felt almost dreamlike. They stared at the food for a while. Finally, Andre made the first move. Since they'd been hired, they had value eating a little shouldn't be a problem. Convincing himself, he started enjoying the food. The moment the soft cake entered his mouth, Andre was instantly won over, quickly reaching for a second and third piece. Mario followed suit, thinking the same as Andre. And with Andre taking the lead, he wouldn't be the first to be remembered. Seeing Andre and Mario eating heartily, Dior and Service exchanged a glance and joined in, though more reservedly. But their speed showed the food was definitely tempting. Once the 4 undead started, the Minotaurs couldn't hold back either, quickly reaching out their big hands. For a while, the only sound in the meeting room was everyone enjoying the food. Zhou-Bai also sampled a bit herself. After everyone had eaten their fill, they looked at Zhou-Bai and felt the distance between them had shrunk considerably. At that moment, the office door was knocked. "Come in." With Zhou-Bai's words, Bayer and the others entered. Andre and the others immediately looked over and spotted their own kind. Their eyes lit up. After entering, Bayer and the others greeted Zhou-Bai, then naturally found seats, picked up drinks, and took a sip. Not just Bayer and Heidi, but also O'Neill, Lucas, and Fred, who had been specially called in. After all, this was how meetings usually went. Habit had become second nature. Andre and the others noticed this and were moved. Their attitude determined their freedom in Hope Village. Of course, it could be an act, but everyone knew you can only fake it for so long. Thinking this, they felt a new sense of anticipation. Their eyes unconsciously fell on Zhou-Bai, as if waiting for her to get to the point. Seeing this, Zhou-Bai introduced Andre's group and explained the situation. Bayer, Heidi, Lucas, O'Neill, Fred, they were summoned to Hope Village before you, and have been here for over a month. They all serve in the military now, and thanks to their good performance, they've earned military ranks. If you're employed here long-term, you can also earn higher positions and better benefits. Of course, all of this is based on following the territory's arrangements. Otherwise, I have the right to terminate your employment. On the other hand, if you're unhappy here, you can also request to leave. Jobai spoke with genuine sincerity. This was a two-way choice. Even though the undead were desperate to leave the undead kingdom, she never intended to use that against them. Seeing Jobai's sincerity, Andre and the others quickly expressed their stance. We'll follow the territory's rules. That's our duty. We really value this opportunity. We just hope our work here matches our talents and that we can keep improving. With sincerity on both sides, there was no need to hide their requests. If they were happy, they'd work harder, right? Their attitude was just right. Of course. You don't know it yet, but our territory especially needs professionals with special skills right now, Jobai said. Once you're settled in, you can start working right away. We're already settled in, Andre said quickly. The others nodded in agreement. They needed work to get to know Hope Village and integrate quickly. Especially for Andre's group, they really didn't want to go back to the undead kingdom. Then I'll make the arrangements, Jobai said and immediately began. You're a doctor. We're short on doctors, so you'll work at the hospital, with regular hours and breaks, but you'll also be responsible for building a medical team, training apprentices, and being on call during wartime. Service, you're an architect. We have a city construction office in charge of all building and infrastructure. There's a lot of work coming up, so you can pick projects that interest you. Mario, you're a beast tamer, the first in our territory, so your job is important. All magical beasts we buy from other territories will be managed by you. You'll have assistants and can hire your own staff. You may also need to teach at our school about beast taming. Andre, you're skilled at making magic scrolls. Right now, we import all our scrolls, which is expensive. I hope you can make all kinds of scrolls for us. We'll provide the materials, and the scrolls will be sold in the general store. You'll get a 10% profit share. You'll also need to teach at the school about scrolls and their uses. Lori, Adam, Quincy, Tyren, most beastmen join the army, but there's a requirement, 500 contribution points. For now, follow Fred and the others, and once you reach the requirement, you can officially join. Any questions or concerns? If you're not satisfied, we can adjust. Jobai knew their backgrounds well and made reasonable assignments, then asked for feedback. Andre spoke first. No problem. I can already make intermediate scrolls. Do you need basic ones too? He was happy to be in charge of scrolls. As an undead, he'd lacked materials for years and hadn't improved his skills. Now, with materials provided, a salary, and a profit share, it was perfect. Teaching was no problem either. We need basic scrolls most. You can adjust based on market needs and discuss with Virgil, the general store manager. He's also a summoned undead, Jobai replied. Virgil was the merchant NPC she'd summoned before, very low-key, but the general store was crucial, as it was linked to the territory's warehouse and handled major resource transactions. Okay, Andre nodded. I'm fine with beast taming, but teaching. I can't read, Mario said, a bit embarrassed. He'd become a beast tamer by luck, apprenticing under a master who had no successor. After saving his master, he was taught everything and, with enough experience, became a tamer. But teaching students? He worried he'd mislead them. No problem, just treat it as a practical class. You only need to speak, not write, Jobai said kindly. If you want to learn to read, we'll have adult literacy classes at the school. You can learn and later write your experiences into a book. Many local residents couldn't read, or only knew a little. As kids, they lacked opportunities. As adults, they lacked energy. Literacy was essential. Mario was stunned. My experience could become a book? Of course. Beast taming experience is rare, and even for the same magical beast, there may be different training methods, Jobai said. Mario, seeing Jobai's trust, felt fired up. Okay, I'll teach well. Another one settled. Jobai looked at the others. No problem. Me neither. Doer and Service both agreed their assignments were within their abilities. From Jobai's descriptions, they could tell that beast taming and scroll making were firsts in Hope Village, so those jobs were more innovative, while their own roles were needed but not unique. They'd wait until they knew more before making suggestions. The four beastmen, meeting Joe Bai's gaze, shook their heads, no issues. They were following their own kind, so what could go wrong? Once everyone agreed, Joe Bai turned to Bayer's group. I'll leave them to you. Take them to their posts and register them. Okay, Bayer and the others replied. Bayer and Lucas stay. At Bayer's signal, Heidi took Andre's group out and O'Neill and Fred took Laurie's group. Once they'd left, Joe Bai said, from now on, I'll be summoning more undead and beastmen every day. You'll handle their assignments, send them to the right departments, create new positions for special skills, or have them teach at the school. Today's meeting was mainly to see how intermediate professionals felt about working in Hope Village. Now she was reassured. No matter how high-level the undead, as long as they didn't want to return to the undead kingdom, they wouldn't harm Hope Village. As for beastmen, as long as they had money, they were happy. Beastmen really were poor. Since there was no risk of discontent, Joe Bai could just summon as needed and leave the rest to Bayer and the others. After all, they had their own subordinates, so the work could be spread out. As for her, she'd use this time to keep leveling up. Reaching level 20 would give the territory even more room to grow. It was a good time for it. She'd already met with the Blue Star territories and established friendly relations. As for the local territories, with Viscount Keynes and the others as examples, any newcomers would know what to do. She wouldn't need to intervene. From now on, Hope Village just needed to focus on making money, developing, and building up strength. I'll handle it and submit the paperwork, Bayer said quickly, knowing Joe Bai's intentions. He agreed that Joe Bai should level up as soon as possible. Choosing when to advance was very different from being unable to advance. I have no problem either. There won't be any issues with the beastmen. Minotaurs are the most honest of us. They'll be loyal even faster than we are, Lucas said. If tiger and dog-headed beastmen could adapt, Minotaurs would have no trouble. Speaking of Minotaurs, I suspect something happened in their territory to cause so many to be summoned, Joe Bai said. Lucas nodded. Got it. If something had happened, maybe they could invite more Minotaurs to Hope Village. Summoned beastmen were expensive, but those who came on their own were cheaper. Joe Bai had no idea Lucas was already scheming for Hope Village's benefit. Once she was sure Bayer and Lucas understood, she smiled. I'll leave it to you. You'll get a bonus. Okay, they both replied with a smile. Who wouldn't love a generous lord? Then Joe Bai left the office with them. She went to the blacksmith to upgrade her equipment, then headed out to level up. Bayer and Lucas went to settle the new arrivals. The new NPCs began their new lives in Hope Village, guided by the old ones. At the same time, they stepped into a whole new world. Andre and his group were accompanied by Bayer and Heidi, stopping at the beast carriage station to wait for the carriage's arrival. With two fellow undead present, Andre and his 4 companions were clearly much more at ease, even trying to build rapport. They could tell one of these two had status, the other had strength. If they could do well in Hope Village, it meant the village treated them well and trusted them, but it also meant they were capable themselves. If they could get some guidance from these two, it would definitely help them adapt to life in Hope Village. Lord Bayer, the village chief really values you. You must have contributed a lot to the territory. I hope I can be like you in the future, Andre said. He was the highest level among the 4, but showed no arrogance. Before becoming undead, Andre had lived in a city territory full of strong people. Even as an intermediate mage, he was still at the bottom and had learned to keep his head down and read the room. So even though he was now considered strong in Hope Village, he didn't put on airs. Adapting to life here was most important. In fact, Bayer appreciated people like this. As long as their intentions were good, they could be very useful to the territory. Thinking this, Bayer replied, "The village chief does trust me a lot, but that's because I work wholeheartedly for her. If you do the same, your days in Hope Village will be good too." Bayer knew the undead's interests were naturally tied to Hope Village. They probably wouldn't betray it. But not betraying and being wholeheartedly loyal were two different things. He was happy to win more people over for Hope Village. Of course, even if he didn't, he believed that with the village's generous treatment of residents, they'd eventually give their loyalty anyway. Still, getting them invested sooner was no bad thing. Hearing Bear's words, Andre nodded without hesitation. I will. Mario followed up immediately, me too. Dior and Service, seeing these two pledge loyalty so quickly, looked a bit helpless. They also wanted to do well in Hope Village, but they preferred to observe and understand before acting. But with these two go-getters around, they felt outshined. For the first time, they felt their cautious personalities were out of place. Bear, of course, noticed their reactions. Compared to Andre and Mario, these two weren't as smooth, but they were the technical talents the village chief needed. But Bear didn't say anything to comfort them. Because once they started working, they'd realize that as long as they did their jobs well, that was enough for the territory, and they could live comfortably. If they wanted more, they'd have to put in more effort. Hope Village's rules for survival would show them in practice. At that moment, a beast carriage stopped in front of them. Let's get on. I'll take you for a quick tour of the territory, and after you get familiar, you can start working, Bear said. All right. The four immediately focused on the carriage. Actually, they'd already noticed the beast carriage and were amazed that anyone could ride it. It was their first time seeing a territory use beast carriages to serve ordinary residents. Once the 6 of them boarded, more than a dozen others got on behind them, quickly filling the carriage. Many of the new passengers were residents from other territories. When they saw Bear's group, their eyes lit up. Whoa, so many undead. This is my first time seeing undead. I thought undead were considered evil in this world, unwelcome, and would be driven out of any territory. There are exceptions. If they're summoned through special buildings, it's fine. Some nobles even keep undead as subordinates. It depends on the situation. Oh, I see. There are quite a few undead in Hope Village. There are even undead soldiers in the barracks. Don't make such a fuss. It's my first time here. So, if you're an undead mage, can you summon souls? Or skeletons? Or cast evil curses on people? As this person asked, images from movies about undead flashed through his mind. At first, Andre and the others tried hard not to respond. After all, undead appearing in human territories was rare. It was normal for people to be curious. But they couldn't help but listen in, wanting to hear what else would be said. Noticing Andre and the others' attention, Bear and Heidi exchanged a knowing smile. Hope Village residents had all sorts of odd ideas about undead and their abilities. They'd been through it themselves. Once you got used to it, it was fine. Many of these people came from the same place as Hope Village's residents, so their curiosity was understandable. Let them experience it for themselves. While Bear and Heidi let things play out, Andre and his group heard the last question. At that, Andre couldn't hold back. Not all undead mages can summon skeletons or cast curses, and summoning souls is just nonsense. You're slandering us, Andre scolded the group. As undead, they'd already spent years confined to the undead kingdom, their status awkward enough. Now they had to face people's slander. How could they just accept it? They couldn't. As soon as Andre finished, the whole carriage fell silent. Those who'd been talking turned to stare at Andre. They'd been hoping someone would answer their questions, and now he'd volunteered. The next moment, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. For some reason, Andre suddenly felt those smiles were a little off. Just as he realized this, the questions started coming. Sorry, we didn't know, so we could only guess. So can you tell us what undead are really like? You said not all undead mages can do those things, so does that mean some can? Can you tell us about the undead kingdom? We're really curious. And is there really no way out of the undead kingdom? One question after another poured out. Andre's mind was left with only one thought. Who am I? Where am I? In truth, it wasn't just Andre who was stumped by the questions. Mario and the others, though they hadn't stepped forward, had been listening in the whole time. Hearing these questions, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. Honestly, they'd considered other possibilities, but they never expected people to be so direct in their questioning. Were these people always this lively? It was a bit much. Thinking back to the Hope Village residents they'd just met, they couldn't tell if they themselves had been isolated too long, or if the outside world had just changed too quickly. The crowd, of course, had no idea what the undead were thinking. Seeing Andre fall silent and a bit speechless, someone kindly said, "Don't worry, you can answer one by one. Take your time." Andre cast a pleading look at Bear and Heidi. Has the human world outside really changed this much? Catching his look, Bear replied calmly, "You can just answer simply. They're just curious. Besides, you'll get used to it in the future." When they first arrived in Hope Village, they too had been bombarded with questions. Later, once the residents got used to their origins, it wasn't a big deal anymore. It was just that Hope Village had recently opened up, and with the influx of outsiders, many from the same world as the Lord, their personalities and curiosities were similar. This kind of thing would keep happening. Better to let them get used to being questioned now than later. After all, better them than me. Let them get used to it. Hearing Bear's words and seeing everyone else acting like it was none of their business, then meeting all those eager, curious eyes, Andre resigned himself and began to answer. The Undead Kingdom is located on a solitary island in the center of the Stan Continent's ocean, surrounded by sea and shrouded in death energy all year round. For any race, being tainted by death energy is dangerous. At best, you're seriously injured. At worst, you die. So, basically, no other race dares approach, not even the dragons, the rulers of the sea. The Undead Kingdom is a natural prison. Those inside can't get out, and outsiders can't get in, unless you know how to control death energy. The undead living in the kingdom are mostly transformed from all kinds of races after death. At the center of the Undead Kingdom is an altar. Many people, after dying, are summoned by this altar and become members of the Undead Kingdom. To this day, no one knows how the kingdom chooses its residents. The environment is gloomy, but it gives many people a new life. Also, the situation inside the Undead Kingdom is very complicated. All races from the Stan continent are represented, and strength is still what matters most. There are hundreds of factions, but no single leader, because every day, countless factions are swallowed up. This is because everyone is fighting for the kingdom's resources. The resources of the Undead Kingdom are unique plants that only grow there. These plants provide the daily necessities for the undead and help undead mages level up. The point of leveling up is that, once an undead reaches a certain level, they can turn death energy into their own power, trick the death energy surrounding the kingdom, and leave. So, basically, every undead wants to leave, and everyone works hard to get stronger. Where there's competition, there's conflict. As for summoning skeletons, casting curses, or summoning souls, only evil undead mages do that. The skeletons summoned are the bodies of undead who have died again, and the souls summoned are the souls of those undead. No undead wants to become someone else's tool after dying a second time. Also, casting curses requires a price, usually the mage's own lifespan. But many undead mages don't want to pay that price, so they use the lives of other mages instead. Because of this, these acts are officially forbidden in the Undead Kingdom. As Andre explained, the previously excited crowd gradually quieted down. In their minds, the world of the Undead Kingdom slowly took shape. A sense of reality settled in their hearts. This world was real, a truly grand world. And what they'd seen so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Their journey in this world was only just beginning. The atmosphere in the beast-drawn carriage suddenly quieted down. After finishing his explanation, Andre looked at the people in front of him, who seemed lost in thought. Were they still thinking about what to ask next? Remembering the barrage of questions earlier, Andre felt that if it happened again, he might not be able to handle it. Just then, the group snapped out of their thoughts and began thanking Andre. "Thank you. This is the first time we've heard about the Undead Kingdom. It really does sound like a magical place. It's great that you all managed to get out. No need to stay in that dark, sunless place anymore. Stay here and enjoy yourself. We won't judge you. If you get the chance, come visit our territory and show off a little." The lively chatter started up again, but this time, Andre didn't feel the same helplessness as before. Instead, he felt a warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. It made him feel, for a moment, like he was still human. All right, Andre agreed without hesitation. As he did, Mario and the others also looked a bit moved. What Andre felt, they felt too. These people might be lively, but they really didn't have much prejudice against the undead. Their biggest fear in returning to the human world was being rejected by humans. But since arriving in Hope Village, they hadn't even thought about it. Everyone they met was just curious and interested in the undead. Maybe this really was a good place. Mario and the others thought so to themselves. Andre, who was naturally outgoing, felt the distance between them shrink after the group's thanks. If before he'd only explained because he had to, now he was happy to share. Most undead don't like the undead kingdom, especially those with special skills. I'm particularly talented at making magic scrolls, and I was fairly well known in my old territory. But after dying and entering the undead kingdom, that skill never improved again. You can make magic scrolls? That's amazing! Are you going to sell them? Can we get a discount? Of course! They'll be for sale at the general store tomorrow. If you come, I'll give you a good price. How did you learn to make magic scrolls? We're mages too. Someone has to teach you, of course. After my magic talent was discovered, my father paid a lot of money for me to apprentice with a mage. I studied for over 10 years before I mastered it. Do you take apprentices? A lot of people looked at Andre with sparkling eyes. It felt just like a game, as if they'd met an NPC with a rare skill. Andre replied, I do take apprentices. I've already accepted Hope Village's invitation, so I'll be teaching at the territory school. I'll observe the students' talents in class and pick from there. You have to start teaching kids. Adults are too set in their ways and have too many little schemes. It's a hassle. Most professionals pick children as apprentices. He liked these people, but he wasn't about to break his principles. Hearing this, the others quickly followed up. What about just learning how to make magic scrolls? That's much easier. Many masters publish books under their own names, and those books explain the basics of scroll making in detail. Quite a few people have taught themselves from these skill books. You can check the magic bookstore, Andre suggested. What about you? Have you published a book? They pressed. Andre shook his head. I'm not qualified yet. Only advanced mages can publish books. Do you have any of those books on you? We could buy them from you. Andre, why are they so fixated on me? Seeing their eager faces, Andre said, I do have some, but they're my personal collection, and there's only one copy of each. That's fine. You can print more. Hope Village even makes its own paper now, so printing is easy. You could make a fortune, they encouraged him. Make a fortune? Hearing those words, Andre was instantly tempted. He'd been human, he knew you couldn't live in a human territory without money. If he wanted to settle in Hope Village, he'd need to save up. How do I do it? What's printing? Andre asked, genuinely curious. He really didn't know, so he humbly asked for advice. Immediately, everyone in the carriage started explaining printing to Andre. Not only did this capture Andre's attention, but Mario and the others were also drawn in. They'd been away from human lands for a long time, but they knew that magic books and knowledge were usually monopolized by the upper classes, which made them so expensive. They treated the few books they had like treasures. But these people talked about mass production. How could they not be shocked? And these personal skills, they just shared them openly, without any secrecy? Since when did things like this become common knowledge? Since arriving in Hope Village, they'd felt the place was different from any territory they'd known, but now that feeling was clearer than ever. Had the world really changed so much in just a few years in the Undead Kingdom? While the new undead were still reeling, the beast carriage arrived at the next stop. This stop was right at the food street. As soon as they got close, the smell of food hit them. The crowd's attention instantly shifted from Andre and the others. Oh my god. This is the smell. I've missed it so much. Over 2 months. I haven't had a proper meal in over 2 months. Now I can finally eat and drink well. Me too. Thank you, Hope Village, for letting me taste these familiar foods again so soon. Even if nothing else, this food alone makes the trip worth it. Let's go. In an instant, The carriage was empty, leaving only Andre and his group. After a moment, with no new passengers, the carriage started moving again. Andre was left dumbfounded. Weren't we just having a good conversation? Where did everyone go? At that moment, Bear, who had been silent, coughed and explained, "This is Hope Village's commercial street, mainly focused on food. Besides food, there are all kinds of shops, clothing, housing, entertainment, everything you could want. People rarely leave right away. They have to shop to their heart's content. You can come here during your free time too." Okay, Andre and the others nodded, taking a deep breath. They really did smell flavors they'd never encountered before. Thinking back to the snacks they'd had in the Lord's Manor, they were even more excited for the food. As the carriage moved away, they looked at the long lines with a hint of longing in their eyes. After so many years in the undead kingdom, they naturally longed for the human world. They still wanted to live like people. After passing the food street, they arrived at the next stop, right in front of the tavern. There were plenty of people in line here, too. Bear said, "Let's get off here. I'll take you to see the construction site for our next big project." Hearing this, Service immediately perked up. A construction site, that would be his future workplace. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In the undead kingdom, most people lived in caves or tree houses. Few built real structures, since buildings made you a target. Only the strong dared to build houses. Service's building skills had gone unused for years. After getting off, they noticed many people looking at them, whispering curiously but without fear or hostility. No one came too close either. This put Andre and the others at ease. Still, they couldn't help but overhear the conversations around them. "There are a lot of undead here." "Yeah, probably because they can walk around openly. And it's not just undead, there are beastmen, goblins, dwarves. Hope Village has them all. There's only one dwarf, though, working in the blacksmith shop. Dwarves are amazing at weapons. He's just an intermediate blacksmith, but he can make gold-tier weapons. Incredible. But that dwarf has a bad temper. I heard someone annoyed him and got blacklisted, no more weapons, and now he won't even show his face. Dwarves are strong. They never cared much for humans. If he wasn't undead, Hope Village probably couldn't have recruited him. No wonder. And goblins, Hope Village treats them as residents too. Yeah, the last group they rescued became residents, and later they even bought goblin slaves from slavers, with the goblin chief buying them back. That's why there are more slavers coming to Hope Village lately. I just saw a group bringing in a bunch of goblins. Goblins really have it rough. What's so rough? They're just weak. You guys are weird. What's weird about it? We respect life, okay? If you respect life, why do you hunt monsters? That's about whether a creature is intelligent or not. Clearly, the people talking weren't just from Blue Star, but also locals, and their ways of thinking clashed right there. Andre and the others learned more about Hope Village from these conversations. They were surprised to find so many races here. Especially that Hope Village accepted goblins as residents. Unbelievable. Just as they were about to listen in more, another voice caught their attention. Whoa. Hope Village even has cement now. Cement walls, amazing. You haven't been outside, have you? They're building cement roads out there, too. Does Hope Village sell cement? Not yet, only for their own use. We all came to this world at the same time, but Hope Village is developing so much faster. Comparison really does hurt. Hearing this, Andre and the others were intrigued. Service looked at the thick city walls and asked Bear, "What's this cement? Is it a new building material?" "Yes, it's a building material invented by one of our residents. It's extremely strong and has greatly improved the wall's defenses. Right now, it's in short supply, so we only use it for the most important projects. Buildings made with it are much sturdier than stone, and when combined with other materials, you can build multi-story structures. The place I'm taking you next uses some of it," Bear explained. This territory is really special. When they say same time, what do they mean? Deer asked, having picked up on some key details from the earlier conversation. You just came from the undead kingdom, so you don't know. Hope Village was only established a little over 2 months ago. It officially joined the human kingdom on the Stan continent just over a month ago. There are over 4,000 territories like this, and right now, Hope Village is ranked #1, Bear said, a bit proud. In just over 2 months, Hope Village had reached this level of development. Truly impressive. Sure enough, after hearing Bear's explanation, Dior and the others were stunned. A level 3 village in just over 2 months, so prosperous, with so many new things amazing. No wonder everything here felt so unfamiliar. They'd thought it was just because they'd been in the undead kingdom too long and didn't know how the outside world had changed. But now they realized all this uniqueness came from another world. Suddenly, they felt incredibly lucky. To return from the undead kingdom to a human territory and to land in such a unique place. Each of them felt a strong curiosity about Hope Village. And, for the first time, a sense of belonging. This was a territory truly worth serving. They couldn't wait to see what other surprises Hope Village had in store. Perhaps because of the sense of anticipation in their hearts, the group's mood had shifted. Noticing this subtle change, Bear smiled slightly and said, "Let's go. I'll show you around first." With that, Bear and Heidi led the way down the side avenue between the tavern and the commercial street. Although it was a side road, it was wide enough for more than 3 beast-drawn carriages to pass at once, clearly designed with future traffic in mind. Currently, the territory's official carriages didn't use this road, but private carriages that paid a fee could. At this time, the road was bustling with people, mostly groups, mercenary teams, and merchant caravans. First, this area was a gathering place for visitors, so naturally, they came and went here. Second, Hope Village's largest trade market was in this area, so everyone wanted to check it out. Third, the right side of the road was part of the commercial street, attracting both residents and tourists. Walking along this avenue, the group blended into the crowd and didn't attract much attention. After walking a dozen meters, a market covering several thousand square meters came into view. At that moment, Andre and the others were a bit stunned. This market was much grander than they'd imagined. For a village to have such a large trade market was truly unexpected. Many small towns couldn't even achieve this. Even though they guessed at Hope Village's strength, the reality still exceeded their expectations. Has Hope Village's population already reached the level of a town? Service couldn't help but ask. Since leaving the Lord's manor, they'd seen people everywhere. He was sensitive to numbers and estimated that, based on the flow of people, the territory's population must be over 10,000. Just around the market, there were probably 2,000 or 3,000 people. No, our territory's population is still under 10,000. But right now, the total number of people in the territory is close to 20,000, because nearly 10,000 are from other territories, Bear explained. We open our mission center's tasks to all village-level territories, so lots of tourists come. The teleportation fees must be huge, right? Service continued calculating, quickly coming up with a staggering sum. Our territory can afford it. Every visitor spends more in Hope Village than the cost of teleportation. Overall, Hope Village doesn't lose out, Bear said with a smile. He could admit that he'd worried about this before. But after seeing tourists in Hope Village eating, shopping, and spending like crazy, he'd completely let go of those concerns. He should never have doubted the Lord's policies. As Bear spoke, Service and the others couldn't help but picture the crowds flocking to the commercial street's food stalls, and they understood. A territory that dared to do this definitely had confidence. Hope Village's products were its confidence. Truly a remarkable territory. And definitely a wealthy one. Even with confidence in their own products, the upfront investment alone was astronomical. What Service realized, the others did too. Their hearts were gradually being drawn in as they learned more about Hope Village. Because so many tourists come, Hope Village's market potential is huge. We'll keep expanding and bringing in all kinds of talent. You've come at just the right time. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to shine, Bear continued. Everyone has ambition, even the undead. Everyone wants a better life. What other places can't offer, Hope Village can. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition. They really did want to accomplish something, to keep chasing the dreams they hadn't finished in life. Bear saw their reactions and knew he'd made his point. They continued forward, and the crowd grew denser. Most people were gathered at the market. Andre, Service, and the others focused on the market and noticed it seemed divided into two sections. The right side stalls were packed with all kinds of goods and people. On the left, most stalls were still being set up, many were incomplete, and quite a few were empty. These stalls are for tourists to rent. It takes time to bring in goods and set up, Bear explained. No requirements? Of course there are. The goods must be things Hope Village doesn't have or are rare here. Even though a lot of stalls are empty, at least half are already reserved. Once the goods arrive tomorrow, they'll be open for business, Bear said. The group listened, surprised and impressed. Not every territory had this kind of pull. Only strong groups or individuals could support such stalls. Why would people come here to do business instead of their own territories? Renting a stall in Hope Village was a sign of trust in its market. Few territories could achieve this, let alone a mere level 3 village. Hope Village had truly built its own unique charm. As they marveled at Hope Village's potential, the group walked past the market and arrived at a construction site. The whole site was fenced off, so they couldn't see inside, but the size of the enclosure made it clear this was a major project. Service felt this most directly. Is this Hope Village's next project? For him, the scale was a delightful surprise. Even as an intermediate architect, it was rare to work on something this big. He hadn't expected to get such a chance in a small territory. He hoped he could participate. Service looked at Bear. Yes, this is our territory's vacation resort project, a place for food, fun, and relaxation. The total investment is 3,000 gold coins, and it's officially underway, Bear explained. Noticing Service's eager look, he added, "You'll be joining this project, helping us get the resort up and running as soon as possible." Great. Can I start now? Service asked eagerly. Bear. He hadn't expected Service to be so impatient. We still have other places to visit. No need to rush, Bear said. It's fine. Once I've been in Hope Village a while, I'll know the rest. Just tell me where I'll be living, Service replied without hesitation. He really was in a hurry. He hadn't worked in construction for years and was eager to find inspiration. All right, Bear agreed. If Service was that keen, he wouldn't object. Next, Bear led them into the construction site. Inside, many people were laying foundations for the resort's buildings. With magic, the work was much faster than before the apocalypse. Stone cutting, iron processing, everything was running smoothly. Is this how you architects build houses? Andre asked Service, nudging him. Something about the scene felt off to him. Wasn't building supposed to be about a single architect drawing precise plans, then matching materials and quickly assembling everything? Why were there so many people working here? Service shook his head. No, at least not for me. The others instantly understood. This was another unique Hope Village thing. Now they were really curious what the finished resort would look like. At that moment, Tours and Baijiamu on site noticed Bear's group and walked over. Lord Bear, bringing people for a tour? Isn't it a bit early? Baijiamu joked, looking relaxed. I'm bringing you a helper, Bear said, pointing to Service. This is the intermediate architect we just summoned. Welcome, welcome. Baijiamu's eyes lit up at the words intermediate architect, and he shook Service's hand. We really need people right now. Service smiled at Baijiamu's enthusiasm. Just tell me what you need me to do. Plenty. Come, I'll assign you a task right away. With that, Baijiamu pulled him away. Tours nodded to the rest and hurried after them. The territory finally had another architect. Bear watched the three walk off, then said to the others, let's go. Once it's built, you can come back and see it. Okay. The group returned to their starting point, and this time, instead of taking a carriage, they walked. Along the way, Bear introduced each building they passed. This area is the barracks, hospital, prison, and factory complex. They're all hiring, especially the hospital. We used to have only 2 or 3 doctors, but recently, a batch of medical apprentices graduated. Now there are 12 doctors, but that's still not enough for the whole territory, Bear explained, looking at intermediate Dr. Dewar. But that should be solved soon. The hospital is a special building, and from now on, we'll summon a new doctor every day. There's no hospital director yet. According to the Lord, it'll depend on individual ability. Understood. Dewar's eyes lit up. Hospital director? He'd work hard for that. Hope Village was still just a village, but its potential was huge. There was plenty of room to grow. Andre and Mario, seeing Service and Dewar already on their career paths, felt a surge of motivation. Compared to Service and Dewar, who would face competition, they were Hope Village's first beast tamer and first scroll maker, an advantage for now. But they knew they wouldn't be the last. If they wanted to keep their edge, they'd have to give it their all. They'd been motivated before, but after seeing Hope Village, they were even more fired up. Bear and Heidi could clearly sense the change in their spirits. They continued the tour, passing the school and other areas. Finally, they returned to the area with the Beast God Hall and Hall of Heroes. That's about it for the tour. Now it's time to arrange your accommodations. Our undead have their own neighborhood here, all undead residents. The houses are for rent, 4 to a room. So you. I'll rent first, Andre said without hesitation. After so long in the undead kingdom, their savings were almost gone. All right. You'll be in House 52, Bear said, and with that, his task was done. He added, now you're free until work starts tomorrow. Okay, the three replied in unison. With that, Bear and Heidi left. Once they were gone, the three exchanged glances and headed to the 3-story stone house at number 52. Inside, seeing the fully furnished home, all three felt a bit dazed. That morning, they'd still been in the undead kingdom. Now, they were in a human territory, with stable jobs and a place to live. It really felt like a dream. If it was a dream, they hoped it would never end. But they all knew this wasn't a dream, it was reality. So they would work hard for this beautiful reality. As Andre and the others resolved to do their best, the 4 beastmen on the other side were just as captivated by the beauty of Hope Village. See, I wasn't lying to you. O'Neill took Raleigh and the others to sample all the food on the gourmet street, then brought them to the school. At that moment, the school was having a physical training class, essentially, outdoor PE. Almost all the young ones were present, with 2 teachers standing by, 1 human, 1 tiger-headed beastman. The 2 watched the children chatting among themselves. The human children, goblin children, and beastman children were divided into 3 teams, running laps on the code playground, each group clearly separated. Among them, the beastman children were naturally the fastest runners. O'Neill's children stood out in that group, and he spotted them at a glance. The 4 tiger-headed cubs leading the pack are all mine: Sheila, Wulai, Enoch, and Ford. There are 2 more at the back, Sarah and Chad, also mine. And one of the teachers for this class is my father, O'Neill said, his face full of pride. His kids were among the best of the Beastman cubs. How could he not be proud? He felt that the best decision he'd ever made was bringing his family to Hope Village for a better life. Especially his father. Back in their old territory, when the long winter came, his father had planned to go out and die to save food for the family. But now he'd taken over teaching physical training to students. His father had once been a powerful warrior with rich combat experience. The village chief said that retired people like him were perfect for teaching students, so he got the job. The other teacher was there to assist, calculating the physical limits of different races and adjusting training intensity accordingly. It all sounded very professional. With this job, his father had found new vitality. And his father wasn't the only one. Other old beastmen, even those with disabilities, had found suitable jobs in Hope Village. He didn't care about those who are not of our race must have different hearts. All he knew was that in Hope Village, they could live good lives. So, bringing these new Minotaur arrivals, he genuinely hoped they could integrate into Hope Village soon. Raleigh and the other 3 Minotaurs watched this scene, and a sense of belonging rose in their hearts. Since we're here, we'll definitely work hard, Raleigh emphasized again. They were being paid. After all, how could they not do their jobs well? 8 gold coins. With that, they could buy all sorts of supplies and weapons to take back home, which would help their territory through tough times. Seeing Raleigh and the others looking so dazed, O'Neill was a bit exasperated. He thought he wasn't the brightest, but these guys were even slower. Just like Fred. Sighing, he turned to Lucas. You take over. Lucas shot O'Neill a look, then turned to Raleigh's group and asked directly, did something happen in your territory? Back at the food street, the 4 had eaten a lot, but their excitement faded quickly. Even now, they seemed weighed down. This also confirmed the village chief's suspicions. Raleigh and the others were stunned by Lucas's bluntness. Adam even blurted out, how did you know? He immediately regretted it. Why did he just confess like that? Lucas, please don't tell anyone, Adam pleaded. The other 3 looked at Raleigh, eyes full of hope. Why? Are you afraid that if human territories find out about your troubles, they'll attack you? Lucas asked sharply. Yes. If a powerful one comes, we won't be able to defend our territory, Adam said, on the verge of tears. When the village chief kept you behind earlier, she'd already guessed something was wrong with your territory after suddenly summoning you, Lucas said. At that, the 4's faces changed dramatically. It was over. Don't worry. Hope Village has no designs on your territory, Lucas added. In all 3 territory wars so far, Hope Village has always been on defense. The 4 relaxed a little. But they also noticed that Lucas was speaking from the perspective of Hope Village, not as a fellow beastman. Thinking back on everything they'd seen, especially the school taking in beastman cubs and training them, they realized Hope Village truly had good intentions. Minotaurs weren't as clever as kobolds, and the kobolds had already chosen Hope Village. Maybe they could trust them a little too? Even if we know your territory is struggling, we'd never take advantage of you. If you tell us, maybe we can help you solve your problems sooner, Lucas said, his tone persuasive. He wasn't lying, he was guiding them toward the right choice. Raleigh looked at Lucas, then at O'Neill, and finally at Fred. You're a Minotaur too. Can you swear by the beast god that Hope Village won't harm our territory? Fred had always been an observer, he wasn't much of a talker and didn't stand out in the beastman group. Suddenly being asked, he froze, but realizing his kin was serious, he thought for a moment and answered, I swear by the beast god, Hope Village will never harm your territory. They will accept and help you. Fred had no doubt about this. Hearing Fred's words, Raleigh and the others stared into his eyes for a long time before finally letting out a long breath. Our territory was attacked by leopard beastmen. They stole all the food we'd prepared for the dry season, Raleigh said, gritting his teeth. The beastman kingdom has long dry and rainy seasons, both very long, especially the dry season. So they always prepare enough food for the whole territory before it arrives. But this year, after they'd stocked up, the distant leopard beastmen suddenly raided their territory at night, targeting their warehouse and destroying months of effort. Now, their territory would have a hard time surviving the long dry season. They'd asked for help right away, but other Minotaur territories had their own problems and couldn't spare much. Just when they thought they couldn't get through this, they suddenly received an invitation from Hope Village. 2 gold coins was already a huge temptation, especially in hard times. Their plan was to earn the money, buy supplies, and help their territory survive. Leopard beastmen are the worst. They always pick on weaker territories. Every year, they do this, and those who get robbed rarely survive the dry season, O'Neill said angrily. Lucas listened, feeling worried for his own old territory. O'Neill's tiger-headed territory was rarely bullied, but weaker ones like kobolds, sheep, foxes, and minotaurs were easy targets for stronger beastmen. So if a human territory targets us now, we'll be even more vulnerable in the next territory war. Our people could end up as human slaves, Raleigh said, voicing his fears. Normally, human territories wouldn't bother beastman territories. Beastmen are stronger in combat. Don't worry, our territory won't do that, O'Neill reassured. Just work hard in Hope Village, buy more food, and take it home. Human food is plentiful and cheap. He couldn't help but sigh. On the Stan continent, the human kingdom has the largest and best land. Except for uncontrollable weather, most of their land has 4 seasons, so food production is high. Humans also reproduce faster, so they're the most numerous. Other races envy the human kingdom's situation. Maybe because of these advantages, humans have also done a lot of harm. Goblins, beastmen, dwarves, elves, even dragons. At their peak, the human kingdom dared to go after anyone. That's why, in recent decades, all the other races joined forces to weaken the human kingdom, breaking up its power and curbing its growth. But that's another story. In any case, humans have the most food, so prices are lower. After hearing O'Neill, Raleigh and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts. Actually, buying food is just a temporary fix. Your territory needs warriors to defend it. If you all leave for food, the old, weak, and sick will be even more vulnerable. Even if humans don't target you, other beastmen might, Lucas said bluntly. He was right. News of the leopard beastmen's raid would spread. Stronger beastman territories would have better options, but weaker ones might target Raleigh's territory. The dry season was dangerous. Lucas's words made Raleigh's group's hearts sink again. So you mean we should move to Hope Village like you did? The usually quiet Minotaur, Tyran, finally spoke. He was the only one among the 4 whose intelligence matched his level. That extra intelligence let him see Lucas's hidden meaning. It's just one option. We're not forcing you. As fellow beastmen, we're just giving you advice. Take your time to think about it. Whatever you decide, we won't interfere, Lucas said honestly. Of course, he hoped for more beastmen in the territory, to give them more say in Hope Village. But he also knew this choice was good for the Minotaurs. It was a win-win. But it had to be voluntary, so he left the choice to them. Tyran listened and unconsciously pressed his lips together. He could tell Lucas was sincere. We'll think about it, Tyran finally said. We won't bring it up again. When you've decided, just come talk to us. As for your work tomorrow, just join Fred's team. It's all Minotaurs, so you'll feel more at home, Lucas said. Okay. Raleigh, Adam, Quincy, and Tyran had calmed down and answered crisply. They might not be smart, but they could sense Lucas and the others' sincerity. Most importantly, everything they'd seen so far showed that beastmen had a good life in Hope Village. The old are cared for, the young are nurtured. That's what everyone, even beastmen, dreams of. If only their own territory could be like this. I'm first. At that moment, the tiger cub Sheila finished her 10 laps, crossing the line first. When she realized she'd won, she ran a bit further, howling with excitement. Clearly, 10 laps was easy for her. After her, a few more tiger cubs finished. Seeing their sister win, they looked unconvinced. Next time, I'll beat you. Bleh. Sheila made a face at them. Then, after all the beastman cubs finished, Sheila looked at her human friends and ran over. Chaoju, you can do it. You can do it. The 2 girls were close in age and got along well. Chaoju was panting too hard to reply, but smiled at Sheila. I'll run with you, Sheila said. Seeing this, the other beastman cubs went to cheer on their own friends. Yunjia, you can do it. Yunin, you can do it. Henry, you can do it. Tony, you can do it. For a moment, the whole code playground was lively. That's my kid, strong and kind, O'Neill said with a smile. Hearing this and seeing the harmonious scene, Raleigh and the others couldn't help but relax. If only their cubs could come study in Hope Village, wouldn't that be great? The thought flashed by, but they quickly suppressed it. Seriously, they almost got swayed. Next, when they started working, they'd observe Hope Village carefully. As the 8 new NPCs quickly settled into their new lives in Hope Village, the village itself continued to carry out its plans step by step. When night fell, all the street lights in the territory lit up, casting a warm glow over everything. Most of Hope Village's residents and visiting tourists gathered within the territory, their figures filling every corner, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. It's been so long since I've had a nightlife. It's really lively here. Nightlife goes best with good food. Yeah, no other territory feels quite like this. Hope Village is basically a little food capital now. I used to think there weren't enough people here, but now it suddenly feels crowded. Hope Village still needs some big activity centers. They're coming. There's a resort under construction and more public buildings planned. How do you know? I'm on the construction team. No wonder. So, what kind of buildings are coming? Lots. Just wait and see. It's great. Ever since the territory leveled up, it's been changing so fast. I can barely keep up. I feel the same way. It'll only get better. It's only been 2 days. The crowd chatted, full of hope for the future. The liveliness continued until the streetlights burned out. Only then did the residents and tourists gradually disperse and the whole territory quietly settled down. But under the cover of night, a team of over 100 people gathered and, using the darkness as cover, quickly left Hope Village. At the city gate, "Dad, be careful out there." Zhou Bai couldn't help but remind her father, Zhou Zhangping, who was personally leading the team. As a daughter, she just wanted her father to grow safely under the protection of the territory. But as the Lord, she knew that having her father lead the team was the best choice. Of course, this was also something Zhou Zhangping had insisted on. This mission was tied to an important future project for Hope Village, and entrusting it to family was the most reassuring. "Don't worry. I'll be careful. This isn't my first mission," Zhou Zhangping reassured her, then turned to Ding Qiro, who had come to see him off. "Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself." Ding Qiro nodded. Bear, who had been in charge of selecting the team, stood quietly to the side, feeling a bit awkward. He'd always known how close this family was, especially Zhou Zhangping and Ding Qiro. No matter how capable the Lord was, in their eyes, she was still their beloved child. So, for the Lord, her parents were her soft spot. When he suggested that the Lord let Zhou Zhangping lead the mission, he'd worried she might refuse. After all, they were heading into completely unfamiliar territory, and the mission could take 10 days, half a month, or even longer. No one could predict what might happen. While Bear was lost in thought, Zhou Bai and her parents finished their goodbyes. Zhou Bai glanced at Bear, then turned her attention to the other team leaders, Alec and Mills. The undead squad had sent out 40 people this time, basically all the undead NPCs in Hope Village. Their presence meant the team's combat strength was more than enough. They were a double guarantee for this mission, since their contract with Hope Village made them the least likely to betray the territory. As for the 50-plus goblins, they were the main labor force. Victor and Dunlop were among them too. For the goblin tribe to send so many people showed their complete trust in Hope Village. That was no small thing. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai felt the weight of responsibility. She hoped Lady Luck would keep smiling on her and that everything would go smoothly. After silently praying, Zhou Bai spoke. "I'll be waiting for your return." "Yes, we'll complete the mission," Alec replied without hesitation. As one of the first undead to join Hope Village, this was almost instinctive for him. Mills quickly echoed him. Hope Village had given the goblins a place to belong, and this mission was tied to the future of their whole tribe. He would give it his all. "Goodbye. Take care," Zhou Bai said. With that under Zhou Bai's gaze, the team led by Zhou Zhangping, Alec, and Mills set out. In no time, they disappeared into the deep dusk. Only when they were out of sight did Zhou Bai turn to Ding Qiro, who was still watching. "Mom, let's go home." "Okay," Ding Qiro replied. Next, Zhou Bai looked at Bear. "Bear, you should go home too. You've worked hard these past few days." She had a lot to do, but Bear had done plenty as well. Today, he'd spent the whole day showing the new intermediate professionals around the territory. She understood his efforts. "It's what I should do," Bear said, a little moved. As an undead, he had much more stamina than humans, and the Lord knew that. But hearing such caring words still touched him deeply. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. "Thank you," Zhou Bai said with a smile, her tone much lighter. Bear smiled back, accepting her thanks, and replied cheerfully, "You're welcome." After this brief exchange, Bear quickened his pace and left. Watching him go, Zhou Bai took Ding Qiro's arm. "Are you worried, Mom?" "Of course I am." Your dad and I have hardly ever been apart since we got married. Now that he's gone, I miss him already, Dingchiro said helplessly. Dad's doing this for me, Jobai said softly. You're our precious child. If not for you, who else would we do it for? Dingchiro huffed. Don't overthink it. Your dad's actually happy about this mission. He said he'll get to see more magical beasts and gain more experience. When he comes back, he'll be a higher level than you. Jobai smiled. I'll work hard so Dad doesn't surpass me. You two can sort out your little rivalry yourselves. I'm not getting involved, Dingchiro laughed. After this conversation, they looked around. The world was utterly silent. Hope Village is so peaceful at night, Dingchiro said. I just hope this peace can last. She knew Jobai, and she knew every resident was working for the village's safety. She just hoped this stability would continue. Yeah. It's been a long time since we've walked hand in hand like this, Jobai said, a little wistful. If there's a first time, there'll be a second, a third, and as many times as you want. As long as you want, I'll always hold your hand, Dingchiro said, squeezing Jobai's hand as they walked home together under the moonlight, their shadows stretching out behind them. Okay. Jobai felt the warmth in her palm and agreed without hesitation. Having family by her side felt wonderful. Whenever she was tired, just thinking of them filled her with energy. Tomorrow, she could keep going. Day 64 of the Apocalypse game, and the fourth day since Hope Village opened to the public. The mercenaries who had visited Hope Village in the first 3 days, upon returning to their own territories, gave it glowing reviews. Thanks to these mercenaries, Hope Village's reputation spread like wildfire across many territories. Some mercenaries who had experienced the benefits of Hope Village were even preparing to move their families there. Anyone with a bit of vision could see that Hope Village had a bright future. While it was still early in Hope Village's rise, those who latched on now would become part of its flourishing branches. Mercenaries, after all, are inherently adventurous. For a better future, they were willing to take the risk. Because of the buzz created by these early mercenaries, more and more mercenaries were heading to Hope Village via the mission center. After all, any territory that could attract people to settle after just one visit was clearly not ordinary. They had to see it for themselves. Ningxian Village. Quite a few people who came back from Hope Village made a fortune. How so? Is Hope Village especially rich in resources? No. It's that Hope Village has a lot of good stuff. Many of the delicious foods from Blue Star have been recreated there, and the taste is amazing. Besides the food, prices are pretty low and weapons and equipment are cheap. Gold-grade weapons are only 10 gold coins. If there weren't purchase limits, people would have bought out the whole stock. Even so, most of the silver weapons were snatched up. No wonder there's suddenly so many silver weapons in our territory and at lower prices. Not just cheaper, but better quality too. You can even pay to upgrade them later. The weapons are made by dwarves. Dwarves? Doesn't Tabart Village have dwarves too? Their weapons are good. But they're still more expensive than Hope Village's. And Hope Village's dwarves are intermediate blacksmiths, so their craftsmanship is better. So many territories have other races. Why don't we have any in Ningxian or Wenxia Village? Oh, and I almost forgot. Hope Village doesn't just have dwarves, but also goblins, beastmen, and undead. It's eye-opening. The reason they have so many races is because of their special buildings, 2 summoning-type buildings, the Beast God Hall and the Hall of Heroes, which summon beastmen and undead. As for goblins, they probably rescued them from elsewhere. I have to check out Hope Village. I wonder when we'll get to see elves or dragons. There's a chance. What else is there? So much more over there. No wonder it's the #1 Blue Star territory. The development speed is insane. Yeah, I was shocked when I got there. I thought Ningxian was doing well, but there's always a higher mountain. So let's go check it out. It's fun, though you end up spending a lot. It's hard not to buy things there. Yeah, I'll go later. By the way, is Hope Village far from us? If you don't use the mission center, can you just move there? Are you thinking of moving? No, it's too much trouble, and Ningxian is great. I'm just saying, I bet a lot of people are thinking about it. There are quite a few, but mostly local mercenaries. For us, things like fairness and human rights are normal, but for them, those are luxuries. So our territory is competitive with the local ones. Yeah, all the Blue Star territories we've dealt with are great. The ones with open mission centers have all gone to Hope Village and signed agreements for more cooperation. I heard Hope Village even introduced our lord and other territory lords to a lot of business. That's true. After our lord came back yesterday, they moved a lot of stuff from the warehouse, saying it was already sold and would be traded face-to-face at Hope Village. Plus, you've probably seen the notices about buying up resources. Those are all for business at Hope Village. Why sell at Hope Village? Why not have other territories come here and buy to boost our own traffic? We don't have any specialty products yet, so we can't attract many people. Our main resources are basics, since most of our mercenaries are out on missions and don't have time to create new things. Every territory has its own development model. What works for Hope Village might not work for us. We may not have their food or weapons, but we have lots of mercenaries and high combat power. Exactly. We don't all have to be the same. For example, Shidong Village has aquatic products, Tabert Village has weapons. They're all unique and doing well, and they're on the rankings too. Looks like all the top territories are solid, no troublemakers. On the Stan continent, just surviving is hard enough. If there are troublemakers, they're weeded out early. Anyone who's made it to the top is smart. True. That's why Hope Village, as the top-ranked territory, is generous enough to introduce its contacts to us, so Blue Star territories can have more influence here. It's great. If Blue Star territories can stick together, even if the outside world is harsh, we can support each other. Yeah, even if the locals want to bully us, they'll have to think twice. We're not just new territories to be pushed around. That's some good news since coming to this world. Conversations about Hope Village echoed throughout Ningxian Village as people returned, deepening everyone's impression of Hope Village and making them proud that such a strong Blue Star territory existed. They all knew that to survive in this world, they needed not just their own territory, but also the support of other Blue Star territories. The same scene played out in Wenxia, Shidong, Tabert, and Pingmo villages. Of course, the reason the news spread so widely was because the lords of these territories deliberately guided it. They all knew that as their entanglement with the Stan continent deepened, they couldn't control every voice in their territory. To prevent troublemakers from stirring up unrest, they made sure to set the narrative early. These territories had already decided to form an invisible alliance. Anyone trying to sow discord wasn't one of them. With this worry out of the way, they could focus on working with Hope Village and other territories. They needed to work hard, make money, build up, and arm their territories. Strength was what mattered, and competition had to be fair. Blue Star territories, inspired by Hope Village, were building like crazy, and Hope Village's influence on local territories was also growing. Benjala Town. Benjala's mission center was already well established, one of the best in the region, with the most mercenaries and a thriving trade that brought in many more. After several mercenary teams left for Hope Village and Hope Village's goods became popular in Benjala, the name Hope Village became a hot topic. More and more mercenaries traveled to Hope Village, bringing back goods to sell in other territories, and the profits from the price difference led to even more trips. With increased trade, more residents traveled to Hope Village, some never returned. Before, when Hope Village was just a level 2 village, there was a big gap with Benjala, so even curious residents wouldn't leave easily. As long as they could buy Hope Village's products locally, it was fine. But after Hope Village defeated Phaser Village to become a level 3 village, its strength soared, and with new benefits like the school opening, Benjala's residents felt more and more drawn to Hope Village. Many were itching to go. Then, mercenaries brought back the latest news. Hope Village had opened its mission center to all village-level territories. The territory's permanent and floating population might have reached 20,000. The commercial street had 200 shops. Enough to meet professionals' daily needs and help them grow. Prices were much lower than in Benjala, and all kinds of new facilities were being built. This news was like fuel to the fire for Benjala's residents. Suddenly, teams heading to Hope Village were everywhere. Parents were the most eager. Hope Village's school was the biggest draw. Many had suffered from lack of education themselves, and after growing up, tried everything to help their kids, but there were limits. Most had to wait until their kids were 12 to see if they had talent. But in Hope Village, kids could start school at 6 and graduate at 12. 6 years of learning would put them way ahead. So they planned to see for themselves if Hope Village really had a school and if the teaching was as good as rumored. If so, they'd move for their children's sake. Most importantly, Hope Village clearly had the strength to become a town. Are you going to Hope Village? Of course. I have 2 or 3 kids. They just run wild here, too young to hunt monsters, and I can't afford to send them to school. Now there's a chance I have to check it out. Me too. You're going for your kids. I just want to eat and drink. The stuff from Hope Village is so good, it must be even better there. Absolutely, it's delicious. You know, I went with a team before. Do you know what the school is like? When I left, the school was built but hadn't opened yet. Hope Village was about to have a territory war, so I left. But those days in Hope Village were amazing. I'll go too. I heard Hope Village treats support professionals well. Benjula is a city of craftsmen, so we're not paid much, but Hope Village offers 50 silver plus bonuses. I asked people who went, they really do get bonuses on top of base pay, so it's better than Benjula. Let's go then. Of course. While it's still hot and there are caravans and mercenary teams going, it's safer to travel together. Even if we don't move, it's worth a visit. Compared to the food capital, Hope Village is much cheaper. Exactly. Similar conversations happened all over Benjula. Even Mayor Simmons felt a bit hopeless seeing this. He didn't know about other territories near Hope Village, but Benjula had become a major source of emigrants for Hope Village. If the Lord weren't away, Simmons would have gone to see Hope Village himself. In the past, only other territories lost people to Benjula. Now, just as Simmons was sighing, he suddenly received a message from the territory. He was stunned. The Count had returned. He rushed to the city gate. There, a long caravan was entering, greeted by kneeling guards. As soon as he entered, Count Alcott, Benjula's lord, was flooded with messages, summaries of affairs, and the latest updates. Most of these, he skimmed. He trusted Simmons to handle things and only focused on a few key points. But as he glanced through, he noticed something odd. Your resident Toby has left Benjula town. Your resident Kenny has left Benjula town. Your resident Bitten has left Benjula town. So many residents had left the territory. For Benjula, it was normal to gain residents, but rare to lose them. Count Alcott paid attention and realized that residents had been leaving for a month, starting with several mercenary teams. He always kept an eye on the strongest mercenary teams, and now saw that some had left as well. So, what had happened? Count Alcott's expression changed. Had he trusted Simmons too much? Greetings, my lord, Simmons said outside the carriage, breaking Alcott's thoughts. Alcott stopped the carriage and said, "Get in." Simmons entered the spacious carriage, which was like a room, with sofas, tables, and bookshelves. Alcott sat in the center, 2 maids behind him. When Simmons entered, the maids stepped back and stood silently. So many people have left Benjula. What happened? Alcott asked sharply, staring at Simmons. Simmons was prepared for this and quickly replied, "It's because of Hope Village." He then told Alcott everything he knew about Hope Village. As soon as I noticed, I sent word to you, but you must have returned before the message arrived, Simmons said, head bowed. Either way, it's my fault as mayor. Alcott frowned. Hope Village? The name sounded familiar. Recently, there's a territory called Hope Village that's become famous, jumping nearly 2,000 ranks. Its rise is fast. We've started seeing Hope Village products here, and they're very popular. Tax revenue is up. Their stuff is really tasty. It's not far from your area, Alcott. With a territory like that nearby, you've got competition. He remembered these conversations with other lords. He'd heard Hope Village was a rising star, but hadn't paid much attention. After all, the human kingdom was vast, divided into many regions. Benjula had always been the leader in its area, drawing in people and resources. Once it became a city, he'd be the king of the region. He'd scoffed at the idea that Hope Village could threaten that. He trusted his territory. After all, not every place could be called the City of Craftsmen. But now, after hearing Simmons, he wasn't so sure. What kind of territory could make residents used to Benjula's prosperity turn to a new level, 3 village? As Alcott pondered, a commotion sounded outside. Let's go. Stay with the group. Try to reach Hope Village before dark. A distant shout reached Alcott's ears. He lifted the curtain and saw a group of hundreds, men, women, and children gathered to leave. Alcott. Simmons noticed Alcott's silence and quietly said, "Every day, people go to Hope Village. Some come back, some never do. Those who return often take their families and leave again. With so many leaving so often, I couldn't use force. I waited for you to return." Alcott looked at Simmons, then said, "Don't stop them. If they want to leave, let them." There was only one way to describe it, outmatched. But he wouldn't let this continue. He would go see Hope Village himself. He told Simmons, "I'll rest for a day, then go to Hope Village. Arrange my escort." Simmons, yes. He was stunned that the Lord would go in person. But it made sense. Hope Village was clearly affecting Benjula's long-term prospects. In any region, there can only be one king. Benjula and Hope Village, who would win? Simmons was confident in Benjula, but after all he'd heard, even he was unsure about the mysterious Hope Village. Alcott's caravan entered Benjula, but the joy of returning was dampened by thoughts of Hope Village. At this moment, Alcott didn't know that he wasn't the only victim of resident loss. There was a whole group of them. Barnes Village, Mission Center. Early in the morning, many mercenaries returned from Hope Village, all with excited faces. As soon as they appeared, they were immediately surrounded by a crowd. How was it? What's Hope Village like? Is it really as good as the merchant caravans say? How are the people who went there before doing? Are things really that cheap? Questions came one after another. Clearly, the residents of Barnes Village were very curious about Hope Village. The earliest teams from Hope Village had come to Barnes Village and taken away quite a few people and teams. At the time, many people didn't leave because of the hot weather, and those who left later mostly never came back. Only the merchant caravans would return from time to time. From the merchants, they heard that Hope Village was a great place, so more people left over time, but compared to the total population of Barnes Village, it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, many people's assets were tied to Barnes Village, and it was hard for them to give up everything and move elsewhere. Since they could buy Hope Village's goods here, they didn't feel compelled to move. Still, the impression of Hope Village kept growing, especially as more and more delicious goods and unique seasonings were brought back. These had become essential in daily life. Naturally, they also heard that Hope Village had suddenly jumped over 1,000 ranks recently. This leap put Hope Village in the middle tier of level 3 villages, a truly impressive achievement. Not to mention, just a couple of days ago, the merchants brought news that Hope Village's school had opened. As long as a child was 6 years old, regardless of talent, they could attend, and the curriculum covered many professions, training various skills from a young age. Many skilled professionals would train their own children, but the problem was that their chosen path might not suit the next generation. So, most people ended up as mercenaries, since with hard work, you could make a living. In contrast, Hope Village's school solved this problem for ordinary people and professionals alike. With all these advantages, Hope Village was a dream territory for ordinary people and professionals. Many who hadn't gone to Hope Village now felt a bit of regret. They should have gone sooner. Just as they were thinking about it, Hope Village suddenly opened up vacation missions for mercenaries. That very day, many mercenaries rushed to Hope Village through the mission center. And up until today, none of the mercenaries who went had come back until now. So, this was the first batch to return. Those who hadn't gone, or who weren't mercenaries and couldn't go, were eager to hear from these returnees, to prepare themselves for a possible move. So, these excited mercenaries were quickly surrounded in the mission center. At first, they were startled, But after hearing the questions, they relaxed and started answering. Hope Village is really great. Everything they said before is true. Things are really cheap. Most prices are only 60 or 70% of what they are here in Barnes Village. The people who went before are living it up. None of them want to come back. Remember Locke? He used to be the captain of our mercenary team. Now he's an official in Hope Village, working for the Lord. Others are working in factories or running their own shops. Everyone I asked said life is better in Hope Village. The most important thing is the school. As long as you're old enough, you can go. The courses include physical training, basic magic, blacksmithing, carpentry, tailoring or identification, medicine, and even language, math, and science. I don't know what those are, but they seem great. They recently added construction, too. At first, everyone takes general classes, then later, based on talent, they move to smaller classes and become apprentices. You all know how much it costs to apprentice in a special profession, right? The returnees kept talking, partly because they were already planning to bring their families to Hope Village. It was safer to go in a group. Especially since, last time, when people tried to move, Barnes Village's Lord, Viscount Robin, wouldn't let them leave. Later, things relaxed a bit, and the territory was improved, making life a bit better for now. After all, many people just follow the lead of those in power. But now, things were different. People could see what Hope Village was like without paying any price. Faced with such a huge gap, who wouldn't want to leave? And they wanted to encourage even more people to go. After all, there's safety in numbers. Hearing all this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Some mercenaries decided on the spot to go see for themselves. Some ordinary residents turned and hurried home to pack. The less property they had, the faster they moved. As the crowd grew, a squad of soldiers entered the territory. Leading them was none other than Hudson. When they came in, everyone fell silent, especially the returning mercenaries, who quickly scattered. Hudson had his men block the teleportation array to Hope Village and announced, "The Lord's latest order. Anyone going to Hope Village must pay 50 silver coins." The place erupted. "Why? This is a mission from Hope Village. We shouldn't have to pay anything," someone shouted from the crowd. Hudson looked for the speaker but couldn't find them, so he said, "Because this will cause losses to the territory. For the good of the territory, this fee is required." Everyone looked at each other. Now they understood. You could leave Barnes Village, but you had to pay 50 silver coins. Clearly, the Lord realized he couldn't stop people from leaving, so he decided to make some money off it. And this 50 silver coins was probably just the beginning. If you didn't pay, you probably couldn't leave at all. People started whispering, many feeling frustrated. But seeing the soldiers' stern faces, those who wanted to leave had to start thinking of ways to get the money. Those determined to leave knew they had no choice but to pay and quickly went to make preparations. Soon, the once crowded mission center became quiet. Before, you could go to Hope Village for free, but now that there was a cost, people had to think twice. After the excitement died down, Hudson finished giving orders and went straight to Viscount Robin's manor. He was admitted without delay. "How's the situation?" Viscount Robin asked. Some people still paid the silver to go to Hope Village, but most gave up. "But judging by those who've been there, they're determined to leave," Hudson replied honestly. He'd been to Hope Village himself and knew how good it was. Few could resist, especially ordinary people and professionals. If it weren't for the culture clash, he'd want to go too. Who wouldn't want a better life? So, Hudson understood their choices. But from Barnes Village's perspective, this was a serious problem. A mass exodus would be a huge blow to the village's strength. Barnes Village used to be decent in the region, and people could endure. But with Hope Village around, they couldn't anymore. Hope Village's existence directly affected Barnes Village. Viscount Robin's face darkened. "Is Hope Village really that good?" Hudson kept his head down and said nothing. Viscount Robin's gaze grew colder. "Do you think Barnes Village is the only territory affected by Hope Village?" He knew the answer. Hudson thought for a moment, then said, "No, all the territories in this area will be affected. From what I saw in Hope Village, even Benjala Town's residents are flocking there." If Benjala town is like this, the other villages don't stand a chance. Population loss wouldn't be easy to stop. Barnes Village couldn't deal with Hope Village alone, but what if several territories joined forces? He didn't believe the other lords would just accept Hope Village, squeezing them out. Especially Earl Alcott, Lord of Benjala town. That man was powerful and influential, always seeing himself as the king of the region. Hope Village's rise would definitely get his attention. Hudson understood his lord's meaning and offered a reminder. Viscount Lancelot of Glasgow Village has a good relationship with Hope Village. When I left, they'd already started cooperating, so he might not side with you. Viscount Robin didn't care. I was never close to Lancelot anyway. I don't expect him to help me. I'll just try to stir things up. If it works, great. If not, whatever. Yes, my lord, Hudson replied. His lord was right. But I need you to visit the other territories and see what's going on, Viscount Robin added. You're the one I trust most. If you succeed, I'll make sure you're well rewarded. He wasn't just making empty promises, he'd thought it through. After all, Hudson had been to Hope Village and still remained loyal. He could be trusted. He felt safe using someone like that. Yes, I'll do my best, Hudson said, a bit excited. He'd worked so hard for a chance to move up. This was his opportunity. Where should I go first? Hudson asked. Djibouti Village, Viscount Robin replied. Yes. Hudson nodded. He'd check for any missions to Djibouti Village, and if not, he'd take a team and head out. It was less than half a day's journey. Before you leave, make sure the fee collection is handled. Anyone leaving Barnes Village, make sure you squeeze every last coin out of them, Viscount Robin said coldly. Yes. Hudson nodded, a glint of excitement in his eyes. This was a fat assignment. Sure enough, being favored by the Lord brought far more benefits than starting over in Hope Village. Djibouti Village. Even though he hadn't found any specific missions related to Djibouti Village, for the sake of the benefits his own lord had promised, Hudson still brought his team to Djibouti Village that very day. Djibouti Village was a tourist village, so Hudson's arrival didn't attract much attention. As soon as he entered the territory, he headed straight for the mission center, where he could get the latest information. Along the way, he noticed that Djibouti Village didn't seem to be affected much at all. The shops were still calling out to attract tourists, the streets were packed, and beast-drawn carriages came and went. In comparison, Barnes Village seemed much more desolate. Clearly, even though Hope Village had started developing tourism, it didn't seem to have much impact on Djibouti Village. Thinking of this, Hudson couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He knew very well that as long as Djibouti Village's interests weren't harmed, the chances of his own lord's plans succeeding were slim. After all, Hope Village had a lot of potential. Unless their own interests were threatened, who would go out of their way to make trouble? With these thoughts, Hudson arrived at the mission center. The mission center in Djibouti Village was bustling with mercenaries coming and going. Many of them were there under the pretense of doing missions, but really just to travel. As a village-level vacation spot, Djibouti Village had always been a favorite among beginner and intermediate mercenaries. The missions offered here were always snatched up quickly by mercenaries from all over. So now, the mercenaries here were those who had managed to grab a mission and were getting ready to go. They hadn't expected, though, to see even more mercenaries gathered here. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Where are you all headed? Which territory has such popular missions? Or is there some great reward?" Mercenaries often ask around about missions. After all, any mission that attracts a crowd is bound to be a good one. Of course, good missions are always in high demand, and those in the know don't always share, so the questions were mostly casual. If they got an answer, great. If not, no loss. Living on the edge, they'd all grown thick-skinned. "We're going to Hope Village for vacation." "Hope Village? Where's that?" "It's another village, but the food there is amazing, better than the so-called food capital." A village dares to compare itself to the food capital? Say what you will, but the food really is good. Even though it doesn't have any special effects, it's super popular in our territory. That alone tells you how good it is. We're going to Hope Village to try it for ourselves and to look around. Besides, it's free. Free? Yeah, as long as you take a mission, you can go to Hope Village. Wow, we didn't notice that mission before we came. Well, Hope Village is a new territory. You can hang out here first, then go there. 2 destinations in one trip, not bad. You're right. One by one, the mercenaries from other territories were convinced. After all, these days were their rest period, so visiting a few more places was no problem. Soon, these mercenaries left the mission center and started enjoying themselves in Djibouti Village. Hudson listened to all this from the crowd. After hearing it, he understood Djibouti Village's plan. Djibouti Village had no intention of stopping its residents from going to Hope Village. In fact, it seemed they wanted to form an alliance with Hope Village to create a tourism hotspot. After all, there wasn't much competition between the two villages' tourism environments. Most importantly, Djibouti Village had confidence. With tourists coming from all directions, the residents were making a fortune, and prices were kept reasonable to attract customers. In this situation, even if Hope Village tempted some residents, it was just a drop in the bucket for Djibouti Village. Hudson couldn't help but feel uneasy. The mission his lord had given him was probably doomed to fail. Just then, a soldier came up to him and said, "Sir, our lord would like to see you." Hudson, why would the lord of Djibouti Village want to see him? Had his identity been discovered? Feeling a bit guilty, Hudson still followed the soldier. Soon, he was brought to the lord's manor and met Viscount Elwyn, lord of Djibouti Village. "Greetings, Viscount," Hudson said respectfully. Even though he wasn't from Djibouti Village, he had to show respect to the local lord. Offending him would be a big mistake. Viscount Elwyn replied coolly, "Go ahead. What does your lord want by sending you to our territory?" Elwyn knew Robin Viscount's personality well. Hope Village's influence on the surrounding territories had started long ago. It was just more intense lately. Especially from what he'd heard, Barnes Village had been hit the hardest. Even with strict bans, countless people still wanted to escape. Given that, he didn't believe for a second that Robin Viscount would just sit back and do nothing. So, when he saw people from Barnes Village entering Hope Village, he immediately realized they were Hudson's people. Rather than let them wander around, it was better to clear things up early. Hudson, seeing how direct Elwyn was, felt his heart skip a beat, but still explained his lord's intentions, even trying to stir things up a bit. Hope Village's growth is bound to affect the surrounding territories. We should all be prepared. My lord is thinking of everyone's interests. Did you see any big impact on our territory when you came to Djibouti Village? Elwyn sneered. Hudson hadn't expected that question and was caught off guard, not knowing how to answer. After all, he'd already concluded the impact was minimal. If he was going to lie, he should have prepared an excuse. Seeing Hudson's hesitation, Elwyn snorted, "So go back and tell your lord that Djibouti Village won't get involved in this. If he wants to make trouble for Hope Village, he can do it himself. Don't drag me in, I don't want any trouble." He had no interest in getting involved. He'd rather nap in his own territory than stir up trouble elsewhere. No one was going to drag him out to cause problems. Hudson. He'd heard that the lord of Djibouti Village was a homebody who never left his territory and didn't like to socialize. He'd thought it was just a rumor, but now he saw it was true. How could a territory lord be like this? Seeing Hudson's dazed look, Elwyn frowned. "Did you hear me?" "Yes, I did," Hudson replied helplessly. This mission was over before he'd even had a chance to try. He felt a bit of a headache. His own lord wouldn't blame Elwyn for being difficult, only him for not getting the job done. Thinking of that, Hudson shivered. If Djibouti Village was a dead end and Glasgow Village was unlikely, he'd have to find a territory willing to cooperate. That way, his lord wouldn't take it out on him. While Hudson was plotting, Viscount Elwyn, feeling he'd made himself clear, promptly dismissed him. "All right, you can go." Hudson snapped back to reality, saw Elwyn's eager to be rid of him expression, and left immediately. After Hudson left, Viscount Elwyn yawned and went off to rest. Meanwhile, Hudson hurried off to the next territory. No matter what, if he tried enough places, he was bound to find someone dissatisfied with Hope Village. After leaving Djibouti village, Hudson and his group spent a night outside and finally arrived at Glasgow village the next day. He had been here before and was familiar with the environment, but today, he noticed a big difference. Especially the area outside Glasgow village. It had clearly been renovated and looked much more refined than before. Most importantly, Glasgow village was building a road, and it was obvious that construction had been going on for some time, extending well beyond the territory's borders. Hudson didn't think they'd build such a road without a purpose. Watching the workers, Hudson voiced his doubts directly. "Where does this road lead?" "To Hope Village," replied one of the workers, not seeing it as a secret at all. In fact, he looked a bit pleased as he spoke. After all, Hope Village had become a special presence among the nearby territories. For many residents, it was an ideal place. Once the two roads were connected, there would be more interaction between the two places. For the locals, having a strong partner like Hope Village was something to be happy about. Hudson frowned as he listened. He had already expected that Glasgow Village and Hope Village would have a good relationship, but he hadn't expected it to be this close. Thinking about it, Hudson blurted out, "Aren't you worried that a lot of your people will move to Hope Village? Isn't your lord afraid that the more roads you build, the more people will leave?" There was a hint of provocation in Hudson's words. The worker glanced at Hudson's group, paused, and then replied, "Hope Village is great, of course people will move there. In the past, many of our professionals would leave for Benjala town after advancing to intermediate level. Did you ever see our territory try to stop them? Our lord once said, if a territory can't keep its people, that's a failure. Stopping people from leaving is the worst kind of failure." Hudson. He felt like he'd just been called out. The worker, seeing Hudson's changing expression, continued, "Besides, I think it's great to have a territory like Hope Village nearby. Our lord brought back a lot of good things after visiting and even started reforms. Now we're building a school, so our kids will have a place to study, and there are other improvements too." Hudson couldn't listen any longer. He knew one thing for sure. Any last hope for Glasgow Village was gone. The next moment, he didn't even want to enter Glasgow Village. He'd barely entered Djibouti Village before being discovered. It would be the same here. "Thanks," Hudson forced a smile, then turned and left with his team. Watching them go, the worker narrowed his eyes. There was something off about that group. As he thought about it, someone nearby came over and said, "That guy is the captain of the soldiers from Barnes Village." "How do you know?" the worker asked his companion. "I once went hunting with a mercenary team and ended up spending the night in Barnes Village. We tried to sell some goods to make space, but the taxes were outrageous and they lowballed us. We almost didn't sell, but then we got blocked in. The guy who blocked us was this guy, Hudson. He's really unpleasant, left a deep impression. As soon as I saw him, I recognized him, and from his words just now, I knew he was up to no good." The man rambled on, still clearly annoyed. "Mercenaries live on the edge, and to get squeezed for every coin is just too much." The worker nodded in agreement. "I knew he was up to something. But why would someone from Barnes Village come here to try to stir up trouble between us and Hope Village?" The man who recognized Hudson spoke up again, "I know about this too. When Hope Village's products were selling like crazy, people from all the surrounding territories flocked there, including Barnes Village. Life in Barnes Village isn't great, so of course people wanted to leave for a better place. A lot of people left, but I heard the Lord tried to stop them. Now, it seems he can't. So the Lord of Barnes Village is probably trying to get our Lord to form an alliance against Hope Village." Puh. Dream on. No wonder his eyes looked weird when I said those things. If you can't manage your own territory and keep your people, don't blame Hope Village. Exactly. Ever since we started dealing with Hope Village, life here has gotten better. Merchants lowered prices to compete with outside goods, so things are cheaper. With new spices, beast meat tastes better, and our lives have improved. Our magical beasts are growing faster, and traders are fighting to buy them. Welfare for residents has improved too. And the school. The workers all chimed in, listing the benefits. After they finished, the first worker said, "So it's not Hope Village's problem. It's Barnes Village's own fault. Exactly, the others agreed, especially the one who recognized Hudson. He was a lifelong critic of Barnes Village. We should report this. Our territory has such a good relationship with Hope Village. Our lord should let Hope Village's lord know, just in case someone tries to stir up trouble. Go on, hurry, the others urged. Soon, the report reached Viscount Lancelot. It's no surprise Barnes Village would do something like this, Viscount Lancelot sneered. As the lord of Barnes Village, did Viscount Robin not know what was going on? He really dared to dream. If the lord of Barnes Village had cared more about his territory, things wouldn't have come to this. Hope Village definitely influenced the surrounding territories, but not to the extent Barnes Village claimed. Not everyone sees things as clearly as you do, my lord, or cares for their people as much, Bernie chimed in, flattering his own lord while criticizing Barnes Village. Viscount Lancelot glanced at Bernie and said, I don't think Barnes Village can affect Hope Village, but we should still mention it, at least as a gesture. Yes, Bernie agreed immediately. By the way, did they say which way he went? Viscount Lancelot asked. Seems he went east. What territories are to the east? Yushi Village, Qinghe Village, and others new territories we've checked out before, Bernie replied quickly. Mention it to them too. I heard a lot of people from Qinghe Village have gone to Hope Village, Viscount Lancelot said casually. Just that one sentence showed how well he understood the surrounding territories. That was his way of surviving. He already had a plan for his territory's development. He just hadn't expected Hope Village to be such a wild card. But for Viscount Lancelot, Hope Village was a good variable. It showed him another path for his territory's growth. He was happy to watch Hope Village's progress and adjust his own plans accordingly. As for Barnes Village, Viscount Lancelot's eyes darkened. He wouldn't mind seeing Barnes Village self-destruct. Even if the Lord was unreliable, Barnes Village had still reached level 3, a territory with some substance. The only question was, would Hope Village be willing to divide it up together with him? At this moment, Jobai had no idea that a business-minded lord was busily seeking allies to cause trouble for Hope Village. Both she and Hope Village were fully focused on development. After all, this was the early stage of Hope Village's opening up. The plan was to first attract people with goods and benefits and then to draw more permanent residents to improve the territory's supporting facilities. Moreover, the territory had just experienced a territory war, and there was still a long time before the next one, plenty of time to grow. With the right timing, location, and people, it was the perfect opportunity. For Zhou Bai, these days were also a rare chance to relax and fully immerse herself in combat. With a gradually maturing administrative system, territory affairs had become highly organized. Currently, Hope Village had 7 departments, each with no fewer than 10 staff members. Some special departments, like urban construction management and commercial management, had dozens or even hundreds of people. With sufficient staff and clear responsibilities, any new event in the territory could be quickly assigned and handled by the relevant department, and after completion, a summary would be compiled and a headline submitted to the Lord. With this team of helpers, Zhou Bai's job as Lord had become much easier. She only needed to read the headlines to get a general sense of what was happening. If anything caught her interest or required her attention, she could find the corresponding file by its number and read it in detail. The staff at the Lord's Manor had gotten used to this, and even found it quite good. They worked according to set procedures, had some autonomy, and found their work efficient and smooth. Many were local residents, familiar with how other territories operated. Nowhere else was as transparent as Hope Village. In most places, important matters were decided solely by the Lord, with no input from others. But in Hope Village, being involved didn't mean having decision-making power. Most things were discussed collectively, and power was distributed, so no one had absolute authority. Although they didn't get the special privileges they'd imagined when joining the Lord's Manor, after getting used to this work environment, their trust in the territory grew. They knew the territory would never suddenly target them for some baseless reason, nor did they have to worry about offending nobles. Their job was simple: work hard and build the territory. At the Lord's Manor, early in the morning, Jobai arrived at her office. The first thing she did was open the Lord's control panel to check the NPC information from the Hall of Heroes and the Beast God Hall. Hall of Heroes. Intermediate Physician, Intermediate Architect, Intermediate Blacksmith, Intermediate Alchemist. Beast God Hall, Intermediate Warrior, Minotaur. Today's NPCs were all intermediate level, especially those from the Hall of Heroes, all with strong skills, exactly what the territory needed. It was perfect. Jobai summoned them all without hesitation and sent out the relevant notifications. She had summoned more NPCs in the past 2 days, and thanks to the groundwork laid on the first day, after they reported to the Lord's Manor, someone would guide them to their posts. So far, all the new NPCs had adapted well to Hope Village. However, she did notice that the Minotaurs summoned in recent days all came from the same territory. According to reports from Lucas and O'Neill, their territory had been raided by another Beastman territory, leading to a food shortage, making them a territory worth recruiting. Jobai understood Lucas and O'Neill's desire to bring more Beastmen to Hope Village, but she still didn't want to force anyone. Anyone who came to Hope Village would be treated fairly as a resident, do the work, get the pay. Whether they stayed or not was up to them. Setting this aside, Jobai began reviewing the submitted territory affairs. 1. The main construction of the holiday resort has officially begun. 2. Recruitment list summary. 3. New staff list for each department. 4. Factory rental applications. 5. Farmland expansion applications. 6. New animal training ground applications for the ranch. 7. Looking at these summarized titles, Jobai saw that most had already been handled. For those needing her attention, she pulled them out for detailed review. 2 months ago, she might have found this overwhelming, but now she handled it with ease. In no time, Jobai was done. Stretching, she left her office. As soon as she stepped out, Bayer, whose office was just next door, hurried over and took the files from her hands. Seeing Bayer, who managed a department and also acted as her secretary, Jobai silently gave her a thumbs up. She really had trained a capable assistant. Village Chief, heading out again? Bayer asked. Jobai had been coming and going early and late these days, and her level had just risen to 17. Such a noticeable improvement couldn't go unnoticed. Jobai nodded. Using the map function on the Lord's panel, she'd been hunting in areas with few people and many monsters, earning a lot. At level 10, she hadn't noticed much, but after level 15, her magic and skill proficiency had clearly jumped. Now, she could handle intermediate monsters with ease. Most importantly, intermediate monsters gave double experience, far more than low-level ones. With fast experience gain, her level rose quickly. In fact, not just Jobai. Many professionals in Hope Village had discovered the benefits of hunting intermediate monsters and were all chasing after them. As a result, the level of all professionals in the territory was rising rapidly, especially the stronger ones. It wouldn't be long before intermediate professionals popped up everywhere. Now Jobai understood why a territory had to keep developing and upgrading to retain people. Staying in a corner would only widen the gap with the world. Especially for territory residents. In a town, the same effort earned double the experience of a level 3 village, not to mention a city. Thinking of this, Jobai felt that as long as the territory's strength was secure, upgrading to a town early might not be a bad idea. Undead, beastmen, these were all important forces. Then, Village Chief, have a safe trip. With practiced ease, Bayer took the files to distribute to the departments and went to greet the new NPCs. This process had been repeated several times recently, no wonder everyone was so skilled. The whole floor was busy, heads down, working hard. With so many new arrivals, there was twice as much to handle. If they wanted to leave on time, they had to work hard. Even though overtime paid extra, everyone still wanted more personal time. Seeing this, Jobai couldn't help but smile. These people were the kingdom she'd built. Without lingering, Jobai left the manor and went to the station to wait for the beast carriage, saving time on the way out of town. Not long after Jobai left, Bernie arrived at Hope Village via the mission center. He'd heard Hope Village was packed, but seeing the crowds in person still shocked him. He'd never seen a Level 3 village's mission center so crowded, not even for vacation missions. Some bold territories had opened similar channels, but either couldn't handle the influx of mercenaries or failed to attract people. For a newcomer like Hope Village, this kind of appeal was astonishing. What Bernie didn't know was that this crowd was partly because, after hearing about Hope Village, other Blue Star territories had started pouring in. After coming to the Stan continent, many Blue Star people still missed their home. The longer they stayed, the more they longed for it. Hope Village was the best developed of all Blue Star territories and had the most Blue Star-style food. The food helped ease their homesickness, so they flocked here. As for residents from other local territories, many were from places that already had dealings with Hope Village. Some came from far away, taking days to get here, drawn by merchant caravans selling Hope Village goods. They'd tasted or used Hope Village products and had a good impression, so when the free vacation mission appeared, they rushed over. Even those who hadn't tried the food came along, not wanting to be left out. Those nearby were even more affected, often traveling back and forth with their territory's caravans. Now, with this mission, it was even easier. All these factors combined to create the bustling scene in Hope Village. And this was just the beginning. After taking it all in, Bernie squeezed out with the crowd. As he left the mission center, Hope Village's interior came into view. He was stunned. The environment was completely different from what he remembered. It hadn't been long, but it felt like a whole new territory. He was truly shocked. The development was so fast. While he was still marveling at Hope Village, several guides approached. Need a guide? One-stop service for a perfect day in Hope Village. Food tours, sightseeing, shopping, everything you want. Just 99 copper coins for 99 times the happiness. Several guides offered their services, but kept a respectful distance and a warm attitude that didn't feel pushy. Bernie could feel the joy of being a tourist. The attitude and service made him want to pay. It's just 99 copper coins. Just as he was about to pay, he remembered his purpose and coughed. I'm not a tourist. I'm here on official business to see your village chief. Hearing this, the guides all understood and quickly looked for other customers. One kindly reminded him, you might be late. Our village chief just left on a beast carriage to hunt. She usually won't be back until evening. Bernie paused. After all this time, the village chief was still like this. Hope Village was so lively, yet the chief could still be so relaxed. Thinking this, Bernie still headed for the Lord's manor. If Jobai wasn't there, Bear should be her trusted aide. He'd just deliver the message. Soon, Bernie met Buyer in the name of Viscount Lancelot. Does Viscount Lancelot have something to discuss with us? Bear asked warmly. He had a good impression of Lancelot, and with long-term cooperation ahead, his attitude was friendly. I'm just here on behalf of our lord to deliver a message. Viscount Robin of Barnes Village, due to severe population loss, is preparing to rally nearby territories against Hope Village. Bernie spoke formally. He was refused by our territory, but he's likely heading toward Yushi Village and Qinghe Village. Bear paused. Barnes Village? Qinghe Village? After recalling information about these territories, Bear understood. Both were not known for treating their residents well. Especially Qinghe Village, which had a similar origin to Hope Village, people there left without hesitation when unhappy. Such territories would have a hard time threatening Hope Village now. And Barnes Village is now controlling population outflow. Residents must pay a price to leave. Our lord mentioned that if this continues, Barnes Village may become hollow inside. Bernie continued, then paused, as if there was more left unsaid. Bear quickly understood. Viscount Lancelot probably wanted to cooperate with Hope Village to swallow Barnes Village, using private action rather than a territory war. He couldn't help but feel excited. A whole territory's resources were far richer than war spoils. If they could take it, Hope Village would reach a new level. But he didn't know if the village chief would agree after all. This was still invasion in essence. Thank you for the information. When our village chief returns, I'll report it to her, Bear said. He couldn't make the decision. It was up to the village chief. Bernie noticed Bear's reaction and knew he was tempted, but also knew the decision wasn't his to make. Our lord may visit Hope Village often in the near future. We can discuss more then, Bernie said. And then Bear nodded. After exchanging information, Bernie left. After he left, Bear calmed himself and returned to the first issue Bernie mentioned. He immediately went to the personnel office. Let me see the recent population registration, Bear said to Rao Jiayu. Yes. Rao Jiayu, who was compiling statistics, quickly found the latest population file. Bear flipped through it. Toby, intermediate professional, 34, mercenary, Benjala Town. Kenny, intermediate professional, 30, mercenary, Benjala Town. Baiton, intermediate professional, 29, swordsman, Benjala Town. Seeing the large number of new residents from Benjala Town, Bear couldn't help but rub his forehead. It seemed Benjala Town's inflow was also significant. Rao Jiayu, seeing Bear's reaction, pulled out another folder and handed it over. Lord Bear, I've also compiled overall data on residents entering Hope Village from surrounding and other territories. Bear was surprised. This wasn't her job, but no one had asked her to do it either. He looked at the chart. All the numbers were clear at a glance. Benjala Town, 1,409 people. Barnes Village, 502 people. Glasgow Village, 238 people. Yushi Village, 376 people. Qinghe Village, 622 people. Djibouti Village, 192 people. Ambri Village, 30 people. Lizette Village, 27 people. Looking at the data, Bear couldn't help but think, as expected. Barnes Village wasn't even close to the top for population inflow to Hope Village. Currently, the territory with the most people moving into Hope Village is Benjala Town. Benjala Town was much trickier than Barnes Village. Absorbing so many of their people was already equivalent to the minimum population of a level 2 village, sure to attract attention. The Lord of Benjala Town was much harder to deal with than the Lord of Barnes Village. Who knew how he'd react to the population loss? They'd better prepare for it. Barnes Village plus Qinghe Village equals no threat. Benjala Town plus Barnes Village plus Qinghe Village equals big threat. As Bear was thinking this, Earl Alcott's team from Benjala Town was already on their way to Hope Village. At this moment, at Count Alcott's estate, by coincidence, the person chosen to guide the way was Marvin, who had just returned from Hope Village. As the vice-captain of the Wendell mercenary team, with Wendell fully focused on business in Hope Village, Marvin was left to lead the team back and forth between Hope Village and Bangra Town. Marvin actually liked this job. Shuttling goods between the two territories was very profitable, and as someone who participated every time, his income and bonuses were quite substantial. But he never expected to get caught up with the Count himself this time. He'd been a nobody before, with no chance to meet the Count. Now he was meeting him at such a sensitive time. After a reminder from the mayor, Marvin realized the Count was coming because too many people from Bangra Town had left for Hope Village. He wanted to see Hope Village for himself. That could only mean trouble. As someone who made a living in Hope Village, who knew if he'd end up being blamed for something? While Marvin was lost in anxious thoughts, the curtain of Count Alcott's bee-strawn carriage was pulled aside. A beautiful female servant bowed respectfully to Marvin and said softly, "The Count invites you aboard." Marvin tensed up, then quickly climbed into the carriage. He bowed respectfully, then sat to the side at the Count's gesture. "Simmons says your mercenary team signed an exclusive contract with Hope Village and some of their goods can only be traded through you?" Count Alcott asked directly. Marvin quickly organized his thoughts and replied, "Yes, at the time, Hope Village signed contracts with several mercenary teams. Our captain, being strong, secured the Bangra Town business rights. Most Hope Village goods sold in Bangra Town are handled by our team. But Hope Village also has a big demand for magical goods, so we sell a lot of Bangra Town products to them as well. Because of the price differences, the total sales from Bangra Town to Hope Village are still higher than the other way around. So, for now, Bangra Town still had the upper hand in trade. Please don't blame our team. Marvin thought to himself. Count Olcott hadn't expected that answer. He raised an eyebrow and asked the next question. Have you ever thought about settling in Hope Village? Marvin, no. He hesitated for a second, then quickly added, I've always believed Bangra Town has a better future, so I never considered becoming a Hope Village resident. Then why do you think those who move to Hope Village do so? Do they think Hope Village is better than Bangra Town? Count Olcott pressed, not giving him much time to react. Marvin wiped away some invisible sweat. He thought for a while before answering. In terms of strength, Bangra Town is definitely stronger. Hope Village just offers some benefits that tempt people. Those who leave know Bangra Town is better, but for now, Hope Village suits their interests more. Basically, it's mostly ordinary residents and low-level professionals who leave. As for the stronger ones, they're investing early. In Bangra Town, there's no room for advancement, but in Hope Village, there is. So they're willing to take a chance. Count Olcott could tell Marvin wasn't saying everything. To attract over 1,000 people from Bangra Town, Hope Village had to have something special. Thinking of Simmons' report about Hope Village's new things, Count Olcott was genuinely curious. He wanted to know what kind of lord could come up with so many novel ideas. For nobles like him, such a lord was undermining their foundation. Nobles had their privileges because of centuries of brainwashing and suppression. What Hope Village was doing was breaking that system. One of his goals in visiting was to assess how much of a threat Hope Village really was. That's enough. You can go, Count Olcott said lazily, leaning back and closing his eyes to rest. Without needing to be told, the servant stepped forward to give him a massage. Marvin quietly slipped out, and as soon as he left the carriage, he felt all the tension leave his body. The group continued on, gradually leaving Bangra Town behind. Just as they exited the territory, a commotion broke out nearby. The whole group stopped, and the soldiers raised their weapons, alert. In the carriage, Count Olcott opened his eyes. What's going on? It's probably a mercenary team hunting a group of intermediate magic beasts nearby, so it's a bit noisy. His bodyguard, Mata, replied quickly. The magic beasts near Bangra Town were mostly intermediate, with the occasional high-level one. Both types were regular targets for the territory soldiers and mercenaries, so running into a team nearby was normal. That was his best guess, and why he'd already sent soldiers to check. Soon, the scouts returned. Is it a mercenary team? Mata asked. Yes, the soldier replied, though he looked a bit puzzled. Mata noticed and pressed. Is there something unusual? I don't think they're from our territory, the soldier said after a pause. Even though they were outside Bangra Town's borders, this area was still under its influence, so usually only local mercenary teams operated here. Other territories were just villages and didn't have the strength. So, seeing a non-local team here was odd. Mata frowned. Can you tell which territory they're from? I didn't ask, but they look quite different from us, the soldier replied. Marvin, hearing this, immediately guessed, I think, they're probably from Hope Village. Hope Village? Wasn't that their destination? Mata quickly reported this to Count Olcott. Count Olcott stepped out of the carriage and looked at Marvin. Hope Village's mercenary teams are this bold? Are they intermediate professionals? If they weren't at least intermediate, they wouldn't dare hunt intermediate magic beasts here. High-level beasts could show up at any time. Intermediate professionals could handle that. Beginners would just be cannon fodder. So he assumed they were intermediate. But if Hope Village had already produced such a team in just over 2 months, it was truly impressive. No, they're all just advanced beginners, the soldier said. He could tell the difference between beginner and intermediate professionals. How are they doing against the intermediate magic beasts? Count Olcott asked, surprised. The intermediate beasts can't beat them. They'll probably be taken down soon, the soldier said, a bit dazed. These beginners are special. They're all dual-class professionals. Dual-class, meaning both magic and physical. That meant every one of them had magical talent. People with magical talent were rare in the human kingdom. Most with such talent specialized as mages, or maybe picked up a support class, but few had the energy to train in both magic and physical classes. So dual-class professionals were rare, but if they survived, they'd become extremely powerful. Many big cities hired high-level dual-class professionals to guard their territories, offering incredible benefits. So, if a territory found a dual-class professional, they'd invest early. But now, Hope Village had a whole group of them. Maybe Hope Village was even more mysterious and powerful than he'd thought. Otherwise, with the way Hope Village operated, it would have collapsed long ago. While Count Olcott was deep in thought, Marvin hesitated, then spoke up. "What is it?" "Speak," Count Olcott said sharply, sensing Marvin's unease. "There's something about Hope Village's original residents that's always caught people's attention. They all have magical talent. Almost every one of them is a mage, and most are dual-class. They love magic, but they also love physical strength," Marvin finally said. This was something the Count would find out anyway, so he might as well say it now and earn some favor. Marvin had no idea how much his words shocked Count Olcott and the others. Count Olcott's eyes darkened. How many of these residents did Hope Village originally have? A little over 1,000 at first, but now there are several thousand, since similar territories have merged in. From what we've seen, it's not just Hope Village. These new territories and their people all seem to have magical talent. Many people think that's why they were brought to the Stan continent in the first place. Count Olcott pursed his lips. This was big news. If the major territories found out, it would cause a huge stir. Such a large number would be an explosive force on the whole continent. If they grew, they'd be a power no one could ignore. Used well, the human kingdom could return to its former glory and dominate other races again. And for any territory that could control this power, it could become the kingdom's overlord. The thought made Count Olcott's breath catch. It was truly tempting. After a while, he forced himself to calm down. He knew his own territory wasn't strong enough to pull this off. But as an ambitious man, he couldn't help but dream. He turned to the group. "Let's go take a look." He needed to see Hope Village's people and the village itself before making any decisions. At this point, Hope Village poaching his people was no longer his main concern. He had a feeling this trip would bring unexpected rewards. A short while later, Count Olcott arrived at the battle site. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed that the concentration of magical elements here was much higher than elsewhere. This was because the group was constantly drawing in the surrounding magic, causing it to gather in this area. But this also proved one thing: their affinity for magic was extremely high. Looking more closely at their combat style, the whole team seemed divided into smaller groups, each handling 2 or 3 intermediate-level magical beasts. The faster teams had already finished their fights and, instead of joining the others, simply stood by and watched. Now, only 2 groups remained in combat. Count Olcott focused on one team, who were fighting a level 23 Gale Wolf. This type of beast was extremely fast and usually traveled in packs. Even alone, it was a tough opponent. But in front of this team, the Gale Wolf's speed was useless. Impenetrable Fortress, Blazing Inferno, Savage Charge, Arrow Rain. A whole set of skills landed in quick succession. The Gale Wolf didn't even have time to move. Even if it did, it couldn't escape the cage designed just for it. On top of that, Count Olcott's gaze fell on their shoes. They were wearing Shadow Step boots, orange-grade equipment. Normally, these increase speed by 20%, but this particular pair used special materials, boosting movement speed by an additional 50%, for a total of 70%. With that, the Gale Wolf's speed advantage was gone. Plus, the team had a mage, an archer, and a swordsman. Control, area attacks, and high-damage skills all at once. The wolf couldn't run or attack, so it was no surprise it lost. It seemed Hope Village's mercenary teams were not to be underestimated. Even the slowest team was this well-coordinated, let alone the others. "Do you know this mercenary team?" Count Olcott asked Marvin beside him. "Yes, that's Hope Village's largest mercenary group, the Warbeast Mercenary Team. But this is just one of their squads," Marvin replied quickly. With Wendell, a team leader from Hope Village, as a contact and his own frequent visits, Marvin was very familiar with Hope Village's mercenaries. He continued, "This team has over 400 members and even runs their own business in Hope Village. The beast meat factory belongs to them. Their leader is Zhang Yongnian, who's here right now." With that, Marvin pointed out Zhang Yongnian. At that moment, Zhang Yongnian, who was wrapping up the battle and organizing the team and loot, also noticed Count Alcott's group. Seeing Count Alcott's luxurious attire and entourage, Zhang Yongnian immediately formed an impression. This was definitely not an ordinary person. When he saw Marvin at Count Alcott's side, Zhang Yongnian walked over. "Marvin, what a coincidence." Zhang Yongnian greeted Marvin, then looked at Count Alcott. "And this is the Lord of Benjala Town," Marvin said, not daring to mention Alcott's name directly. Zhang Yongnian quickly bowed. "Greetings, my lord." After so long in this world, they'd all learned the appropriate titles and etiquette. In Hope Village, maybe you could ignore such things, but this wasn't their turf. Better to be polite. Count Alcott looked at Zhang Yongnian and nodded slightly. "You're quite impressive. To grow a mercenary team to this scale took real ability." "Just trying to make a living," Zhang Yongnian replied with a smile. "Is your lordship planning to visit our territory? If you get the chance, you must stop by our shop." Count Alcott, "Well, I won't disturb you further. We haven't finished today's mission yet." With that, Zhang Yongnian took his leave, and his group quickly moved on, heading even closer to Benjala Town. After they left, Count Alcott instinctively prepared to return to his own group, but then paused, glancing back at Zhang Yongnian's departing team, his eyes narrowing. "How far is it to Hope Village from here?" "Still more than half a day's journey," Marvin replied, a bit surprised. "More than half a day, and yet Hope Village's mercenaries are here hunting magical beasts." Count Alcott snorted. "Were they taking advantage of his territory?" "Marvin, that's right. Isn't Hope Village just taking advantage of Benjala Town? Why didn't I realize it before?" Thinking of Hope Village's professionals and their obsession with leveling up, it was no wonder there were almost no magical beasts left near Hope Village. He hadn't expected that even after Hope Village's upgrade, the intermediate magical beasts nearby still weren't enough for them, so they'd set their sights on his territory, and now, even the Lord had caught them in the act. Marvin finally said, "Hope Village's professionals are really competitive. The magical beasts in their territory probably can't support all their professionals." "My lord, should we have our soldiers stop them?" Myrta asked. Count Alcott was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. "Forget it. This isn't even within Benjala Town's borders. Let them be." After all, if Benjala's own mercenaries didn't mind, could he, as lord, really argue with a mere mercenary team? In a way, if Hope Village's professionals helped thin out the magical beasts, it actually saved his territory the trouble of regular culling. Myrta said nothing more. As for Marvin, he guessed from Count Alcott's reaction that perhaps the Lord didn't bear Hope Village any ill will, or maybe something had changed his mind about causing trouble. Was it because of the dual-class professionals he'd mentioned? The group soon returned to their caravan and continued toward Hope Village. Meanwhile, after Zhang Yongnian's team left, they couldn't help but discuss Count Alcott's group. "Will it be a problem that they caught us hunting magical beasts here?" someone asked. Zhang Yongnian's eyes flickered. Their team had come this far because competition near Hope Village was getting fiercer. With their size, they could still hunt plenty of beasts, but smaller teams had to go even farther. More importantly, hunting magical beasts near Hope Village no longer helped them improve. Plus, several Beastmen craftsmen had recently become professionals, unlocking the gourmet chef support class. Now, the beast meat they prepared had different effects based on the meat's grade. With these new effects, the price of beast meat had skyrocketed. They were about to go high-end. Of course, they hadn't announced this yet. They wanted to hunt as many intermediate magical beasts as possible first, to stock up on high-energy meat, and then have the gourmet chefs prepare it, aiming for a big launch and rapid expansion into the premium market. Since connecting with other Blue Star territories, the pressure had increased. Beast jerky was no longer a unique product. Other Blue Star territories could buy Hope Village's seasonings or even make similar products themselves. He didn't want to get into a price war, so the only solution was to always stay one step ahead. With a high-end beast jerky market, even if other Blue Star territories made similar specialty products, it wouldn't affect them. A win-win situation. He just hadn't expected to run into Benjula Town's lord. Let's keep an eye on things. This isn't really Benjula's territory, so I doubt they'll care, Zhang Yongnian said. Either way, we're here to hunt as much as we can. If it were a problem, Benjula's mercenaries would have driven them off long ago. Besides, they weren't the only Hope Village mercenary team out here. Several others were active nearby too. In fact, they'd run into each other several times recently and still hadn't seen any Benjula mercenaries, which meant Benjula's teams rarely operated in this area. Right. But while it's fine for us to run into Benjula's lord, it's a different story if he heads to our territory. We don't know if that's good or bad. We'd better send word back. As Zhang Yongnian spoke, he looked at one of his team. That person immediately whistled. At the sound, a small flying magical beast, a magic hawk, landed on his shoulder. He'd just summoned this beast 2 days ago, after getting separated from his team and running into a pack of intermediate magical beasts. In a life-or-death moment, he'd awakened his summoner skills. With the magic hawk's help, he'd reunited with his team. The hawk also had a message-sending skill. He quickly wrote a note, tied it to the hawk's leg, and sent it off to a teammate in Hope Village. The hawk soared into the sky and soon disappeared. With that done, the team continued tracking magical beasts. Meanwhile, Count Alcott's group, who hadn't thought much of Zhang Yongnian's team, kept running into Hope Village mercenaries as they traveled. That's the Gale mercenary team, Hope Village's strongest. They used to be from Sorrel Town, but after their captain, Bayer, became an undead and was summoned to Hope Village, they all moved there and stayed. That's the Kara mercenary team, originally from Benjula. Now they're based in Hope Village. Their captain is an alchemist and runs a potion shop there. This team mainly gathers resources. That's the World Mercenary Team, Hope Village's own. They're one of the largest and strongest in the village. Marvin introduced each team they passed, and even he was speechless by the end. He'd thought only Zhang Yongnian's team was out here, but it turned out all of Hope Village's strong mercenary teams were operating in the area. Count Alcott, listening to the introductions, remained silent. Hope Village, are you addicted to fleecing Benjula Town or what? At the same time in Hope Village, Bayer, who had just discovered a problem from the population inflow data, immediately received a report from the War Beast mercenary team. He noticed Marvin's hesitant expression. He raised an eyebrow. Marvin had made that face several times today, always when there was something awkward to say. Was there something about Hope Village's special passage? If you have something to say, just say it. We're already here, no need to hold back, Alcott said directly to Marvin. He was always calm and steady, not easily rattled. It's just that Hope Village is special. Nobles don't have many privileges here, Marvin explained. So if we want to cut the line, it's unlikely. Alcott didn't say anything, but Myrta frowned. How can that be? All the nobles who've come here have been treated the same. Last time, even the Marquis of Lovisa City wanted the soldiers to kneel and welcome, but was refused. Honestly, the residents here are very independent, Marvin said helplessly. He'd never forget the scene of the residents mocking the Marquis. Normally, a few people might be influenced by the environment, but in Hope Village, it was the majority who were shaped by the few, and the whole worldview shifted to match the local rules. Many visitors found it hard to adjust at first, but once they did, they never wanted to go back. Marvin felt that after spending so much time between the two places, he'd been changed a bit too. He still respected the Count, but wasn't as nervous as before. He felt quite relaxed today, and his explanations were going well. Hope Village had given them a new perspective on the world. That was why so many people flocked here. Marvin didn't say any more. Once the Count entered, he'd feel it for himself. Most nobles never got used to it. Myrta, Compared to Murdoch's speechlessness, Count Olcott was clearly intrigued by this phenomenon. He waved his hand. No need, let's just queue up and go in. It's a good chance to experience it. Since he was here to observe, hiding his identity was best. He was a noble who enjoyed comfort, but he wasn't addicted to it. He could handle this little hardship. Yes, Murda replied. Marvin said nothing more. So the whole group lined up at the end of the long queue. Even though Count Olcott was hiding his identity, the soldiers on the watchtower, having received orders to observe, kept a close eye on their group. After all, a team of over 100, all riding beast mounts, with 2 beast-drawn carriages, one of them huge, like a mobile house, was hard to miss. Who else could it be? They immediately reported the sighting. When Joe Bai and Bayer got the message and saw that the system hadn't notified them, Joe Bai knew the visitors were indeed hiding their identity. If they're hiding their identity, let's just pretend we don't know, Joe Bai said, preparing to get off work. She was heading home early today to have dinner with her mom. Her dad was out on a mission, so her mom was home alone. She wanted to keep her company. She wondered if their mission was going well. And then Bayer nodded. Since they weren't making a show of their identity, as the Lord said, they probably weren't here to cause trouble. Still, it was worth keeping an eye on them. Not long after Joe Bai got off work, the staff at the Lord's Manor also began to leave. After dark, with only torches for light, it was hard to work efficiently, so everyone worked during the day and rested at night. As night fell, more people filled the streets. Count Olcott's group finally entered the city after dark. The moment they entered, they saw the thousands of lights along the roads and the surging crowds throughout the territory. For a moment, they felt a strange illusion. Hope Village seemed even livelier than Benjala Town. At least, Benjala Town never had so many people gathered in one district, which made the contrast even sharper. Olcott got off his beast carriage and looked at the people on and along the road, pausing for a moment. After waiting in lines so long, he'd already expected Hope Village to be bustling, but he hadn't imagined it would be on another level entirely. Hope Village had really spared no expense on its roads. The wide streets made the whole place feel open and grand. Everywhere he looked, the view was unobstructed. At that moment, Count Olcott saw a city's shadow in Hope Village. In his memory, only territories that had reached city status would build such wide roads in key areas. Had Hope Village been aiming for city status from the very start? It really was different from other territories. Seeing Murta and the others stunned, he said, "Murta, come with me. The rest of you settle in, and then you're free to explore." Since he was here, he planned to take a good look around. In just a moment, Earl Olcott had already followed the flow of people toward the commercial street and soon disappeared from sight. Marvin stood where he was, watching the accompanying soldiers ask about the location of the inn before heading off to sightsee. Only then did he head straight for Wendell's shop. He needed to tell his captain about the Lord's arrival. He didn't know what the Lord intended for Hope Village, but if things turned sour, their trade between the two places would almost certainly be affected. They needed to prepare early. Before long, Marvin arrived at their mercenary team's magic equipment shop. The shop was packed, and the staff were barely able to keep up with the customers. As the boss, Wendell was relatively relaxed, only occasionally helping out with customers. Seeing Marvin arrive, Wendell finished with a customer and went over to him. "What's wrong?" Unlike Marvin's usual excitement, today he looked a bit worried. Wendell figured something must have happened and asked directly. "The Lord is here," Marvin said quickly. "The Lord?" Wendell was stunned for a second, then quickly realized he meant Earl Olcott, the Lord of Benjala Town. "What's he doing in Hope Village?" Wendell asked urgently. Marvin quickly explained, not forgetting to mention that they'd run into several Hope Village mercenary teams on the road. After listening, Wendell's expression turned thoughtful. After a moment, he said, "Maybe the Lord wants to see if Hope Village is worth winning over." "Huh? Isn't he here to cause trouble?" Marvin blurted out. That was still his main suspicion. Maybe he had that idea at first, but after seeing Hope Village's potential, he might change his mind. Once he's seen everything, he'll decide, Wendell said. Right now, Benjala Town doesn't have much of a military advantage over Hope Village. Intermediate professionals, Marvin muttered. Hope Village's professionals were still mostly junior level. You might not know, but after the special buildings were upgraded, each one can now hire 4 mercenaries at a time. 2 special buildings means 8, and all 8 are intermediate professionals. That's 8 per day, and it's been going on for days. Hope Village can have as many intermediate professionals as it wants, Wendell explained, comparing the strength of Hope Village and Benjala Town in his mind and feeling confident about the outcome. The 2 territories couldn't afford to become enemies. Especially since the Lord was a smart man, he wouldn't do anything that hurt both sides. I remember each upgrade for a special building costs double the previous amount in gold coins. Hope Village's special buildings are level 3 now, so that's 400 gold coins each, 800 for 2. And hiring intermediate professionals costs 2 gold coins per month each. If there are 100 people, that's 2,000 gold coins a month. Marvin's calculations grew more and more shocked. That was an insanely high cost. Most territories simply couldn't afford it. That's why many territories' summoning-type special buildings were basically useless or never even unlocked. It was cheaper to train 100 intermediate professionals directly than to pay for the building, and that wasn't even a long-term investment. Hope Village can afford it, Wendell said. They already supported over 100 undead and beastmen before, which cost over 1,000 gold coins a month. Later, they stopped summoning because the numbers matched the territory's development. For a while, they focused on training their own professionals. Now that Hope Village is a level 3 village, they've started summoning again, and probably will keep going until they feel it's enough. Marvin could only sigh. Hope Village really is rich. Gold coins are, to some extent, a measure of a territory's strength. Having gold doesn't guarantee success, but without it, you're sure to fail. So once it's clear that force can't conquer Hope Village, the Lord will make the right choice, Wendell said firmly. Yeah. With that reassurance, Marvin felt much better. But then, as if remembering something, he added, Captain, if Benjala Town really does fall out with Hope Village, what would you do? Wendell glanced at Marvin and said coolly, I'm not going to think about that for now. Marvin immediately shut up. He shouldn't have asked. But, knowing his captain, as long as he didn't say Benjala Town, it meant he was already leaning toward Hope Village. Wendell could tell what Marvin was thinking just by looking at him. But it didn't matter if he guessed. After all his actions now were still in support of Benjala Town. Thinking about it was harmless. Hope Village really was an ideal land to yearn for. And the conclusion that Hope Village was rich, reached by both Wendell and Marvin, was exactly what Earl Alcott was thinking at that moment. Through his own eyes and the words of those around him, he'd already gotten a rough idea of Hope Village's current makeup. And knowing that, he realized just how much it must have taken to develop the territory to this level in just over 2 months. When he'd established Benjala Town, he'd had the full support of his family, money, people, resources, everything. Even so, after about 2 months, his territory had become a level 3 village, but it was nowhere near Hope Village's scale, nor did it have such a mature economic system. It was only after reaching level 3 that he'd implemented a series of measures to make the territory thrive and become the silver craftsman's capital it was today. With this comparison, his understanding of Hope Village deepened. This Hope Village really is impressive, Earl Alcott mused. Before coming, he hadn't thought much of a level 3 village like Hope Village, but as he walked through it, his opinion changed bit by bit. Now, Hope Village had left a deep impression on him, one that wouldn't fade. Indeed, any territory that could poach people from Benjala Town was no ordinary place. As he asked this question, Murta was also watching his lord's expression. Earl Alcott wasn't angry. Murta was just stating the truth. He nodded in agreement. Yes, it's very impressive. So, what are your plans, my lord? Murta asked. Just treat it as a vacation. And learn a thing or two. Some things in Hope Village and some of the residents' ideas are quite novel, Earl Alcott said frankly. Originally, When he heard about Hope Village's many dual-class professionals, he'd wanted to make Hope Village a vassal and was willing to persuade his family to invest in it. If Benjala Town became the king of the region, he'd make Hope Village one of the top cities. But after seeing Hope Village, he understood that using force would only hurt both sides. That left only one option. Let's compete with our own abilities. Of course, Benjala Town still held an absolute advantage for now. Compared to the already mature Benjala Town, Hope Village still had a long way to go. Faisal Village, Lovisa City. After unexpectedly hearing about these two territories here, Earl Alcott understood that while Hope Village looked prosperous on the surface, it was also full of hidden dangers. He'd see if they could survive this crisis. Of course, the details about Faisal Village and Lovisa City were only known to key members of his family. He had no intention of telling anyone, not even his closest aides. Murta was silent. His lord's decision was both expected and unexpected. All he could say was that, for now, Hope Village had conquered his lord with its own strength. After making up his mind, Count Alcott relaxed and began to leisurely stroll around Hope Village, finally taking the time to try the much-praised local cuisine. He had to admit, purely from a tourism perspective, Hope Village was an excellent destination. Any one of these foods could be the signature product of a territory, but Hope Village had gathered so many together, it was a feast for any foodie. There would always be people willing to travel thousands of miles just for a good meal, especially when food in most territories was barely edible. Even the so-called food capital, Norwich, would have to bow before Hope Village's cuisine. Hope Village was a veritable gold mine. No wonder it had developed so quickly. Count Alcott marveled at this in his heart. Hope Village was lucky that the Stan continent had certain rules for territories, rules that were both restrictions and protection. Otherwise, with what Hope Village had to offer, many large territories would be tempted to make a move. Of course, Hope Village was also very smart. Before making a name for itself, it had already widely publicized its products. When a secret is no longer a secret, people are much less likely to risk everything for it. Thinking this, Count Alcott took a big bite of his burger, chewing with a look of satisfaction. Even if he gained nothing else, just the food made this trip worthwhile. He figured he could come back more often in the future. Maybe he could even invite a few friends to eat, drink, and bond together. Sharing such a good place, they'd probably love it too. Beside him, Meta watched his lord's relaxed demeanor and paused for a moment. Well, that was just how his lord was. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't let it trouble him anymore. That was, actually, pretty good. It was just tough on the subordinates, whose hearts weren't so steady. They'd been treating Hope Village as Bangra Town's enemy, but now the lord had suddenly dropped the idea. Meta comforted himself and decided to throw himself into enjoying Hope Village's food. Sometimes, good food really could make you forget all your worries. In fact, though the trip had been tiring, it was definitely worth it. So the two of them spent the whole time eating and drinking their way through the food street. Even the next day, they were either on their way to eat or already eating, living it up. Thus, Count Alcott's visit caused no waves in Hope Village at all. Things were so calm that even Bear, who had been fully prepared, found it a little unbelievable. Were they really just here on vacation? Bear asked Shobai in the Lord's office the next day after hearing about their activities. Not causing trouble was one thing, but not contacting them at all was another. No movement at all made him uneasy. I think they gave up on their original plan for some reason, but I don't know what it was, Shobai said thoughtfully. The fact that they entered the village without revealing their identity showed they wanted to quietly investigate Hope Village. During their stay, they didn't go straight to the food street, but first toured the territory, then blended into the tavern and other busy places to gather information. That didn't seem like someone with no agenda. But then, suddenly, they just started enjoying the food and did nothing else. No matter how you looked at it, it was strange. Were they shocked by Hope Village's strength? Hope Village was indeed prosperous, but Jobai didn't think that alone could shake the heart of Bangra Town's lord. She'd been to Bangra Town, it was on a whole different level of prosperity, a true magic town. Hope Village still had a long way to go. So, if the other side had no ulterior motives, it must have been something that changed the Count's mind. Should I have someone ask around, see if they heard anything or had a change of heart? Bayer offered, always trusting Joe-Bai's judgment. Joe-Bai shook her head. From what I've heard, they just wandered around and didn't really talk to anyone. Let me think. She went over everything in her territory. Hope Village's unique features were just a few. 1. The food. 2. The wide variety of ingredients. 3. Undead and beastman NPCs. 4. The school. 5. A relatively fair and free environment. Analyzing each point, there was nothing that should make Count Olcott wary. In fact, if he wanted, he could copy some of these things and stop his residents from moving to Hope Village, just like Glasgow Village, which promised to build a school and cooperated with Hope Village, so their residents didn't want to leave. If it wasn't these things, it had to be some kind of information. Joe-Bai kept eliminating possibilities until she remembered her earlier conversation with Bear. Hope Village had a backer, Lovisa City. Maybe Count Olcott knew the truth about Lovisa City and also knew that Farsal Village was supported by Lovisa City. So, after learning that Hope Village was working with Lovisa City, he decided Hope Village was already claimed by Lovisa City and gave up? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It was the only reasonable explanation. She shared her thoughts with Bear. Bear was surprised. So, not everyone is unaware of the connection between Farsal Village and Lovisa City. The existence of aggressive territories isn't a secret, so it's normal for people to investigate their origins. Bangra Town's lord has a family background. It's normal for his family to know some inside information, Joe-Bai continued. If they know, why let these territories develop? I've been collecting information on visiting territories, and I've found that more and more territories are being destroyed, not just by aggressive territories, but also by beast tides, Bear added. He noticed that the human kingdom's situation seemed to have changed a lot. More and more? Isn't it normal for a territory or two to disappear every day? Joe-Bai asked instinctively. After all, since arriving in this world, she'd seen plenty of territories destroyed. She just assumed competition here was always this fierce. How could that be? Bear replied. At first, even with territory wars, aggressive ones were rare, almost non-existent. If one appeared, the others would unite against it. The biggest crisis for a territory was usually the beast tide during upgrades, but everyone prepared for that, so it was rare for a territory to disappear because of it. So the environment's gotten harsher, Joe-Bai concluded. At least around Hope Village, that's how it feels, Bear agreed. Then maybe it's because, for some reason, the number of magic beasts has increased, Joe-Bai said. Probably, but I'm not sure. I was in the undead kingdom for so long, so now I can only try to gather more information from outside, Bear replied. All right. Joe-Bai nodded. But I think the big territories probably know more. Maybe the rise of aggressive territories is a response to these changes. Joe-Bai had never forgotten that their system was an apocalypse game system. She'd always thought it was because Blue Star was facing an apocalypse test. But now, maybe it wasn't just Blue Star, maybe this world was facing an apocalypse too. It was a wild thought, but not impossible. But to prove it, she didn't have the resources yet. So, all she could do was develop her territory as quickly as possible and gather as much information about this world as she could. Hearing this, Bear seemed to remember something. Actually, I heard from some undead in the undead kingdom that the number of territories is dropping, not just in the human kingdom, but in other races too. But in those races, they're consolidating power, merging small territories into medium ones, and medium into large. Maybe the human kingdom is doing the same? Aggressive territories are just a more radical approach, but it fits the current situation, so no one stops them like before. Bear's words struck a chord with Joe-Bai. If that was true, the apocalypse theory made even more sense. Maybe something big really did happen on the continent, and only a few know about it, Joe-Bai said. We're still too weak to know much. If something like that happened, it would be a huge deal. To the Stan continent, they were just newcomers. I'll keep an eye out for more information, Bear promised. We don't know now, but that doesn't mean we won't in the future. Thanks. Give the scouts a bonus, Jobai said. Bayer had a team dedicated to scouting before. They just checked local resources, but now they'd have to look further afield. All right, Bayer nodded. Go on then. As for the Count, just treat him like a tourist for now, Jobai said. Okay, Bayer agreed. There really was a lot to do lately. Not just the influx of tourists, but all the issues that came with it. And now, gathering information had become a top priority. After Bayer left, Jobai finished her village chief duties and headed to the warehouse. In the warehouse, Ding Chiro was sorting the latest supplies. With more people coming to the territory, there were more goods. After all, people needed to turn resources into money. This was a win-win for Hope Village. The money spent on resources would be used to buy Hope Village's products, and the resources collected could be sold in bulk to factories and shops. It was beneficial both ways. Ding Chiro found this work very fulfilling. Her skill points kept increasing, and often, just a thought was enough to sort items perfectly with an amazing memory. General store, merchant, Virgil needs the following items. Blacksmith shop, blacksmith, Harris needs the following items. Tailor shop, tailor Diana needs the following items. A string of notifications appeared on her panel, listing all the materials and items needed by the territory's various buildings. Ding Chiro glanced at them, then recorded everything in the ledger. No need to double-check. She could write it all down perfectly. Once everything was logged, she approved the requests, and the items were instantly transferred from the warehouse to each building. After that, she started sorting surplus finished goods, which she would deliver to the general store for Virgil to handle. She'd gotten to know Virgil pretty well. He was a pure businessman. Whatever goods he got, he could always maximize their value. Before he arrived, the general store barely sold anything, since there were so many other shops in Hope Village with better service. But after Virgil came, sales at the general store shot up. There was nothing he couldn't sell. As Ding Chiro was thinking about this, Jobai arrived. What brings you here? Need something? Ding Chiro asked with a smile. When her husband was around, their daughter was always out early and back late, so she rarely saw her. But after her husband left, Jobai made time to visit, to keep her company. They'd seen each other last night, and now again so soon. What a nice surprise. But she knew if Jobai came this early, it was probably business. Meeting her mother's gentle gaze, Jobai cleared her throat. Ding Chiro's smile froze, her lips flattening. You're heading out again, and for several days, aren't you? She'd watched her child grow up. She could always tell what Jobai was planning. Yeah, I'm heading to Bangra Town. There are more intermediate magic beasts there, so I can level up faster, Jobai admitted. She'd already been in a hurry to level up, but now, knowing this world might also be facing an apocalypse, she felt even more urgency. The territory needed to be stronger to withstand future storms. How many days? Ding Chiro asked. Not sure. I plan to come back after I advance to intermediate professional, Jobai replied. Going alone? Ding Chiro frowned. No, I'm not that brave. I'd go alone near Hope Village, but not that far. I'll take a few squads of soldiers, Jobai said. This time, it wasn't just her leveling up, the soldiers would too. Be careful, Ding Chiro said softly. I will, Jobai replied. One more thing, I need your help with hiring NPCs. After I level up, I can do it from the panel, but if I leave the territory, I can't summon them. But I can delegate it, and you're the only one I trust. No problem, leave it to me. Hire them all, right? Yes, hire them all, and send them to Bayer. All right, Ding Chiro agreed. Bye, Mom. Jobai gave her mother a hug, then turned to leave. After walking a short distance, she raised her hand and waved without looking back. Watching her daughter's departing figure, Ding Chiro pressed her lips together and went back to work. All she could do was hold down the fort for her daughter. In the days that followed, both Hope Village and Jobai continued to steadily improve themselves. While Hope Village quietly developed, its reputation spread at lightning speed. Many merchant caravans who bought goods from Hope Village and resold them in their own territories made a fortune. Where there's profit, people will always flock, and so more and more people began to investigate the origins of these products. Even though the mercenaries who profited tried to keep things secret, there were simply too many people with access to Hope Village. It didn't take long for Hope Village to enter the sights of many, becoming a hot topic among mercenaries in various territories and a gold mine in their hands. What's the story with this Hope Village? How do they have so many good things? Yeah, and the prices are so cheap. If it's cheap, that means the cost is low. If we learn how to make it, there's a lot of profit to be had. Right? Is there any way to get the recipes? Well, I know that when they make the food, it's all done in front of you, so you can see exactly what goes in. But you're overthinking it. For example, the noodles and the hot and sour noodles, they're already a finished product when you see them, and so are the seasonings. Only Hope Village has these. If you want the authentic taste, you still have to go there to buy. So if you buy the seasonings, you can make hot and sour noodles? Of course! Why do you think that new restaurant is so popular? They bought the full set of seasonings and learned the technique. The taste is a little different, but it's still delicious. But if everyone learns, will there still be business? Hope Village doesn't just have one product. If one is taken, you can learn another. True. But will Hope Village really teach everything? They will. Their shops have already launched a franchise system. Hope Village is store no. 1, and then franchisees get a number and order. As long as you become a franchisee, someone will teach you step by step. If you can't make it, Hope Village will supply you with finished products to sell. The wholesale price is fixed, but you set your own retail price, so there's plenty of profit. I hear the shops are making a killing on franchise fees. People from Hope Village really know how to do business. It's great. Unlike some nobles who keep rare things in one shop and charge sky-high prices so ordinary people can enjoy them. Exactly. And right now, Hope Village is only targeting level 3 villages and below. Towns and cities aren't even included yet. There's so much room to grow. I'm going to Hope Village soon. But not everyone can do this business. You need money for the franchise, to buy goods, and to own a shop in your territory. Take it slow. Start by reselling. And since we're a level 3 village, lots of level 1 and 2 villages don't have a mission center, so they can't go to Hope Village. That means we can get there first and grab the market. Similar conversations echoed in every corner of level 3 villages. As more people got rich thanks to Hope Village, more and more flocked there, sweeping up goods and then selling them in their own and neighboring territories. Just like that, Hope Village's products quietly spread throughout village-level territories and then, almost without notice, began to encircle towns and cities. Outside the gates of Sorrel Town. Hot and sour noodles, sour, spicy, and addictive. Only 10 copper coins a bowl. The hottest food from Hope Village, guaranteed to leave you wanting more. Fresh grilled skewers. Veggies 3 copper, meat 5 copper, cheap and delicious. Hot meat buns, only 4 copper coins. Sweet and tasty fruit tea, just 5 copper a cup. One shout after another quickly drew attention. Many passers-by gathered around. First, because these foods were things they'd never tasted before. Second, the aroma was so strong that even from a distance, you could catch a whiff. With that kind of temptation, who wouldn't come over? Some people were surprised to recognize the vendors. They were familiar faces, mercenaries from villages near Sorrel Town who often came to sell cheap goods, gathered materials, or rare drops from magical beasts. They'd come so often that Sorrel Town's residents knew them well. But now, instead of selling those things, they were selling food. And it looked pretty good. You've switched to selling something new, a mercenary said to the hot and sour noodle stall owner. Yep, these noodles are amazing. Wanna try? If you don't like it, it's free. The stall owner grinned. These were old customers, so he was used to serving them. As for the last line, he'd learned it in Hope Village. It was the perfect way to greet customers. Well, now I have to try, the mercenary said with interest. All right, just a moment. The stall owner got to work. Everyone watched as he prepared the food. He took a dry, noodle-like thing from under the stall and tossed it into boiling water, then scooped it out with a slotted spoon, set it aside, and covered it. Next, he grabbed a bamboo bowl, opened a wooden jar on the stall, and revealed all kinds of seasonings, some powder, some liquid. He added a few scoops of each, stirred, then poured in hot water. As soon as the water hit, a unique aroma filled the air. He put the cooked noodles in the bowl, grabbed a fork, and handed it to the mercenary. "All done, give it a try," the stall owner said with a smile. The mercenary took the fork and started eating. The moment the noodles hit his mouth, he felt the smooth texture and the tangy, spicy flavor. Delicious! He thought it was the best thing he'd ever eaten. He quickly finished the bowl, even drinking all the soup, and felt a warm heat spread through his body. He even broke a sweat. On a cold day, a bowl of this would be perfect. He handed over 20 copper coins and said, "One more, please." Coming right up, the stall owner replied, not at all surprised by the reaction. No one could resist the lure of hot and sour noodles. Seeing this, the crowd knew it had to be good. "Give me a bowl." "I want one too." "Me too." In no time, the stall was packed with customers. And it wasn't just this stall. Every Hope Village food stall was surrounded by crowds. Within half a day, these stalls became the most popular in the market, with a constant stream of customers. Naturally, this scene caught the attention of some people in Sorrel Town. "These are the goods from those stalls. The taste is truly first class. Our people waited in line for ages just to get them. There's still a big crowd over there. Everything is selling like crazy." As the officials spoke, there was a hint of amazement in their expressions. When they first heard that something good had appeared in their territory, they went to check it out right away. Originally, they thought, what good things could come from a mere village? But to their surprise, there really was something special. The taste of these foods was truly unprecedented for them. As they spoke, they urged their companions to try the delicacies as well. Sure enough, every official present tried some, and after tasting, their eyes all lit up with excitement. "It really is delicious. If we could get the recipes for these foods, our town could become famous for its cuisine. Maybe even become a new gourmet capital." Some officials couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. For a territory to develop quickly, unique products are essential. Their town's development was decent, but nothing extraordinary. But as members of the territory, how could they not have ambitions for their city? They wanted to expand their domain too. As long as their territory had enough signature products, given time, it would surely rise to new heights. But recipes like these aren't so easy to get. Just buy them or even offer them official positions. I believe, when someone has a chance to change their own and their family's fate, they'll be willing. One official spoke without hesitation. Forcefully taking them was possible, but not a long-term solution. Getting the other party to willingly cooperate was best. Agreed. The group quickly decided to find an opportunity to invite the sellers for a discussion. They waited until the afternoon. "Sorry, we're sold out. If you want to buy more, you'll have to wait until next time. We'll definitely prepare more next time. We'll be back for sure." Each stall owner was trying to reassure customers who hadn't managed to buy anything. Even they hadn't expected their goods to sell so quickly. They'd prepared plenty, thinking they'd sell for a few days before restocking, but everything was gone in just half a day. Of course, they were mostly happy. Selling out meant a lot of profit. Once they returned to their territory and made another trip to Hope Village, they could earn another round. This money was far more than they could make from regular work. The residents of Solil Town who heard there was nothing left were all a bit disappointed. Many were still asking questions. "How do you make these delicious foods? Where can we buy those powdered seasonings? And those little carts you use for your stalls, I've never seen them before. These are all new things. Is it all from this Hope Village you mentioned? Where is Hope Village? Is it close by?" People were trying to uncover the secret. It was only natural. When something this good appeared, how could they not be curious? The stall owners hesitated. They didn't know whether to answer. After all, this was their livelihood, and if they told everyone, they'd have more competition. They didn't plan to keep it secret forever. Many territories already knew. They just wanted to make the most of it while they could. It's their trade secret. What are you trying to do, asking like that? Someone in the crowd spoke up. Instantly, many people's expressions changed. At that moment, a squad of soldiers approached the stall owners. They pushed through the crowd and said, "Come with us, some officials want to see you." The stall owners, the onlookers, soon, the group was taken away. Their stuffs caught the attention of the officials. Are they going to get robbed? I doubt it. If they did that, who would dare bring good things here in the future? Don't worry, Solial Town wouldn't do that. At most, they'll just ask some questions. Let's wait and see. Come to think of it, Hope Village sounds familiar. Now that you mention it, I think I've heard of it. I remember. That's the territory that suddenly jumped over 1,000 places in the rankings recently and appeared on the Stan continent just over a month ago. Hope Village. I remember too. Our territory even had a mercenary team go join them. It was Ellis's team. At the time, I didn't understand why they'd leave Solial Town for a small village, but now I see, it's no ordinary village. Some people who knew Ellis or had heard of Hope Village started to form an impression of the territory. Meanwhile, the stall owners who were taken away were a bit nervous. They knew their goods were eye-catching, but first, the original source was Hope Village. They were just middlemen. Second, they'd come to Solial Town because of its good reputation. Solial Town was known for being safe, with many outside mercenary teams and traders bringing in good things and no stories of robbery. That's why they dared to do business here. Thinking of this, their nerves eased a little. Officials, what do you need from us? The sour and spicy noodle stall owner, Marion, asked cautiously. He was one of the initiators among the stall owners, so it was natural for him to step forward. We just want to know if you have the recipes for what you're selling. Would you sell them? If you're willing to sell to our territory, we can offer you a position here and a share of future profits, said Damien, the mayor of Solial Town, as the representative. They had their reasons for making such an offer. Compared to the potential profits, a few positions were nothing. Now it was up to these people to decide. With such generous terms, surely they'd agree? Damien and his group had a good grasp of what ordinary people wanted. When Marion and the others heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. They were truly tempted. This was a chance to leap up the social ladder. As ordinary mercenaries, it was nearly impossible to change their status. But now, a golden opportunity was right in front of them. However, after the initial excitement, reality set in, especially for Marion. He knew very well that the recipes the officials wanted weren't actually theirs. After thinking it over, Marion apologized. Sorry, it's not that we don't want to, but we really don't know the recipes. You don't know? How's that possible? Damien blurted out. We learned all this from Hope Village. They taught us how to make it, and we just buy the seasonings from Hope Village. My stall cart was also bought from Hope Village. Their carpentry workshop makes these carts, which are perfect for small businesses like ours, Marion explained, still grateful to Hope Village. Everything was affordable, so they could get started quickly. After hearing this, Damien and the others looked at each other. Where is Hope Village? How did you get there? Are there many people doing business like this with Hope Village? Damien fired off several questions. If it was just a single business, that was one thing, but if it involved a whole territory, it was much more complicated. And from Marion's explanation, it sounded like Hope Village's business had already spread widely. Hope Village is pretty far from here. It takes several days to get there. But they've opened a special vacation mission. As long as you're a mercenary, you can go to Hope Village through the mission center. That place is amazing, with more delicious food than you can count, and every dish tastes fantastic. We've learned to make some, but the taste is still not quite the same. There are lots of people in our territory doing this business, and even more in other territories. Hope Village controls the recipe for the seasonings, so they don't mind us reselling. Anyone with a bit of money will buy things from Hope Village to resell, and even if the price is 2 or 3 times higher, it still sells like crazy, Marion explained, giving a basic overview of Hope Village. After he finished, the room fell silent. Clearly, no one had expected this. Such valuable food recipes were just being shared like that. Weren't they afraid others would learn to make the seasonings and copy them? If that happened, Hope Village wouldn't have a monopoly and future profits would be much harder to secure. But from the looks of it, the seasonings must be extremely hard to replicate. As long as they kept that edge, Hope Village would remain unbeatable. Because everyone profiting from Hope Village would keep buying from them. That might be even more profitable than keeping everything to themselves. The officials quickly understood the key point. But while they could see it, most people wouldn't have the courage to do the same. They felt both envy and jealousy toward Hope Village. This suddenly emerging territory was truly impressive. In that case, never mind. But do you still have any Hope Village seasonings? We'd like to buy some, Damien said. Since that was the case, they'd study the seasonings first. They could tell this was Hope Village's trump card. Marion hesitated, then took out the rest of his seasonings. This is all I have left. If you want more, you can buy from others in our territory. There should be plenty around. Marion was a bit anxious. He worried that the territory would learn to make the seasonings. He knew that if a place like Solial Town learned the secret, they'd never share it with ordinary people. They'd keep it to themselves and sell it at sky-high prices. But he also knew he couldn't compete with these people. They were lucky to get out of this unscathed. Still, since he'd already given something, he decided to be a bit braver. So Marion asked cautiously, "Can we keep selling these foods here in the future?" Damien snapped back to attention. "Of course you can." "Thank you," Marion and the others quickly said. Their own territory's market was dominated by the powerful, so they'd come here. If they couldn't do business here, they'd have to find somewhere else. What a hassle. They had a feeling that Hope Village's products would only get more popular and widespread. If they started early, maybe they could build a reputation and customer base and make more money. After that, Damien let them go. Once they'd left, Damien turned to the other officials. "What do you think?" "They wouldn't dare lie to us. They don't have the guts. So what do we do now?" "Send people to their territory and to Hope Village." The group discussed and quickly made a decision. Whether or not they could profit from this, now that they knew, they couldn't just ignore it, they had to investigate. Besides, they didn't think they were the only ones to notice. Other territories surely had as well. Many villages had probably already been conquered, and now those villages were expanding into towns and cities. Other territories would be paying attention too. All they could do was learn as much as possible, and if they couldn't uncover the secret, at least try to get a share of the profits. After all, if ordinary people could profit, why couldn't a big territory like theirs? And just as Damien and the others suspected, as more and more people from villages went to Hope Village and profited from reselling its goods, they began targeting nearby towns and cities. In this way, more and more towns and cities were being conquered by Hope Village's products. This little territory had suddenly entered the sights of countless others. Lovisa City. Theodore returned to Lovisa City with a full load of Hope Village's goods. He had no doubt these products would take over the Lovisa City market. If Hope Village's goods couldn't, what could? Theodore was brimming with confidence as he returned, already planning how to make Hope Village's products an instant hit in Lovisa City. But as soon as he entered the city, he heard Hope Village's name everywhere. What's the deal with this Hope Village? Lately, so many territories are selling their products. There was already a caravan selling them, and I was looking forward to it. But suddenly, even more places are selling them, and it spread to so many territories. Are they going big now? I heard they opened their mission center to all village-level territories, so any mercenary can go to Hope Village. Wow, all village-level territories? The daily teleportation fees must be huge. Can a little village afford that? They probably can. It's a pretty wealthy territory, and now every resident who goes there brings back goods. Overall, they're definitely making a profit. Whatever the case, you have to admire their courage. The main thing is, their products are really good. Yeah, and the prices aren't high, plus everything tastes amazing. I'm kind of addicted. Me too. There's so much variety, you never get bored. Looking at all these street vendors, I'm tempted to go big myself. Some caravans have already set out. Theodore and his team listened to all this, suddenly realizing that Hope Village's products had hit Lovisa City's market even before they arrived. Sure enough, as they moved forward, they saw all kinds of street stalls. The smells coming from those stalls were all too familiar, definitely Hope Village flavors. "My lord, someone in the team said in surprise. "It must be that after we left, Hope Village opened their mission center. Don't worry, it won't affect us much. For bulk trade, Hope Village signed a contract with us. The only thing is, prices might not be as high as before," Theodore said calmly. As for the contract, he'd bought it out from Morrison for a hefty sum. As for Morrison, if he wanted to stay in Hope Village, so be it. For many, Hope Village really was a great place. What really surprised Theodore was the speed of Hope Village's expansion. It felt like they were preparing for something. He hadn't noticed it while in Hope Village, but after returning and thinking about his father's odd behavior there, he was sure something was going on behind the scenes. Both Hope Village and his father were acting off. As Theodore was thinking, a team came out from the city. When they saw Theodore's group, they walked straight over. Seeing who it was, Theodore immediately became wary. It was his brother, though from a different mother. "Theodore, looks like you brought back a haul. Too bad, there are already plenty of people selling Hope Village's goods here. Now that I know how greedy you are, how could you sell such cheap stuff at such high prices?" Zolf said, his eyes cold. Don't think he didn't know. Their father had taken Theodore to Hope Village this time. Who knew what Theodore had said to him? These past days, when Zolf tried to get involved in Hope Village's business, their father stopped him. It was obvious who he was favoring. People said their father valued Zolf, letting him join the army and hold military power. But compared to Theodore, who controlled the territory's economy, Zolf's life was much tougher. He admitted it. He was jealous. Theodore saw the malice in Zolf's eyes and replied coolly, "Thanks to father, I signed a cooperation agreement with Hope Village and closed a big deal." Theodore knew exactly how to get under Zolf's skin and did so on purpose. He knew why Zolf targeted him. Their father had given both of them a chance, but Zolf didn't know how to do business. In the end, their father gave the business to Theodore. Later, Zolf thought their father was playing favorites and kept making trouble for Theodore. So, if Zolf wanted to be nasty, Theodore could be nasty right back. Who was afraid of whom? Zolf's face darkened at Theodore's words. "Just you wait," he said coldly. Theodore looked unconcerned. "Zolf, I have to go sort the goods, I'm busy." "See you," Theodore said, then led his team away. Back in the territory, the shopkeepers rushed to greet him, all a bit anxious. At first, it was these shops that hyped up Hope Village's products, making them unique and selling them at high prices for huge profits. Even so, people flocked to buy them. They'd been waiting for Theodore to return so they could make another killing, but now Hope Village's products were everywhere. They wanted to use this as an excuse to push the street vendors out of the market, but Zolf had stepped in to support the vendors. All they could do was watch as Hope Village's products went from top-tier luxury to affordable, everyday goods. Now, they didn't know what to do. One after another, they explained their situation and blamed Zolf. Before you got back, Zolf tried to take over Hope Village's business, but the Marquis stopped him. After that, Zolf started supporting the street vendors. With those vendors around, our shop's reputations have suffered. People say we're greedy, selling cheap goods at high prices. Theodore frowned. Didn't you explain? Now that Hope Village's goods were cheaper, it was because travel was easier. On their last trip, they'd faced all kinds of dangers, monsters, injuries, medicine costs, and losses. How could people compare the two? Of course we explained, but the public opinion in the territory is overwhelming. Zolf must be behind it. Without you here, we were powerless. Anyone we sent out was caught. Theodore's frown deepened. Send people out again. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Yes! The shopkeepers were overjoyed. This was what they'd been waiting for. With Theodore back, they had their confidence again. They quickly took the goods from Theodore and got to work. With their backer returned, they were determined to show their skills. Price cuts, promotions. In no time, Theodore's shops had Hope Village's products back on the shelves at competitive prices, and they launched a PR campaign to explain the price differences. Thanks to their efforts, customers returned to Theodore's shops. After all, compared to the unpredictable street stalls, the shops were more stable and comfortable. And with the lower prices and higher foot traffic, Theodore still made a fortune. With both the street stalls and the shops booming, many merchant caravans in Lovisa City began heading to Hope Village. If so many village-level caravans could profit from Hope Village, how could the big territories miss out? Lovisa City's market was still huge. The royal capital, St. Sebastian. As the largest city in the human kingdom, information always spread fastest here. Recently, the capital had been flooded with all sorts of new and interesting things. Most weren't rare, just food and drink. It all started with a decorated team that had visited Hope Village. After they returned, Hope Village's products swept the market. Sour and spicy noodles, barbecue, fruit tea, jerky, dried fruit. All top-notch, unlike anything people had tasted before. Everyone loved them. Once people learned where these things came from, many merchant caravans set out for Hope Village. But before they could return, nearby villages started selling these products too. And there was even more variety now. Scallion pancakes, stuffed buns, cakes, bread, sushi, fish balls, shrimp paste. When asked, they all said they came from Hope Village, though some originated in other territories. For example, fish balls and shrimp paste came from a place called Shidong Village. If you wanted to order these, you could send a team to Shidong Village or go to Hope Village's market, where Shidong Village had a stall. And at that stall, you could find not just Shidong specialties, but products from many other territories. Glasgow Village's magic beasts, Bangra Town's silver weapons, Tabert Village's dwarven weapons. All these products boosted their territories' profiles and greatly increased Hope Village's fame. No one expected a territory just over 2 months old to carve out such a unique path in the human kingdom so quickly. As people discussed this, Baron Charlotte, the first in the capital to discover Hope Village, felt complicated. It was like finding a treasure, only for it to shine so brightly that everyone noticed before he could claim it. Now, the treasure was no longer his alone. Seeing his mood, Harrington, who'd known about his business from the start, smiled. You couldn't have kept this business to yourself. After your first wave of profits, plenty of people sent teams to Hope Village, some even to steal recipes. If you didn't have your family backing you, someone else would have taken over. This way, with more people in the business, everyone gets a share. You started early, so you'll still benefit. Charlotte felt a bit better after hearing this and admitted, I just didn't expect Hope Village to be so capable. He'd thought that if Hope Village ever got in trouble, they'd come to him for help, and he could get some recipes in exchange for protection. But instead, they'd gone big on their own. Now, every village that had visited Hope Village was selling their products. There were thousands of village-level territories on Stan Continent, especially in the human kingdom. Not all of them needed to go to Hope Village, just a few dozen, and their combined strength was impressive. Just outside the city gates, there were a dozen village-level territories selling Hope Village's products, with over 100 stalls. Even so, demand still outstripped supply. The capital's market was just that big. If things were like this in the capital, there must be plenty of Hope Village stalls in other territories too. At this point, no one would dare try to monopolize the business. There were too many territories involved, and too much money at stake. No one would risk angering so many territories. That alone showed Hope Village's power. Harrington nodded in agreement. Exactly. After these stalls got popular in the capital, I saw lots of flying beasts rushing out, obviously to send word to their teams ahead. Plenty of people had bad intentions, but now they're all out of luck. Charlotte felt even better. These new territories are really something. True. I even heard a rumor about a not-so-famous new territory, ranked pretty low, but actually controlling several village-level territories. Really. They joined an aggressive territory, replaced the old lords, and are still expanding. There's more than one like that. Hope Village looks like the best of the new territories, but it might not be the strongest. I thought all the new territories were like Hope Village. Didn't expect some to take shortcuts, Charlotte said, surprised. He'd met a lot of new territories, and most seemed similar to Hope Village, ambitious and hardworking. Hearing about those taking shortcuts was unexpected. People are people, there's good and bad. Besides, things are different now. Aggressive territories can exist openly. What are the big territories thinking, letting them develop? Charlotte wondered. I asked my father, and he told me to stay out of it. It's not for us to meddle in. That's a game for the dukes. I remember an elder in my family saying that while aggressive territories aren't moral, sometimes they're necessary to protect the human kingdom. I don't really get it, but it suggests something's wrong on Stan Continent, Harrington said quietly. That reminds me, Charlotte said. My family was going to give me a territory and make me a lord, but recently they told me to focus on making a name for myself in the capital and leveling up. They'll work on getting me promoted. Lots of families are doing that. Fewer barons are being sent out as knights lately, Harrington mused. His family was making plans too, even pulling resources from a small town-level territory, which might cause it to lose the next territory war. Maybe it was intentional. The two exchanged glances, but said nothing more. Their status in their families was still too low. There were many important decisions they weren't privy to, but through this unexpected conversation, they realized something. Something big was happening on Stan Continent. By the way, Hope Village really does have potential. I don't know if the sudden appearance of these new territories is related to the continent's problems, but I think you should share a bit of information with Hope Village, build a good relationship. There may be new territories stronger than Hope Village, but their development model is impressive and worth befriending, Harrington advised, as a friendly reminder. Charlotte nodded. In fact, his father had told him the same thing. Maybe it was time for another trip to Hope Village. And so, as Hope Village's products flooded countless territories, its very existence became a focus for some hidden powers. Because they could all see that these new territories were variables, and Hope Village was the top among them, the variable among variables. At this moment, outside the territory of Benjala Town, deep in a forest, Joe-Bai was leading 3 teams, all peering into a cave entrance. For the past few days, Joe-Bai had been operating in this area with her group. She had to admit, the number of intermediate magical beasts around Benjala Town was truly high, and their harvest had been substantial. If nothing else, all the undead and beastmen who came along had become intermediate-class professionals. Their levels were already higher than most, and with their greater strength, plus enough magical beasts to hunt, their advancement was naturally faster. As for Joe-Bai and the others, most had successfully reached level 19, and now their goal was to hit level 20. The closer they got to their goal, the more excited they became. So, when they encountered this large group of intermediate magic rats, they immediately gave chase. The main reason, their numbers. There were over 100 of them. More numbers meant more experience points. To be honest, magic rats were among the weakest of all magical beasts. Their small size meant that even at higher levels, their HP was higher, but their threat to humans was much less. But they did have a talent digging. Sensing the threat from Joe-Bai's group, the magic rats quickly started digging after being surrounded. Perhaps due to the special geology here, as the rats dug, the ground began to collapse, revealing a huge underground cavern. The group had no choice but to prepare to enter and explore. They could vaguely sense the magic rat's presence concentrated in the underground cave. This meant the rats hadn't escaped, but were hiding inside, ready to ambush. These magic rats must think they have the advantage in the cave and are preparing to ambush us. Li Xingting analyzed beside Joe-Bai. He had insisted on coming along this time. He knew Joe-Bai was a grind queen and also the village chief. If she was leading a team out at this time, it had to be for leveling up. Plus, his level had always been just below Zhou Zhongping's, and now that guy was out on a mission, it was his chance to catch up. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Now, it seemed he'd made the right call. He was just a step away from level 20 and becoming an intermediate professional. He was itching for a big fight. Everyone, be careful, Joe-Bai called out. Even though they were stronger than the magic rats, the rats could still be dangerous if they used the terrain for sneak attacks. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Next, Jobai prepared to enter the cave first. But Heidi, who had come along, stopped her. "Village chief, let us go in first. It's safer." At this point, the undead and beastmen teams acted more like guardians in the group. Their job was to protect Jobai. And, of course, to help Jobai reach level 20, which they knew was her main goal. "It's fine, I'll protect myself," Jobai said, and jumped in. As soon as she moved, the others followed her down. As they landed, the magic rats hidden in the darkness swarmed out, attacking different people in groups. Jobai and her team didn't dodge, they met the attack head-on with their weapons. After days of fighting together, they had developed their own effective combat style. Facing the sudden attack, no one panicked. They immediately engaged the rats in fierce battle. Control their movements. Shields up. If you get bitten, fall back for healing. Heidi directed the fight, standing casually near Jobai and easily handling the attacking rats. In terms of combat power, Heidi was the strongest in the group. She had become an intermediate professional long ago, and was now level 24. So, the attacks of these magical beasts were like a tickle to her. What she was really good at was perfectly controlling her damage. She could leave the rats at low HP and send them over to Jobai. Then Jobai could finish them off and get all the experience. Jobai felt a bit helpless at this feeding, but accepted the goodwill. The undead and beastmen did the same for Li Xingting and others, tossing them low HP prey. In this way, everyone's experience points soared. The magic rats, terrified by this tactic, tried to dig and escape, but Heidi had already prepared a spatial magic to lock down the area. So, not a single rat escaped, they were all wiped out. Although some people were injured or exhausted with potions, they quickly recovered. "These potions are expensive, but so useful," Li Xingting said after downing one. "Expensive, but life is more important," Jobai replied. "You only have one life, so treasure it." If possible, she wished everyone in the territory could always be safe. But she knew that casualties were unavoidable in this world. She often saw names turn gray in the resident info panel. Mercenary teams sometimes suffered losses when encountering strong magical beasts. "Yeah," Li Xingting nodded. He had already checked all the Blue Star territories he could access in Hope Village, but hadn't found any sign of his wife and daughter. He would keep looking, but had to prepare for the possibility they hadn't come to this world. No matter what, he had to survive, only then was there hope. Most others felt the same. "Chief, come take a look," someone called from the cave after cleaning up. Jobai's attention was immediately drawn. At the edge of the cave, after digging away some dirt, they uncovered gray-black stone. "We just appraised it, it's some kind of metal, but we don't know which." Jobai picked up a piece and checked. Item: a type of metal material. She was surprised. Usually, appraisal would give a name. Heidi and the others came over and explained, only materials that have been discovered and used by people get a name, and the discoverer gets to name it. "In that case, let's dig it up," Jobai said. "I have a feeling this stone will be useful." She didn't know about this world, but on Blue Star, any metal was valuable. "So, dig first." "Okay," everyone responded. Soon, except for a few guards outside, everyone, including Jobai, was busy mining. It took a whole day to finish, and everyone's backpack was full. Luckily, they'd all brought plenty of bags. "This ore must be valuable?" Heidi asked after the dig. "How so?" Jobai was curious. "Generally, the more ore there is, the less energy it needs and the more common it is. The less ore, the more precious. Since we finished digging so quickly, it fits that rule," Heidi explained. Jobai nodded. "If that's true, we're really lucky." "Yes. Benjala Town is known as the City of Craftsmen because of its mineral resources, and most have already been explored. For us to find some so close by means we're really lucky." Heidi agreed, then smiled at Jobai. Everyone was a bit stunned by her smile. Heidi was a stunning beauty, delicate features, fair skin, long legs, but her usual demeanor was cold. She was Hope Village's strongest professional and the first to become an intermediate. In everyone's mind, she was a powerhouse, and after being beaten by her in sparring, they tended to overlook her looks. But when she smiled, it was like flowers blooming everywhere. Sensing the stares, Heidi quickly returned to her usual cold self. Everyone snapped back to reality. Yes, this was the Heidi they knew, Captain Heidi. Hope Village had military ranks, but no one had reached officer yet. Among lieutenants, Heidi was the highest in both level and contribution. They realized only Zhou could make Heidi smile, no one else stood a chance. Zhou noticed the special favoritism and couldn't help but smile. She really was lucky the undead she summoned were all loyal, and Bayer and Heidi had helped her a lot. Without their help, Hope Village wouldn't have come this far. Maybe it was because the special building was the Hall of Heroes, so only good undead were summoned? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, even with good luck, you couldn't summon only good undead every time. Cover up this area, then let's keep looking for magical beasts, Zhou said. After days of high-intensity hunting, everyone was used to the pace. Of course, they also found good places to rest at night to ensure enough energy for the next day. Soon, they cleaned up the battlefield and continued tracking magical beasts. During this time, Zhou checked her status panel. Level, EV 19, 170200/200000. Just like the jump from level 9 to 10, the last level before a breakthrough required a huge amount of experience. From 19 to 20, the required XP jumped from 90,000 to 200,000. For a level 20 magical beast, you need to kill 137 after reaching 19. So, for a village-level territory, raising a group of intermediate professionals was tough. Usually, only the strongest could make it. And after advancing, they often left for a higher-level town. Thinking of this, Zhou felt that fleecing Benjala town was absolutely the right choice. As the saying goes, better them than me. If you didn't kill the magical beasts here, it would be a waste, and it also cleared the way for trade between Benjala and Hope Village. They continued hunting magical beasts, and with everyone working together, more and more humans in the team advanced. Zhou, as a main force, was among the first to become an intermediate professional. Congratulations, host, for killing LV-22 Magic Scorpion. Gained XP 880, Copper 880. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 20 and become an intermediate professional. Current unlocked professions, swordsman, mage. Checking host's aptitude, check complete. Available professions, physical, archer, mercenary, swordsman. Magic, mage, summoner. Note, you can unlock a new profession. Friendly reminder, focusing on one is best. After advancing, Zhou looked at the panel, a bit surprised. She hadn't expected to unlock another profession at level 20. Should she do it? She asked herself if having both swordsman and mage had affected her strength. The answer was obvious, not at all. In fact, she felt that having two professions made her even stronger. Her gaze settled on Summoner. Summoner communicates with magical elements, uses special incantations to summon magical beasts of varying strength. That's it. Confirm profession. Summoner, profession unlocking. As the system spoke, Zhou felt her body change. She was filled with power. Her sensitivity to magical elements increased, and she felt a strange comfort. She could even sense the location of magical beasts nearby, and some summoning incantations appeared in her mind. But when she tried to say them, nothing came out clearly. She hadn't fully mastered them yet and needed time to adapt. She checked her control panel. Unlike other professions which started at beginner, Summoner unlocked at intermediate and came with several starting skills, though all at beginner level. Profession, Summoner, skills, Summon, beginner, control, stun, slow, bind, beginner. All these skills required a successful summon to use. So Zhou suppressed her excitement and continued checking her stats. Name, Zhou, race, human, level, LV 20. 200200/220000 Identity. Hope Village Lord, Hope Village Chief, Hope Village Resident. Professions: Mage, Intermediate Swordsman, Intermediate Summoner, Intermediate, HP, 4000/4000, Stamina, 4000/4000, MP, 4000/4000, Attributes: Constitution, 40/40, Intelligence, 38/40, Agility, 40/40, Defense, 39/40, Talent, Leadership, Contribution, 86/92, Exchangeable. Looking at her new stats, Jobai felt a strange sense of satisfaction. For someone just entering the intermediate class, these were very high numbers, worlds apart from when she first became a beginner. All of it was earned through hard work, nothing came for free. It was the result of steady effort. Most importantly, as the Lord, reaching level 20 meant she met the requirements to upgrade the territory to a town. The rest, population and buildings, was just a matter of time. She was finally ahead of the curve, not just playing catch-up. Now, she had to keep working to maintain her lead. With that thought, Jobai felt much more relaxed. Congratulations, Chief, on advancing. Heidi noticed Jobai's change and congratulated her. The difference between beginner and intermediate professionals was obvious. And Jobai's aura was even stronger than most. Knowing Jobai's identity, Heidi understood what her advancement meant. As a member of Hope Village, she was happy. Having such a lord was their good fortune. They'd all seen how hard she worked to advance. Thinking of this, Heidi's eyes filled with respect. Hearing Heidi, Jobai snapped back and thanked her. Then she looked at the others who were also advancing. As they leveled up, Jobai could sense the changes in their auras. Those with a solid foundation had a much stronger aura after advancing. For example, Li Xingting, magical elements around him were more active than others. There were differences in strength, but everyone had improved significantly, showing their training was real. Soon, everyone who could advance had done so. Those who hadn't looked on curiously and asked, "So, what's different after advancing?" The difference is huge. Attribute points double, HP, MP, and stamina all double. And you can unlock a new profession. Wait, you unlocked a new profession? I didn't. Must be a talent thing. I didn't choose to unlock one. Don't want to spread myself too thin. I'll wait until I'm more experienced. 2 professions are enough for now. Same here. I started as a mage, now I added swordsman, because mages are too fragile. I unlocked a 3rd profession, but I don't plan to focus on it, just for surprise tactics. If you can handle it, go for it. They started discussing the pros and cons of multiple professions, sharing their thoughts. Those who hadn't advanced yet were instantly motivated. If others could do it, why not them? They felt they could grind even harder. Chief, should we keep going? Seeing their eagerness, Jobai nodded. Let's keep going. You guys take the lead now. Once you all advance, we'll head back. All right. Then Jobai began testing her summoner's magical beast sense. This way, she said, leading the group. The others followed without hesitation. Soon, they reached a rocky area. The ground was covered in stones of all sizes, and the terrain was fairly flat. We're here, Jobai said, because she could sense magical beasts. But looking at the bare ground, she hesitated. Did she get it wrong? Just then, a mage in the group spoke up. They're underground. As soon as he said it, thick, rope-like magical beasts burst from the ground. Magical beast, magic spine snake, level, EV 20, description. Has a spiked, venomous tail, hides underground, ambushes prey, then flees, only reappearing once the target is dead. Everyone immediately cast magical shields on themselves. After deflecting the snakes, they pulled out specially woven nets. When it came to snake-type magical beasts, they were well prepared. After all, as Chinese, they had a deep-seated fear of snakes and had ordered custom snake-catching gear from the tailor shop. They had plenty of green and orange-grade nets, and even a few purple ones. Now, they came in handy. 1 net per snake, or even a whole bunch at once. In no time, the magic spine snake group was caught before they could escape. With this batch, The remaining professionals could all advance. Heidi was a bit stunned. For the first time, she realized you didn't have to use magic or brute force to deal with magical beasts. Hope Village people always had surprises. Chief, did you just use your new profession? Heidi asked Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai replied, yeah, I unlocked Summoner. I can sense magical beasts now, so I tried it out. Didn't expect it to work so well. Heidi, first profession, second, third, already enviable. And such strong talent. Who else could sense magical beasts right after unlocking Summoner? While Heidi was speechless, the rest advanced by killing the snakes. Haha, I leveled up. Me too. I'm thinking about unlocking a new profession. Do it. I want to, but I only have mage as an option. Then do it. It's just more work, just grind harder. Heidi felt even more motivated. Their talent was truly enviable. She couldn't wait to see what they'd all become once their professions matured. No, she had to work harder too, if not in quantity, then in quality, or she might get surpassed by these monsters. Chief, we can go back now. The newly advanced professionals said excitedly to Zhou Bai. This trip was a complete success. Back home, they could show off. They'd finally caught up. Going back, they'd surely surprise everyone. All right, Zhou Bai agreed. They'd been out for days. She wondered how Hope Village was doing. She had a feeling there were more surprises waiting for her. At the same time, in Hope Village today, the mission center was still packed with people. As soon as one group left the teleportation array, another batch would immediately appear. Even so, there were still many territories whose mission centers, despite accepting the mission, couldn't send people over right away. Because at this very moment, too many people wanted to come to Hope Village. The reception staff at Hope Village had no idea about this. The scene before them was already overwhelming. They simply couldn't keep up. There were just too many people. Beast carriages can no longer keep up with demand and have stopped running. After leaving the mission center, everyone is free to move about. If you need a guide, please find one yourself. No need to register as a tourist. The territory's inns are insufficient, so please try not to stay overnight in Hope Village. Anyone arriving in Hope Village would hear these announcements repeated over and over. These were the lessons Hope Village had learned in recent days from dealing with the flood of visitors from other territories. For everyone in Hope Village, the situation could be summed up in one phrase: pain and joy. The joy was that everyone in Hope Village, from top to bottom, could make a fortune off these visitors if they wanted to. The pain was that there were just too many people, so many that no one had time to rest. Guides, who were originally people not suited for hunting and just doing this as a side job, now had endless groups to lead, introducing the village until they were numb. Shop owners and employees were busy serving customers around the clock, with no time to relax. Workers were rushing to produce and process goods, even working overtime at night. Soldiers had to maintain order, as more people meant more conflicts. Staff at the Lord's Manor were constantly registering, working. In short, there was no one in Hope Village who wasn't busy. The busiest of all was Bear. With Zhou Bai, the village chief, away from Hope Village, he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility for now. Normally, Bear would have handled it with ease. But now, even as an undead who didn't need rest, he was feeling the strain. His nerves were stretched to the limit. He was terrified of making a mistake. At this moment, Bear was holding a meeting with staff from various departments to get an update on the territory's situation. Rock from the Commercial Management Office was the first to speak. Lord Bear, all the market stalls for tourists have been rented out, and we tried to avoid duplicates as much as possible, but even so, demand far exceeds supply. Many territories want to set up stalls here. Should we apply to the village chief to add more market spaces? Not only would this bring in high rental income, but more importantly, it would attract more territories. The more stalls we have, the more merchant caravans and mercenaries will attract in the future, because they'll be able to buy the widest range of goods in Hope Village. Rock, being a former caravan man, understood merchants thinking best. Hope Village's products were already high quality and low price. If they could also offer a wide variety, Hope Village would be unbeatable among village-level territories. And as Hope Village developed, this competitive edge would only grow. As a member of Hope Village, Rock naturally wanted the village to get better and better. "I'll bring it up with the village chief," Bear nodded, jotting it down in his notebook. "Anything else?" After all, commerce was the main activity in Hope Village these days, and there was a lot to handle. Visiting mercenaries might be called tourists, but everyone knew they were really here to buy up goods. And with more trade, there were bound to be more disputes. The commercial department may need more staff to draft contracts for business activities. "Some outsiders have been cheated," Rock continued, looking a bit helpless. When people realized they'd been cheated, it was hard to get their money back. The culprits would be long gone. All they could do was report it to Hope Village's commercial office. In other territories, if you got scammed, you just had to accept it. But in Hope Village, people had heard things were handled fairly, so the scammed mercenaries reported it, hoping for help. After several such cases, Rock and his colleagues decided that if Hope Village acted as a middleman, it would not only boost the village's reputation, but also ensure the safety of all business activities, creating a secure environment for future trade. "Write up a detailed plan. If it checks out, you can work with the personnel office to pick suitable staff and draft contract templates," Bear agreed. Of course, the final decision would be up to Jobai. Bear wouldn't make such a big call on his own. Yes, Rock was used to Bear's style. In other territories, they didn't even have the right to discuss things. In Hope Village, they had much more autonomy. Rock then brought up a few more commercial matters, but these followed established procedures. He just needed to mention them so everyone was aware. Sometimes, business needed to be left to the market. A free economy was more dynamic. After Rock finished, it was Bigamoo from the Urban Construction Office's turn. He and Tulls were in charge, but Bigamoo had more management experience, while Tulls focused on building. So Bigamoo handled more of the department's affairs. With Hope Village's booming trade, their department was under pressure too. More people meant more demand for buildings. Most importantly, with new architects joining recently, public building projects besides the resort had been put on the agenda. After all, the territory didn't hire these architects just for them to enjoy life. The resort was Tulls and Bigamoo's own project and would be a landmark for Hope Village, so they didn't want other architects involved. Since the resort was off limits, the new architects were assigned to other buildings. These newly summoned intermediate architects were quite capable. Each took charge of a building, and with some blue star architectural ideas, they quickly produced blueprints. This meant that as long as there were enough materials, these public buildings could be built right away. So when Bigamoo spoke, it wasn't to report a problem, but to present a stack of blueprints. "These are the blueprints for public buildings in the territory. As long as we have enough materials, we can start building." Bear's eyes lit up at the sight. This was the village chief's next plan. He'd thought it would take more time, but now it looked like it could happen soon. He looked through the blueprints one by one. Item: swimming pool building blueprint. Description: public building. Materials needed: stone, iron, ore, concrete, wood. Item: sports stadium building blueprint. Description: public building. Materials needed: stone, iron, ore, concrete. Item: amusement park building blueprint. Description: public building. Materials needed: stone, iron, ore, refined iron, concrete, wood. Item: park building blueprint. Description: public building. Materials needed: stone, wood, trees, flowers, and plants. After reviewing the blueprints, Bear's eyes sparkled. All the materials needed were already in Hope Village's warehouse. Even if they weren't, Hope Village could buy them from other territories. Everything was ready, just waiting for the final push. The village chief probably never expected the new architects to be this capable. Of course, Bear didn't forget the contributions of Bigamoo and the original urban construction staff. They weren't architects from this world, but they had experience in the construction industry from the Lord's original world, and their ideas and practical experience had played a big role. The blueprints were different from any he'd seen before. Since the magic scrolls approved them, there should be no problem. He was especially curious to see what these buildings would look like once completed. Looking at the renderings, Bayer's eyes shone with excitement. He put away the blueprints and said seriously, "The territory will remember your contributions." He believed that once the blueprints were used, those involved would be recognized for their efforts. Maybe Bigamu and Tolls would soon become true department officials. Bigamu guessed as much, no wonder he was so excited. He promised, "We'll keep working on more blueprints." Besides contributing to the territory, he wanted to make Hope Village's buildings more complete and diverse, giving people more space for activities. Good. If you need funds or manpower, coordinate with the personnel and finance offices. They'll allocate the necessary construction funds, Bayer said. Bigamu immediately gave an okay gesture. Getting funding from the territory was the best. It made everyone more motivated. With that, he stepped back. Next up was Jean Lecking from the education office. The school is running very well, no problems. But many mercenaries from other territories are interested in our school. I think we can use this opportunity to attract them to settle in Hope Village, not just for their children, but for adults too. In the human kingdom, many adults are illiterate, and their talents haven't been properly developed. So I think we should upgrade the adult literacy class and establish an adult school. That way, we can attract people even faster. Jean Lecking knew that the territory had recently seen a huge influx of new residents, not just tourists, but real settlers, mostly from nearby territories, but he believed more were on the way from farther afield. Most of these newcomers were here for their children, often bringing one or more school-age kids, unable to wait for their own territories to set up schools under Hope Village's influence. This gave him an idea. Training children was good, but it took time for them to grow, and their parents were only a small part of the population. The largest and most capable group in the human kingdom was adults. Attracting them was the real key. Recently, many visitors had shown interest in the adult literacy class, which gave him this idea. He'd originally thought of splitting the current school into two, but after seeing the new architect's abilities, he thought building a separate adult school was a good idea. So Jean Lecking continued, "I think we should build an adult school, teaching all kinds of knowledge and vocational information, with no age or profession limits. Anyone can enroll, help each other, and explore together." In the future, when Hope Village upgrades, the adult school could become an academy, laying a solid foundation for the future. Bayer was impressed by the plan. An academy. That was a building only cities had. Its existence was the dream of countless residents. If Hope Village could have one early, that would be a real achievement. But teaching adults isn't something just anyone can do, Bayer pointed out. They didn't have many high-level professionals in the territory. By high-level, he meant advanced professionals. In city academies, many advanced professionals were just ordinary instructors. We're not an academy, just a school for adult literacy. We don't need high-level professionals, just people who can read. If we really need them, we can hire at high salaries later, Jean Lecking said with a smile. Plus, the adult school can charge more tuition. I believe the fees will be enough to hire a few teachers, and the school can eventually run itself without much funding from the territory. If this proposal is approved, I can take full responsibility. I promise, once the adult school is built, I won't ask the territory for more money, and I'll even turn over school profits to the territory. Jean Liching's confidence was clear. Bayer was convinced. His eyes flashed as he said, "Then write up a proposal for me, Before he could finish, Jean Lecking handed over a document. "Here it is. I've already written it." Bayer glanced through it and said, "I'll submit it to the village chief." "Okay." Jean Lecking nodded, confident that Joe Bai would approve. He just had to wait for good news. Finally, the personnel, finance, military, and security offices gave their reports. Compared to the previous department's achievements, they had less room to shine, and things weren't much different from before. Recently, there were just more people, more money, and more cases, but they could handle it as usual, so there were no exciting proposals. They thought they were doing well enough, but seeing the other departments' performance, they felt less certain. They vaguely realized something. The surge in Hope Village's population and booming business had brought an unprecedented period of explosive growth. This was also the time for everyone to show what they could do. If you want to stand out, you have to act early. While Bayer and his group were still discussing official matters, Jobai and her team had already returned to the territory of Hope Village. The moment Jobai stepped in, her control panel was instantly flooded with notifications. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 gold coins in commercial tax revenue. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 gold coins in commercial tax revenue. Congratulations, host. Your population has reached 10,000. Dear host, your in-occupancy rate has reached 100%. Please consider adding more ins. Dear host, the vacation mission you posted at the mission center has reached 50,000 participants, costing 5,000 gold coins. Dear host, all your commercial street shops have been rented out. Please consider adding more. Dear host, all your residential houses have been sold. Please consider adding more. Dear host, all your market stalls have been rented out. Please consider adding more. After reading through all this, Jobai had a clear picture of the situation. Before leaving, she had upgraded some of the inns to prevent a shortage of accommodations, increasing the number of rooms in one go, but it still wasn't enough. She had also added more houses and shops, but even that couldn't keep up with the enthusiasm of the tourists. Looking at the 50,000 participants and the 5,000 gold coins spent, Jobai felt a little pained. But then she checked the current territory account balance and was stunned. Wealth: 53,943 gold, 24 silver, 88 copper. She remembered that when the territory had just upgraded to a level 3 village, the wealth had just broken 10,000 gold. Even after building so many new structures and spending so much, the total had increased 5-fold. She didn't feel bad anymore, not at all. So this is the benefit of having more people? Well then, let's get even more. With that thought, Jobai led her group forward, and before long, she noticed that people were everywhere. She glanced at the territory map. Sure enough, the green dots were packed densely together. Of course, the densest area was the territory itself. Before the upgrade, she would occasionally see red dots representing magical beasts within the territory, but now, there wasn't a single red dot among the sea of green. Clearly, magical beasts didn't dare come anymore, or if they did, they couldn't escape. There are a lot more people now, Li Xingting said beside Jobai, a hint of excitement in his voice. Let's hurry up, Jobai replied, feeling a sense of urgency. The territory's development over the past few days had exceeded her expectations. She needed to get inside quickly and understand the situation in detail to maintain their current advantage. They picked up the pace and soon arrived at the city gate. There was still a long line at the gate. But unlike before, when it was mostly merchant and mercenary teams, now there were many families, young and old, all looking travel-worn. This Hope Village is really lively for a village. No wonder you kept telling us to come. So many people. For a village that attracts this many, it must be pretty good. But with all this excitement, is it really just 10 silver coins to become a resident? I think so. People ahead of us got in smoothly. If it wasn't that price, they wouldn't have agreed. I'm more concerned about whether we can really have a good life here. Don't worry. You can. The shops and factories here are all short-staffed. I already talked to a factory last time I was here. I can start working and earning money right away and support you all. You can look for jobs too, and the kids can go to school. Tuition isn't expensive, I can afford it. I'm not a professional. Can I find work? Of course. Hey, you seem to know a lot. Besides shops and factories, where else is hiring? Hope Village is developing fast, everywhere needs people. If you want to know what's available, just check the notice board at the Lord's Manor or in front of it. All the job postings are there. The Lord's Manor is hiring too? What kind of jobs? Can regular people get hired? Yes, hiring is pretty open. For office jobs, it depends on your skills. If you have special talents, your chances are good. The benefits are great, and you have some authority in the territory. Besides office jobs, there are construction workers for building and roadwork. It's tough, but the pay is high, with all kinds of bonuses. You really know your stuff. Of course. I brought my family to settle here. I had to check everything out. I spent 2 days running around Hope Village before deciding. I thought it all through. Wasn't your old territory good? It was okay, but just barely getting by. Life could never really get better there. I always wanted to change, but didn't know how until I found Hope Village. I knew my chance had come. My old territory wasn't great either. I heard this place was good, so I came. We all want a better life. Hearing everyone talk, I feel like I made the right choice. Me too. I'm looking forward to it. In the long line, many people chatted, their eyes full of hope for a new life. Jobai overheard their conversations and, as the Lord, felt a real sense of accomplishment. Maybe this is the true meaning of building a good territory. A territory can change the lives of thousands. Jobai suddenly felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. But as long as she worked hard and had a clear conscience, it would be worth it. As she was thinking, many people noticed her group. After all, the undead and beastmen in her team were hard to miss. With Hope Village's growing fame, it was now widely known that the village had undead, beastmen, and goblins. At first, people had doubts, but after seeing that the undead and beastmen were officially managed and always friendly, their reputations had improved. Now, seeing undead and beastmen meant this was an official Hope Village team. Most importantly, everyone in this team was an intermediate professional. That might not be much in a town, but in a village, it was top tier. That's the village chief of Hope Village, and those are the territory soldiers. Someone recognized Jobai and spoke up. Immediately, the crowd buzzed, all eyes turning to Jobai's group. People whispered to each other. That's the village chief? She looks so small. But she's not weak, she's famous in Hope Village. Very hardworking and super talented. These undead and beastmen are really friendly. They're even waiting in line behind us. Yeah, they're official staff, but still so polite. That's surprising. It shows Hope Village is a great place to live, even the chief is so disciplined. I heard the chief levels up really fast. Last time I was here, she was just a beginner. It's only been a few days. I heard they went out to level up. With so many people coming and lots of intermediate professionals joining, the officials have to be strong to keep order. Don't the officials recruit those intermediate professionals? They do. The soldiers are always recruiting, but you need contribution points. What are contribution points? After you become a resident, the territory gives you points based on your performance. If you want to be a soldier or official, you need at least 500 points. That's pretty fair. In other territories, you have to pay to become a soldier. Exactly. That's one reason Hope Village is so attractive. What about the undead and beastmen? How did they become soldiers? They were summoned by special buildings when the territory was still weak. Most people weren't professionals, but they were already beginners, so they became the main fighting force. They have contracts with the territory, so they're loyal. Now, even if new ones are summoned as intermediate professionals, they can't become soldiers or officials without enough contribution points. But with their skills, it's easy for them to join. Lately, Hope Village has been hiring lots of intermediate professionals. They're all strong and skilled, and get assigned to important positions for training. So, if you're capable, you can rise quickly here. How do you know all this? I want to work for the territory, so I did my homework. You're an intermediate professional, so it should be easy for you. People whispered, but no one dared approach Jobai directly. No matter what, as the village chief, she still had an air of authority. But all along the way, she and her team drew plenty of attention. After the teams ahead entered Hope Village, Jobai and her group followed. Not long after, news spread throughout the territory that the entire team had returned as intermediate professionals. Naturally, this news reached Count Alcott as well. After hearing it, Mida commented, they must have gone near Bangra town. Nowhere else has that many resources. Count Alcott, let them be. It's not a loss for us. At this rate, we'll be seeing them around our territory a lot in the future, Mida continued. watching for the Count's reaction. Seeing his calm expression, he realized the Count truly didn't mind. More interaction between the two territories isn't a bad thing. Hope Village is special, Count Alcott said. He'd originally stayed for the food, but after a few days, he realized it was a great place to vacation. The only downside was the poor accommodations. Luckily, the resort was almost finished. Once it was, he'd definitely stay for a few days. More importantly, he'd heard that Hope Village had recently gained several intermediate architects and was holding emergency meetings. Clearly, big changes were coming. He was curious to see what would happen next. He'd thought he'd have to wait a few more days, but now that Jobai was back, it would probably happen soon. Not only was Hope Village special, but so was Jobai. As a village chief, instead of focusing on internal affairs, she put her energy into leveling up, very different from the officials he knew. He also suspected something else. The real lord of Hope Village had never appeared. He suspected the village chief was actually the hidden lord. After all, only a lord would care so much about territory level. And maybe many in Hope Village already knew this, which was why so many things waited for her return. He wondered if Hope Village, under her leadership, could really break through. If it could, his current friendly attitude would ensure no future conflict between Hope Village and Bangra Town. If not, as the largest territory in the area, he could absorb Hope Village's remnants and strengthen Bangra Town. So, befriending Hope Village was all gain, no loss. Mida fell silent. He felt his lord had changed a bit since coming to Hope Village. He suspected the Count had his own plans. But if the Count didn't say, he wouldn't ask. At this moment, Jobai had no idea Count Alcott was quietly waiting to pick up the pieces. After returning, she let Heidi and the others go rest. After all, they'd been working hard outside for days and needed a break. All right. Heidi and the others didn't refuse and went home. As for Jobai, she headed straight to the Lord's manor. Even though Bayer had been managing things, there were some matters only she could handle. She needed to quickly get up to speed and fill in any gaps. As soon as she arrived, Bayer's meeting had just ended. "Chief, you're back." The group had just left the meeting room and were excited to see Jobai. With the chief back, their proposals could soon become reality. They could hardly wait. Seeing their reaction, Jobai raised an eyebrow. Did the territory have more surprises for her? Soon, Jobai took Bayer into her office. Right away, Bayer handed over the meeting notes and departmental reports. Jobai looked them over. 1. Add more market stalls. 2. Commercial trade agreements. 3. New buildings, blueprints for a swimming pool, sports stadium, amusement park, etc. 4. Establish an adult school. 5. Strengthen territory security. 6. Recruitment. 7. After reading through the meeting notes and combining them with the earlier information, Jobai had a good grasp of the territory's recent development. She let out a long breath. Time to spend money again. Looking at the 50,000 gold in the account, Jobai decided to take this opportunity to fill every empty space in the territory. After making her decision, Jobai turned to Bayer and began giving instructions. These proposals are all fine, go ahead and implement them. Construction of the adult school will be handled by the Urban Construction Department. Whether they build directly or just draw up blueprints, let them coordinate with the department themselves. The commercial agreement can be used as is. Also, as intermediaries, they'll collect a 1 silver fee. Once collected, their cooperation will be protected by Hope Village. At the same time, use the commercial agreement to register mercenary teams coming and going in Hope Village and collect basic information about other territories. For recruitment, let each department discuss and decide how to select people. They can handle it themselves, just show me the final list. As Jobai went through each point, Bayer felt reassured. It was clear these proposals matched the Lord's intentions. She was clearly ready for a big push. With the territory's recent commercial boom, Hope Village's coffers should be quite full. Their lord was always willing to spend money. She might feel a twinge when spending, but as soon as she earned it back, she'd invest again without hesitation. This time would be no exception. Sure enough, after all the departmental matters were settled, Jobai continued, as for the market and building blueprints, I'll add and construct them directly. I'll also build more shops and residences. If all goes well, I plan to fill almost all the open space in the territory this time. Bayer was stunned. He knew the Lord would go big, but he hadn't expected it to be this big. But then he realized. Now that the Lord was an intermediate professional, she was preparing for the territory's upgrade to a town. Even if the timing wasn't perfect yet, the groundwork had to be laid. And the barracks, our last batch of soldiers who went out, have all advanced to intermediate professionals. Next, focus on getting the rest of the soldiers to advance. Send them to the Benjala town area for trials, and let them get more practice with their teams. Jobai added. Currently, the territory's soldiers had grown to over 1,600, a very impressive number for a village. And that number was still steadily rising. So there was no need to recruit more soldiers, but the quality needed to improve. After all, only as intermediate professionals could they truly stand firm in this world. After advancing herself, Jobai felt her physical abilities had multiplied, along with her sensitivity to magic and mana reserves. She believed that once All Hope Village's soldiers reached intermediate, the village's military strength would rise to a new level. As for the mercenary teams, she had no requirements. They adapted to this world even faster. Zhang Yongyan's team had been fleecing the Benjala town area for a while now. Jobai checked the personnel panel and saw that Zhang Yongyan and his group had all advanced to intermediate professionals. Good, Bayer replied, adding, the horse beasts from Glasgow Village were delivered 2 days ago and handed over to the beast trainers. They checked them and said the quality is excellent. Then assign them to the cavalry right away. Let them pick the horse beasts they feel a connection with and form a bond. It'll be their partner from now on, Jobai said. Viscount Lancelot of Glasgow Village was truly sincere in his cooperation. Also, Mario and the other beast trainers have caught quite a few flying magical beasts and are training them now. They've requested a batch of potions, saying that with potion support, the quality of trained flying beasts will be much higher. Can we make those potions ourselves? The new doctor can make them, but we're short on ingredients. Our territory doesn't have those medicinal plants. Right now, only Maria's mercenary team has a steady supply. They have their own channels. Order from them for now. Also, look into whether nearby or distant territories have similar medicinal plants, especially seeds. Our need for potions will only grow. Yes. The two quickly finalized all the outstanding issues. Afterward, Bayer hurried off to handle the tasks. As for Jobai, she opened the Lord's map panel and got to work. At this moment, the entire map of Hope Village filled Jobai's field of vision. After the last round of planning, the overall structure of Hope Village had taken shape. All that was left was to add and place new buildings. First was the residential area. The first ring's residential zone had long been full, 8 neighborhoods in total, each with 200 houses, occupying the northern and part of the northwestern area centered around the Lord's Manor. This was currently the most densely populated part of the territory, adjacent to the farmland and ranch behind the manor. However, since the territory had planted plenty of greenery and trees, the view between the two areas was already blocked. Plus, Jobai had placed the Gomen and Fox Beastmen's residences here as well, with a buffer in between, so it didn't affect the residents at all. Now, with new neighborhoods to be added, they would naturally go here. There was still plenty of space, so Jobai planned to build 2 more neighborhoods, still focusing on level 3 residences. Since construction could be repeated, Jobai simply selected Add on the panel. Please confirm quantity. For 100. As soon as the number was entered, the system sent a notification. Spend 4,000 gold coins to build 400 level 3 residences. Yes. The next moment, Jobai's account visibly dropped by 4,000 gold coins. To be honest, selling these 400 houses would bring in 12,000 gold coins, so it looked like an 8,000 gold profit, but from a business perspective, it wasn't really a lucrative deal. But Jobai knew well that housing was the foundation for residents' sense of belonging in a territory. So, no matter how profitable other businesses were, she would always stick to affordable housing. Still, considering the area occupied by residences, the population capacity was too low. If she could build multi-story buildings, the land use would be much more efficient. But to build high-rises, cement was essential and the territory's current supply was insufficient. She'd have to wait for her father's team to bring back more limestone. She wondered if their mining was going smoothly. Once the magic pigeons were raised in numbers, she could try sending messages that way. Her drifting thoughts soon returned to the present, and Jobai's gaze shifted to the commercial zones in the second and third rings. These two areas were mostly shops. Previously, due to funding, Jobai had only built shops along the roads, but now with plenty of funds, she didn't need to worry. Build, build, build. In the second ring, Jobai built shops along every street, and in the third ring's market area, she added a whole new market of the same size, parallel to the previous one. With these two markets drawing crowds, the surrounding shops would only get busier, each boosting the other. As for the third ring, besides the commercial street, there was the market and the resort, which already filled the area, so Jobai left it as is. Next was the fourth ring's taverns and inns. This area was reserved for tourists, adjacent to the commercial zone for easy access. In short, filled to the brim. After finishing these buildings, the system sent more notifications. Spend 200 gold coins to add market stalls. Spend 4,000 gold coins to build 20 commercial streets. Spend 100 gold coins to build 10 inns. Detected. Territory Tavern Inn is level 3. New inns are level 1. Spend 3,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 3. Note, level 3 inns increase rooms from 20 to 60. Yes. After all this, Jobai declined the system's suggestion to run the changes immediately, turning her attention to the eastern rings. The blueprints submitted by Bayer and the others were ready to go. For the second ring, Jobai planned for a new batch of goblins, as well as more summoned undead and beastmen, so she built 3 more neighborhoods. Since there was plenty of space, she also added a commercial street here, specifically for goblins and beastmen to rent and run their own businesses. She was confident in the adaptability of the beastmen shopkeepers. The third ring was for public buildings. Currently, there was a school and a library. She planned to place the new buildings here. Spend 100 gold coins, 20,000 stone, 2,000 iron ore, 1,000 concrete to build a swimming pool. Spend 100 gold coins, 20,000 stone, 5,000 iron ore, 1,000 concrete to build a sports stadium. Spend 100 gold coins, 20,000 stone, 5,000 iron ore, 1,000 concrete to build an amusement park. Spend 100 gold coins, 10,000 stone, 10,000 wood, various trees and flowers to build a park. Jobai answered yes to all. The warehouse's resources immediately took a huge hit, especially stone, iron, ore, and concrete. Tens of thousands of units disappeared in an instant, making warehouse manager Ding Chiro a bit nervous. She checked. Oh, it was a territory requisition, no problem. She couldn't help but smile. Only her daughter could use such a large amount without asking. She's back safe. Ding Chiro could relax. She was used to her daughter coming home and immediately handling territory business before even saying hello. She went back to work. Meanwhile, after using so many resources, the blueprints turned into small model buildings in front of Jobai. She placed these miniatures next to the school and library. First the park, to separate the library and school from other buildings for a quieter academic area. Then the amusement park, sports stadium, and swimming pool. These buildings took up a lot of space, and after placing them, the third ring was basically full, with only a small corner left, which Jobai ignored. Next was the fourth ring. The fourth ring didn't need changes. Barracks, hospital, prison, beast carriage station, and factories already filled it. With business booming, several new factories had been built, leaving no empty land. With this, all the territory's public-facing departments were basically full. Jobai then looked at the relatively open northern part of the territory. The north was Hope Village's planting and breeding base, its resource reserve. She would never use this land for anything else. Currently, there were ranches, animal training grounds, ponds, farmland, and forests. The forest was part of the territory, and the hillsides were now planted with various transplanted fruit trees, all in bloom and soon to bear fruit. On this trip, Jobai had collected many fruit trees, which she planted via the panel, along with other residents' exchanged trees. With the forest done, Jobai turned the remaining empty land into farmland. Spend 200 gold coins to unlock 200 acres of farmland, can be repeatedly reclaimed. Detected. Territory farmland is level 3, new farmland is level 1. Spend 2,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 3. Yes. At this point, there was basically no empty land left in the territory. Getting to this point wasn't easy. Looking at the total cost this time, excluding materials, she'd spent 13,900 gold coins. Each item didn't seem like much, but together it was a hefty sum. If she hadn't made so much recently, Jobai wouldn't have dared to spend so freely. Sure enough, infrastructure eats up money. Just building a level 3 village took tens of thousands of gold coins. When it upgrades to a town, the investment will multiply, and the financial challenge will be even greater. If Hope Village wants to keep spending, it needs to keep saving. As she thought this, the Lord's panel sent a notification asking whether to run the changes. Jobai paused, but decided to wait. After all, she was still just the village chief, not the Lord. If the territory changed too much right after she returned, it would raise suspicions. Better to wait until late at night. No rush. She then checked the latest territory stats. Territory, Hope Village level 3 village upgrading. Population, 11,034/20,000, area, 4,000 mu, tax rate, 10%, adjustable, wealth, 40,043 gold, 24 silver, 88 copper, buildings, Lord's Manor, level 3, Mission Center, Mercenary Center, Basic City Wall, Basic Blacksmith, Restaurant, Basic Tailor, level 1 residence, 30 square meters wooden house, level 2 residence, 30 square meters 2-story wooden house, level 3 residence, 30 square meters 2-story stone house, special buildings, Hall of Heroes, Beast God Hall Hospital. General store, basic barracks, basic watchtower, prison, basic warehouse, level 1 farmland, well, tavern, inn, ranch, commercial street, school, factory, library, roads, pond, market, textile workshop, advanced alchemy workshop, swimming pool, amusement park, sports stadium, park. Contribution shop, for residents only, can only be exchanged with contribution points, current ranking, Stan Continent, 5,482, regional, 1, territory war, 3/3, wins, 3, peace period, 30 days. Note: territory can only be conquered by the Lord. Compared to when it first upgraded, there were many more buildings. Looking at the map, full and well organized, Jobai felt a real sense of accomplishment. She had finally filled the territory. This was her own hard-won domain. She admired it for a while, made a few small adjustments, then left the office. Next, Jobai went to the blacksmith shop. She hadn't forgotten that they'd brought back some metal ore from near Benjala town. They didn't know what it was, but as a dwarf, Harrison would probably know. If not, he could study it. Jobai hadn't been there long when Harrison hurried back from the advanced alchemy workshop. Ever since the advanced alchemy workshop was built, he'd moved his base there. If Jobai hadn't come, few could have called him back so quickly. "Is there something you need?" Harrison asked politely. "We found an unknown metal ore outside," Jobai began. Before she could finish, he interrupted. "What new metal?" "Let me see." Harrison was clearly excited. As a blacksmith, he cared deeply about metals, especially new ones. Seeing his eagerness, Jobai handed it over. Harrison immediately took it, examining it closely, his expression excited. This is definitely a metal I've never seen before. He turned and started hammering it on his workbench. To his surprise, his hammer didn't even leave a mark. Harrison's eyes lit up. So hard. Iron ore would be smashed to pieces under his hammer. This was definitely good stuff. This is an extremely hard metal. I'm not sure about the details yet, but just from the hardness, it's very valuable. How much did you find? I doubt this quality of metal appears alone. Harrison was eager to know. He wanted to start researching right away. If he could figure it out, he'd get to name it, and its properties would be recorded under his name, a craftsman's dream. We found tens of thousands of units of this ore in the wild. I'll have it brought into the warehouse, and you can take what you need for research, Jobai said. No problem, Harrison replied instantly. I'll try making weapons with it and see what properties they have. That should tell us its uses. He had a hunch this material could help him create a new type of weapon. A master blacksmith's intuition. Okay, Jobai nodded. With her approval, Harrison didn't say more, just took the ore and hurried back to the advanced alchemy workshop. Watching his enthusiasm, Jobai smiled helplessly. She then went to the warehouse. When Dingchiro saw Jobai, she was surprised. She'd thought she wouldn't see her until evening. Realizing why Jobai was there, she teased, "You're here on business, right?" Jobai grinned. "Besides business, I mainly wanted to see you and let you know I'm safe." "You?" Dingchiro tapped Jobai's forehead. "So, what is it?" "I need to import a new metal material, and for now, only the blacksmith shop can access it." Jobai handed over a pile of bags. Dingchiro used her warehouse manager status to import them. As soon as she did, the blacksmith shop immediately took a batch. "Is this metal valuable?" Dingchiro asked curiously. "Not sure yet, it's an unknown metal, but judging by Harrison's reaction, it's probably good stuff," Jobai explained. "There's quite a lot of it," Dingchiro noted. "Of course. We practically emptied the place. You all dug fast. I just hope your dad's side is going well," Dingchiro said, thinking of Zhou Zhangping, who was still away. "There are plenty of people with him, and they can handle anything. Plus, we now have a way to contact them," Jobai said. "Really? How?" Dingchiro asked eagerly. "The animal training ground has raised magic pigeons. We can use them to send messages," Jobai explained. "If they can send news back, I'll feel better," Dingchiro replied. Since their marriage, they'd never been apart this long. "Don't worry," Jobai reassured her. Then the two of them went to the commercial street. Even though they were prepared, they were still shocked by the scene. The commercial street was packed, bustling, with long lines in front of every shop. In short, people everywhere. The mother and daughter picked a shop they wanted to try and joined the queue. "Wow! How long will we have to wait?" "A while, but with so many people, what can you do?" "Yeah, it's a hassle to eat, but seeing the territory so lively is comforting. Especially with so many of our own people here. I heard someone found their relatives from another territory and is having a reunion at home." "That's wonderful." "Yes, now that we're connected to other territories, it feels like we're not alone in this world. Even if we're far apart, it's reassuring. I plan to visit other territories when they open up. Maybe I'll run into someone I know." "Will other territories open up?" "Yes, I heard from people here that their territories will open up to us." "Oh, that's good. It'll be much safer. Everyone's on the same side." "Not always. Some own people can be tricky. Not every territory is as peaceful as Hope Village or Ningxian Village. Let's not talk about heavy stuff. Let's just enjoy the food." "Yes, the food here is so comforting." After a hard day, just one meal makes everything feel right. Haha, maybe our standards have dropped. With so many people here, the shops can't keep up. When will the territory open more shops? I want to rent one. Everyone who opens a shop is making money, and if your product is good, you make even more. Should be soon. Whenever there's not enough, the territory adds more. It'll be in the next day or two. I'd better be ready and act fast. So good, so delicious. This trip was worth it. Yeah, it's free anyway, why not come? I didn't expect it to be such a surprise. No wonder everyone who comes back raves about it. I thought they were exaggerating, but it's true. I hope this free tourism lasts a long time. I work in my territory by day and come here to eat at night. Haha, some people are planning to move their families here just to eat. Even though Hope Village lets anyone in for free, some territories have noticed the temptation and cut off access. If your territory lets people come, it means it's not as good as Hope Village. If too many leave, you might not be able to come anymore. That's possible, so you'd better come while you can, or enjoy it as much as possible. Our territory still supports coming to Hope Village. Our Lord even sends soldiers to buy goods and sell them in our general store. Our residence costs have gone down, and we're starting reforms. Our Lord came here, saw Hope Village, and wants to learn from it to improve our ranking. As they waited in line, Jobai and Ding Chiro overheard all kinds of conversations. Jobai enjoyed blending in with the crowd, especially among the visitors. She learned a lot from their chatter. Jobai, will this vacation mission always be open? Ding Chiro asked in a low voice. Jobai nodded. Unless something unexpected happens, it'll stay open. Won't you lose money? Ding Chiro asked cautiously. Haven't you heard, Mom? Free is the most expensive. Once people come to Hope Village, they only spend more. Jobai grinned slyly. That was her plan all along, and the territory's finances proved it was working. I just worry you'll have to invest too much up front and can't keep up, Ding Chiro said. As warehouse manager, she could estimate Hope Village's daily turnover from inventory movements. Even if it all turned into gold coins in the end, it took a lot of gold to get started. It was the same with goods and, she thought, with people. What if someone came to Hope Village just to use up resources without spending? She voiced her concern. That's why the personnel office keeps a list of visitors and tracks them. If any territory does that, I'll blacklist them, Jobai said. There are so many territories in this world, losing a few won't hurt Hope Village. And who knows who'll really lose out? If. Hesitation. This time would be no exception. Sure enough, after all the departmental matters were settled, Jobai continued, as for the market and building blueprints, I'll add and construct them directly. I'll also build more shops and residences. If all goes well, I plan to fill almost all the open space in the territory this time. Bayer was stunned. He knew the Lord would go big, but he hadn't expected it to be this big. But then he realized. Now that the Lord was an intermediate professional, she was preparing for the territory's upgrade to a town. Even if the timing wasn't perfect yet, the groundwork had to be laid. And the barracks, our last batch of soldiers who went out, have all advanced to intermediate professionals. Next, focus on getting the rest of the soldiers to advance. Send them to the Benjala town area for trials, and let them get more practice with their teams. Jobai added. Currently, the territory's soldiers had grown to over 1,600, a very impressive number for a village. And that number was still steadily rising. So there was no need to recruit more soldiers, but the quality needed to improve. After all, only as intermediate professionals could they truly stand firm in this world. After advancing herself, Jobai felt her physical abilities had multiplied, along with her sensitivity to magic and mana reserves. She believed that once all Hope Village's soldiers reached intermediate, the village's military strength would rise to a new level. As for the mercenary teams, she had no requirements. They adapted to this world even faster. Zhang Yongyan's team had been fleecing the Benjala town area for a while now. Jobai checked the personnel panel and saw that Zhang Yongyan and his group had all advanced to intermediate professionals. Good, Bayer replied, adding, the horse beasts from Glasgow Village were delivered 2 days ago and handed over to the beast trainers. They checked them and said the quality is excellent. Then assign them to the cavalry right away. Let them pick the horse beasts they feel a connection with and form a bond. It'll be their partner from now on, Jobai said. Viscount Lancelot of Glasgow Village was truly sincere in his cooperation. Also, Mario and the other beast trainers have caught quite a few flying magical beasts and are training them now. They've requested a batch of potions, saying that with potion support, the quality of trained flying beasts will be much higher. Can we make those potions ourselves? The new doctor can make them, but we're short on ingredients. Our territory doesn't have those medicinal plants. Right now, only Maria's mercenary team has a steady supply. They have their own channels. Order from them for now. Also, look into whether nearby or distant territories have similar medicinal plants, especially seeds. Our need for potions will only grow. Yes. The two quickly finalized all the outstanding issues. Afterward, Bayer hurried off to handle the tasks. As for Zhou Bai, she opened the Lord's map panel and got to work. At this moment, the entire map of Hope Village filled Zhou Bai's field of vision. After the last round of planning, the overall structure of Hope Village had taken shape. All that was left was to add and place new buildings. First was the residential area. The first ring's residential zone had long been full, 8 neighborhoods in total, each with 200 houses, occupying the northern and part of the northwestern area centered around the Lord's Manor. This was currently the most densely populated part of the territory, adjacent to the farmland and ranch behind the manor. However, since the territory had planted plenty of greenery and trees, the view between the two areas was already blocked. Plus, Zhou Bai had placed the Gomen and Fox Beastmen's residences here as well, with a buffer in between, so it didn't affect the residents at all. Now, with new neighborhoods to be added, they would naturally go here. There was still plenty of space, so Zhou Bai planned to build 2 more neighborhoods, still focusing on level 3 residences. Since construction could be repeated, Zhou Bai simply selected Add on the panel. Please confirm quantity. For 100. As soon as the number was entered, the system sent a notification. Spend 4,000 gold coins to build 400 level 3 residences. Yes. The next moment, Zhou Bai's account visibly dropped by 4,000 gold coins. To be honest, selling these 400 houses would bring in 12,000 gold coins, so it looked like an 8,000 gold profit, but from a business perspective, it wasn't really a lucrative deal. But Zhou Bai knew well that housing was the foundation for residents' sense of belonging in a territory. So, no matter how profitable other businesses were, she would always stick to affordable housing. Still, considering the area occupied by residences, the population capacity was too low. If she could build multi-story buildings, the land use would be much more efficient. But to build high-rises, cement was essential and the territory's current supply was insufficient. She'd have to wait for her father's team to bring back more limestone. She wondered if their mining was going smoothly. Once the magic pigeons were raised in numbers, she could try sending messages that way. Her drifting thoughts soon returned to the present, and Zhou Bai's gaze shifted to the commercial zones in the 2nd and 3rd rings. These 2 areas were mostly shops. Previously, due to funding, Zhou Bai had only built shops along the roads, but now with plenty of funds, she didn't need to worry. Build, build, build. In the 2nd ring, Zhou Bai built shops along every street, and in the 3rd ring's market area, she added a whole new market of the same size, parallel to the previous one. With these 2 markets drawing crowds, the surrounding shops would only get busier, each boosting the other. As for the 3rd ring, besides the commercial street, there was the market and the resort, which already filled the area, so Zhou Bai left it as is. Next was the 4th ring's taverns and inns. This area was reserved for tourists, adjacent to the commercial zone for easy access. In short, filled to the brim. After finishing these buildings, the system sent more notifications. Spend 200 gold coins to add market stalls. Spend 4,000 gold coins to build 20 commercial streets. Spend 100 gold coins to build 10 inns. Detected. Territory Tavern Inn is level 3. New inns are level 1. Spend 3,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 3. Note, level 3 inns increase rooms from 20 to 60. Yes. After all this, Zhou Bai declined the system's suggestion to run the changes immediately, turning her attention to the eastern rings. The blueprints submitted by Bayer and the others were ready to go. For the 2nd ring, Zhou Bai planned for a new batch of goblins, as well as more summoned undead and beastmen, so she built 3 more neighborhoods. Since there was plenty of space, she also added a commercial street here, specifically for goblins and beastmen to rent and run their own businesses. She was confident in the adaptability of the Beastmen shopkeepers. The third ring was for public buildings. Currently, there was a school and a library. She planned to place the new buildings here. Spend 100 gold coins, 20,000 stone, 2,000 iron ore, 1,000 concrete to build a swimming pool. Spend 100 gold coins, 20,000 stone, 5,000 iron ore, 1,000 concrete to build a sports stadium. Spend 100 gold coins, 20,000 stone, 5,000 iron ore, 1,000 concrete to build an amusement park. Spend 100 gold coins, 10,000 stone, 10,000 wood, various trees and flowers to build a park. Jobai answered yes to all. The warehouse's resources immediately took a huge hit, especially stone, iron, ore, and concrete. Tens of thousands of units disappeared in an instant, making warehouse manager Ding Chiro a bit nervous. She checked. Oh, it was a territory requisition, no problem. She couldn't help but smile. Only her daughter could use such a large amount without asking. She's back safe. Ding Chiro could relax. She was used to her daughter coming home and immediately handling territory business before even saying hello. She went back to work. Meanwhile, after using so many resources, the blueprints turned into small model buildings in front of Jobai. She placed these miniatures next to the school and library. First the park, to separate the library and school from other buildings for a quieter academic area. Then the amusement park, sports stadium, and swimming pool. These buildings took up a lot of space, and after placing them, the third ring was basically full, with only a small corner left, which Jobai ignored. Next was the fourth ring. The fourth ring didn't need changes. Barracks, hospital, prison, beast carriage station, and factories already filled it. With business booming, several new factories had been built, leaving no empty land. With this, all the territory's public-facing departments were basically full. Jobai then looked at the relatively open northern part of the territory. The north was Hope Village's planting and breeding base, its resource reserve. She would never use this land for anything else. Currently, there were ranches, animal training grounds, ponds, farmland, and forests. The forest was part of the territory, and the hillsides were now planted with various transplanted fruit trees, all in bloom and soon to bear fruit. On this trip, Jobai had collected many fruit trees, which she planted via the panel, along with other residents' exchanged trees. With the forest done, Jobai turned the remaining empty land into farmland. Spend 200 gold coins to unlock 200 acres of farmland, can be repeatedly reclaimed. Detected. Territory farmland is level 3, new farmland is level 1. Spend 2,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 3. Yes. At this point, there was basically no empty land left in the territory. Getting to this point wasn't easy. Looking at the total cost this time, excluding materials, she'd spent 13,900 gold coins. Each item didn't seem like much, but together it was a hefty sum. If she hadn't made so much recently, Jobai wouldn't have dared to spend so freely. Sure enough, infrastructure eats up money. Just building a level 3 village took tens of thousands of gold coins. When it upgrades to a town, the investment will multiply and the financial challenge will be even greater. If Hope Village wants to keep spending, it needs to keep saving. As she thought this, the Lord's panel sent a notification asking whether to run the changes. Jobai paused, but decided to wait. After all, she was still just the village chief, not the Lord. If the territory changed too much right after she returned, it would raise suspicions. Better to wait until late at night. No rush. She then checked the latest territory stats. Territory, Hope Village level 3 village upgrading. Population, 11,034/20,000, area, 4,000 mu, tax rate, 10%, adjustable, wealth, 40,043 gold, 24 silver, 88 copper, buildings, Lord's Manor, level 3, Mission Center, Mercenary Center, Basic City Wall, Basic Blacksmith, Restaurant, Basic Tailor, level 1 Residence, 30 square meters wooden house, Level 2 residence. 30 square meters 2-story wooden house. Level 3 residence. 30 square meters 2-story stone house. Special buildings. Hall of Heroes. Beast God Hall Hospital. General store. Basic barracks. Basic watchtower. Prison. Basic warehouse. Level 1 farmland. Well, tavern, inn, ranch, commercial street, school, factory, library, roads, pond, market, textile workshop, advanced alchemy workshop, swimming pool, amusement park, sports stadium, park. Contribution shop, for residents only, can only be exchanged with contribution points. Current ranking, Stan Continent, 5,482, regional, 1, territory war, 3/3, wins, 3, peace period, 30 days. Note: territory can only be conquered by the Lord. Compared to when it first upgraded, there were many more buildings. Looking at the map, full and well-organized, Jobai felt a real sense of accomplishment. She had finally filled the territory. This was her own hard-won domain. She admired it for a while, made a few small adjustments, then left the office. Next, Jobai went to the blacksmith shop. She hadn't forgotten that they'd brought back some metal ore from near Benjala town. They didn't know what it was, but as a dwarf, Harrison would probably know. If not, he could study it. Jobai hadn't been there long when Harrison hurried back from the advanced alchemy workshop. Ever since the advanced alchemy workshop was built, he'd moved his base there. If Jobai hadn't come, few could have called him back so quickly. "Is there something you need?" Harrison asked politely. "We found an unknown metal ore outside," Jobai began. Before she could finish, he interrupted. "What new metal?" "Let me see." Harrison was clearly excited. As a blacksmith, he cared deeply about metals, especially new ones. Seeing his eagerness, Jobai handed it over. Harrison immediately took it, examining it closely, his expression excited. "This is definitely a metal I've never seen before." He turned and started hammering it on his workbench. To his surprise, his hammer didn't even leave a mark. Harrison's eyes lit up. So hard. Iron ore would be smashed to pieces under his hammer. This was definitely good stuff. "This is an extremely hard metal. I'm not sure about the details yet, but just from the hardness, it's very valuable." "How much did you find?" "I doubt this quality of metal appears alone." Harrison was eager to know. He wanted to start researching right away. If he could figure it out, he'd get to name it, and its properties would be recorded under his name, a craftsman's dream. "We found tens of thousands of units of this ore in the wild. I'll have it brought into the warehouse, and you can take what you need for research," Jobai said. "No problem," Harrison replied instantly. "I'll try making weapons with it and see what properties they have. That should tell us its uses." He had a hunch this material could help him create a new type of weapon. A master blacksmith's intuition. "Okay," Jobai nodded. With her approval, Harrison didn't say more, just took the ore and hurried back to the advanced alchemy workshop. Watching his enthusiasm, Jobai smiled helplessly. She then went to the warehouse. When Dingchiro saw Jobai, she was surprised. She'd thought she wouldn't see her until evening. Realizing why Jobai was there, she teased, "You're here on business, right?" Jobai grinned. "Besides business, I mainly wanted to see you and let you know I'm safe." "You?" Dingchiro tapped Jobai's forehead. "So, what is it?" "I need to import a new metal material, and for now, only the blacksmith shop can access it." Jobai handed over a pile of bags. Dingchiro used her warehouse manager status to import them. As soon as she did, the blacksmith shop immediately took a batch. "Is this metal valuable?" Dingchiro asked curiously. "Not sure yet. It's an unknown metal, but judging by Harrison's reaction, it's probably good stuff," Jobai explained. "There's quite a lot of it," Dingchiro noted. "Of course. We practically emptied the place. You all dug fast." "I just hope your dad's side is going well," Dingchiro said, thinking of Zhou Jumping, who was still away. "There are plenty of people with him, and they can handle anything. Plus, we now have a way to contact them," Jobai said. "Really? How?" Dingchiro asked eagerly. "The animal training ground has raised magic pigeons. We can use them to send messages," Jobai explained. If they can send news back, I'll feel better, Dingchiro replied. Since their marriage, they'd never been apart this long. Don't worry, Jobai reassured her. Then the two of them went to the commercial street. Even though they were prepared, they were still shocked by the scene. The commercial street was packed, bustling, with long lines in front of every shop. In short, people everywhere. The mother and daughter picked a shop they wanted to try and joined the queue. Wow! How long will we have to wait? A while, but with so many people, what can you do? Yeah, it's a hassle to eat, but seeing the territory so lively is comforting. Especially with so many of our own people here. I heard someone found their relatives from another territory and is having a reunion at home. That's wonderful. Yes, now that we're connected to other territories, it feels like we're not alone in this world. Even if we're far apart, it's reassuring. I plan to visit other territories when they open up. Maybe I'll run into someone I know. Will other territories open up? Yes, I heard from people here that their territories will open up to us. Oh, that's good. It'll be much safer. Everyone's on the same side. Not always. Some own people can be tricky. Not every territory is as peaceful as Hope Village or Ningshan Village. Let's not talk about heavy stuff. Let's just enjoy the food. Yes, the food here is so comforting. After a hard day, just one meal makes everything feel right. Haha, maybe our standards have dropped. With so many people here, the shops can't keep up. When will the territory open more shops? I want to rent one. Everyone who opens a shop is making money, and if your product is good, you make even more. Should be soon. Whenever there's not enough, the territory adds more. It'll be in the next day or two. I'd better be ready and act fast. So good, so delicious. This trip was worth it. Yeah, it's free anyway, why not come? I didn't expect it to be such a surprise. No wonder everyone who comes back raves about it. I thought they were exaggerating, but it's true. I hope this free tourism lasts a long time. I work in my territory by day and come here to eat at night. Haha, some people are planning to move their families here just to eat. Even though Hope Village lets anyone in for free, some territories have noticed the temptation and cut off access. If your territory lets people come, it means it's not as good as Hope Village. If too many leave, you might not be able to come anymore. That's possible, so you'd better come while you can, or enjoy it as much as possible. Our territory still supports coming to Hope Village. Our Lord even sends soldiers to buy goods and sell them in our general store. Our residence costs have gone down, and we're starting reforms. Our Lord came here, saw Hope Village, and wants to learn from it to improve our ranking. As they waited in line, Jobai and Dingchiro overheard all kinds of conversations. Jobai enjoyed blending in with the crowd, especially among the visitors. She learned a lot from their chatter. Jobai, will this vacation mission always be open? Dingchiro asked in a low voice. Jobai nodded. Unless something unexpected happens, it'll stay open. Won't you lose money? Dingchiro asked cautiously. Haven't you heard, Mom? Free is the most expensive. Once people come to Hope Village, they only spend more. Jobai grinned slyly. That was her plan all along, and the territory's finances proved it was working. I just worry you'll have to invest too much up front and can't keep up, Dingchiro said. As warehouse manager, she could estimate Hope Village's daily turnover from inventory movements. Even if it all turned into gold coins in the end, it took a lot of gold to get started. It was the same with goods and, she thought, with people. What if someone came to Hope Village just to use up resources without spending? She voiced her concern. That's why the personnel office keeps a list of visitors and tracks them. If any territory does that, I'll blacklist them, Jobai said. There are so many territories in this world, losing a few won't hurt Hope Village. And who knows who'll really lose out. If. Wondered, O'Neill noticed the commotion and came over with his wives. Father, these are our classmates. We have so much fun together at school, Sheila quickly introduced. O'Neill nodded and greeted Beth's group. Beth and the others recognized O'Neill, and seeing the several female tiger folk with him, they instantly understood. They'd heard that beast folk could have multiple wives, especially tiger folk and lion folk, and how many wives they had depended on their abilities. Their gazes at O'Neill became a little strange. This guy's life must be pretty lively. O'Neill was immune to such looks by now. Since coming to Hope Village with his wives and children, he'd gotten plenty of those. At first, he cared, but after asking the Lord's opinion, who said different races have different customs and he shouldn't worry, he learned to take it in stride. Still, for his own children, he planned to follow the human world's monogamy. Living in Hope Village meant following local rules. While the parents were still a bit awkward, Alan excitedly said, "Mother, they say the swimming pool and amusement park nearby are even more fun, and the sports arena is huge and can hold lots of people. Let's go check it out. We can always come back here to play later." The adults, who respected their children's wishes, agreed and set off for the next spot. Next to the park was the amusement park. It was packed with people and someone was waiting at the entrance. Seeing them, the person announced, "The amusement park isn't officially open yet. Some attractions aren't running, so it's just a trial opening. Some things you can try out, but when we officially open, you'll need to buy tickets." "Got it," O'Neill and the others replied eagerly. Once inside, they saw the place was already filled with people of all sizes. They could see how the different attractions were being played. Everyone, young and old, had excitement in their eyes. This place was even more fun. "Father, let's hurry and play. I want to try the bumper cars. The carousel looks fun. There's a big spinning wheel over there, I want to try that." With so many choices, the kids' eyes couldn't take it all in, and everyone wanted to try something different. "How about we split up and play?" Beth suggested. "Alan, what do you think?" It was fun with a big group, but waiting in line took too long. It'd be better to play separately. "Sure." Alan agreed without hesitation, then said to Rijef and the others, "Today is for family time. We can come back and play together another day." "Okay," Rijef and the others agreed. So, the families split up and went to the attractions they were interested in. The largest group was O'Neill's, with over 10 people, making them a striking presence in the amusement park. "We'll go one by one. Sheila, you're the oldest. What do you want to play first?" "Bumper cars." Sheila pointed to the plaza without hesitation. Crashing into each other was just too exciting. "All right, let's do that first." So O'Neill's group of more than 10 headed for the bumper cars. As they got closer, O'Neill suddenly spotted a familiar figure and called out in surprise, "Village Chief." Joe Bai was out for a stroll that morning, or rather, checking on the new buildings and seeing if anything needed improvement, and maybe playing a bit himself. He'd already run into many acquaintances and didn't expect to see O'Neill's whole family. His gaze swept over them. He'd long known O'Neill was quite the ladies' man, but seeing it in person was still a shock. Noticing Joe Bai's look, O'Neill coughed lightly. "It's my day off, so I brought the family out to play and spend time with the kids. Have fun, and let me know your feedback later," Joe Bai said, not wanting to take up their family time. "Will do," O'Neill replied, knowing Joe Bai's personality and not being overly formal. After that, he led his family away. Joe Bai continued to wander around the amusement park. As time passed, more and more people filled the park, and the discussions about the attractions grew louder. Joe Bai took the opportunity to listen in and gather information. "Haha, this is so much fun. Go, go, go. There's even a climbing area here. It's fun and you can train your magic at the same time. Pretty cool. Which one trains magic?" "Right up ahead, several attractions do. For example, the bumper cars are powered by magic, so it depends on your control. The carousel needs everyone to work together, or it won't spin. It's a great place to train. You're such a training maniac. Even out here you're thinking about practice. I just happened to notice. And I think it's a great way to do it. We can talk about that later. For now, let's just have fun." It's great to finally have something to play with in the territory. Yeah, all the trial attractions are really fun. I can't wait for the official opening. This is just the beginning. This amusement park is for families, but for us adults, the sports arena next door is even better. I haven't had a chance to check out the sports arena yet. What's there? Tons of stuff and lots of team sports like basketball, soccer, badminton. What are those? Never heard of them. Heh, just go take a look later. Lots of people are already playing. That's real stress relief and good exercise. I'll check it out. How do you know all this? Of course I know. These were common in our old world. Oh right, you all came from the same place. Your world really is amazing. Yeah, but honestly, your world is even more amazing. If it weren't for your magic, we couldn't recreate a lot of things from our world, since so much needed energy and power. Here, magic replaces all that. So it's mutual benefit. Maybe? Anyway, we're all here now. Besides the sports arena, what's the swimming pool about? That's another sports facility, you can swim there. Swim? Who just plays in the water for no reason? When it's hot, it's the best place to be. I still can't imagine it. Wait till the hot weather comes, you'll see how great the pool is. Speaking of hot weather, it's been a long time since we've had any special weather. It used to happen all the time. Thinking back, special weather was tough, but it brought rare resources. It's better not to have it. Bad weather can slow down the territory's development. Job, I had to admit, he learned a lot from their conversations. The more he listened, the more interested he became. He hadn't expected to suddenly hear about special weather. That's right, it really had been a long time since there was any special weather. What could be the reason? Could it have something to do with them? Muttering to herself, Jobai decided to start keeping a simple record of special weather events. Ever since she guessed that this world might also be facing an apocalypse, Jobai had paid extra attention to these things. With that in mind, her thoughts returned to the buildings in the amusement park. For bumper cars, carousels, Ferris wheels, and other attractions, she'd always been concerned about the energy source. She'd planned to come see how to solve this, but to her surprise, she discovered that once these attractions took root in the territory, they had already adapted to this world. Their energy source was now magic power, which could be supplied manually or by inserting a magic energy core. Because of this, she was also considering that some attractions might need to hire professionals to oversee them. But before she could even select people, everyone had already started using their own magic to power the rides. They had directly turned the amusement attractions into training equipment. Jobai thought it might be best to combine both approaches. Whether to use one's own magic or let the amusement park provide the power could be up to each person. After confirming the number of staff needed for the amusement park, Jobai moved on to the next location, the sports stadium. The sports stadium. The large central area had already been divided into several sections. Now, each section was packed with people and all sorts of sounds blended together. On the basketball court, people had already made a basketball and started playing. Spectators crowded around them. These spectators had originally just wanted to see what the sports stadium was like, but once inside, they couldn't leave. Even though they didn't understand why a group of people was fighting over a ball, the process was truly exciting to watch. This kind of competitive sport was really captivating. Many people's emotions rose and fell with the ball, and they subconsciously picked a side to root for. Whenever their team almost scored, they couldn't help but gasp. The more impatient ones couldn't help but shout out, "Block them, quick! Don't let them get near the basket. That was so close. Steal it, quick, go." Hearing these excited voices, Jobai couldn't help but smile. She then checked out the other small courts before heading to the main part of the stadium, the soccer field and the running track, surrounded by spectator stands. The sports stadium wasn't just a competition venue, it was destined to become a major activity center for the territory, able to hold tens of thousands of people. When Jobai had first seen the blueprints designed by Jingxin, she'd thought they were impressive, but seeing the real thing was even more stunning. Did we really design this? It's unbelievable. At that moment, a group entered the stadium, their faces full of admiration. The speaker was the second architect Jobai had summoned, and one of the main contributors to these blueprints. After all, the first architect, Tolls, and Bigamu were busy with the resort project, which was huge and involved multiple buildings and new materials, so they didn't get involved here. But after learning about Hope Village's building concepts, these architects were completely captivated. They had never seen buildings with such unique functions. For an architect, a truly unique building was a huge boost to their career, so they cherished these projects. They'd spent the past few days pouring all their energy into these buildings, constantly discussing details with Bigamu and the other Hope Village architects. Under their guidance, they'd finally drawn up these blueprints. When the blueprints were completed, their experience points increased significantly, and they felt they were on the verge of becoming senior architects. To advance from intermediate to senior architect, experience alone wasn't enough. Besides having enough experience, they needed to create a building of their own design. Only then could they truly become senior architects. Every architect wanted to reach greater heights. After dying unexpectedly and becoming undead, they'd thought their skills would go to waste and they'd never have another chance to advance, so they'd focused on improving their magic skills instead. But by a twist of fate, they'd returned to human society and found themselves in such a unique territory. Here, they saw hope for further study and advancement. Naturally, they wanted to seize the opportunity. Now, with the results of their hard work right in front of them, how could they not be happy? Especially since the outcome was so unexpectedly good. The other two architects, Kaede and Moat, felt the same as Service. Hope Village had given these architects brand new motivation. Hearing their words, Jobai smiled and walked over. Service and the others, who had been admiring the buildings, immediately straightened up when they noticed Jobai. Village Chief, Service said respectfully. Knowing Jobai's identity, he really couldn't treat her as an ordinary person. Kaede and Moat quickly greeted her as well. Although they hadn't been summoned by Jobai herself, they could sense that she was the one who decided their fate. Maybe before becoming undead, they could afford to be willful, but now, if they didn't want to stay in that dark place forever, their attitude had to change. Jobai nodded to them and praised, "You really put your hearts into these buildings, they're all excellent." Hearing Jobai's approval, the architects couldn't help but smile, then responded modestly. "It's all thanks to your ideas, Village Chief. If you hadn't given us the concepts, we could never have designed such creative buildings. We actually benefited a lot from this. It really broadened our horizons." One compliment after another, and all of them were absolutely sincere. After a few words, Service couldn't help but continue. "I heard that besides these, you have many more plans for public buildings, Village Chief. I wonder when we'll have the chance." "Very soon," Jobai replied. "The territory may be out of land for now, but blueprints don't need land. If you want to draw, just draw. But our ideas are a bit limited. You can ask some of the territory's residents for inspiration," Jobai said directly. "And I can also give you some ideas. The more modern blueprints, the better." Stocking up in advance meant they could be put to use as soon as possible in the future. Hearing this, the architect's eyes instantly lit up. Seeing everyone looking at him so eagerly, Jobai began to speak. "In our place, buildings can be divided into civilian and industrial types. Civilian buildings are further split into public and residential buildings. Residential buildings are things like houses, while public buildings cover a lot more, such as office buildings, commercial buildings, tourism buildings, cultural/educational/scientific/medical/sports buildings, and transportation buildings. For example, office buildings. The Lord's Manor. Commercial buildings, commercial streets, markets, taverns. Where I come from, there are also things like shopping malls, banks, post offices, and so on. Tourism buildings, inns, amusement parks, and other entertainment-oriented buildings that attract visitors. Cultural/educational/scientific/medical/sports buildings is actually a catch-all term, including culture, education, research, healthcare, and sports. For culture, Hope Village has a library, but it could also be things like theaters, museums, auditoriums, exhibition halls, etc. For education, the example here is the school. For research, Hope Village doesn't really have any yet, but if you count them, the Advanced Alchemy Workshop and Textile Mill qualify, since all the territory's equipment and weapons are produced there, and they even invent new things. For healthcare, there's the hospital. For sports, there's the sports arena and swimming pool. For transportation buildings, the beast-drawn carriage station. Besides these, there are also special buildings, like memorials, monuments, memorial halls, usually to commemorate important people. There are also garden buildings, like parks, which are leisure spaces for residents. And judicial buildings, like prisons, for holding those who break the law, Zhou Bai explained in detail. In fact, as soon as he started, Service and the others couldn't help but take out pen and paper to take notes. The types of buildings Zhou Bai described were a complete eye-opener for them. In their territory, buildings had never been classified in such detail. For them as architects, this was a complete architectural system. Listening to him, they felt inspiration bubbling up inside. By the time Zhou Bai finished, the architects all spoke up. "Thank you, village chief. What you said is so helpful to us. We're really grateful you shared this knowledge. It's so valuable." Service and the others were completely sincere. They were now sure that becoming senior architects was within reach. "It's nothing. If you can design more blueprints for the territory, that's the best thanks you can give me," Zhou Bai replied. The three quickly promised, "We'll do our best to design well." At this moment, their minds were already filled with all sorts of building models. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't sit still. Sometimes inspiration strikes suddenly, and you have to seize the moment. "Village chief, I'll be off. I just got an idea." "Me too," Zhou Bai quickly said, "Then go, don't wait." The three architects bowed and hurried off. Watching them leave, Zhou Bai couldn't help but smile. The territory had gained a few more capable hands. How could he not be happy? Next, Zhou Bai left the sports arena and headed to the swimming pool. Maybe because of the participation of Blue Star residents, the swimming pool's design was just like a modern one. The only difference was that modern pools rely on technology, while the territory's pool relies on magic. Inside, the pool had already been filled with water by some eager professionals who'd arrived early. Once the water was in, people started jumping in one after another, like dumplings, swimming around happily, and even having water fights. Besides those in the water, there were plenty of spectators. Many were local residents, watching the Blue Star folks with curiosity. They didn't quite get the excitement. After all, they'd seen rivers and streams before. Water wasn't anything special to them. Well, except for the way these people swam, it was so unique, and they didn't even use water magic to keep themselves dry. Is it really that fun? I don't know, but they sure look happy. I always thought playing in water was fun, but in the wild, there are often magical beasts in the water, so you can't really relax. Here in the pool, it's safe, so you can really let loose. Let's go in then. I'm going, are you coming? I want to, but I can't swim. Someone jumped in just now and sank right away. If they didn't know water magic, they'd have swallowed a lot of water. Over there, someone's renting out float boards for the pool. They really have a lot of tricks. Amusement park, sports arena, and now this swimming pool. I'm amazed. Actually, it's normal. I once did a job in a territory by the sea. The fishermen there all knew how to swim. It's just rare in most territories. So swimming is a good skill to have. But with water magic, you can't drown anyway. Yeah, but water magic uses up mana. Swimming doesn't. True. Let's go try it. With everyone's encouragement, many local residents joined in, mostly in the shallow end. After all the unique things they'd experienced in Hope Village, the residents were quick to accept new things. Sure enough, it didn't take long for everyone in the water to blend right in. The whole pool was filled with laughter and play. People who just wanted to try it out now truly understood the meaning of "it's actually awesome." It was so much fun. This was the scene Zhou Bai saw when he entered. When he came in, a staff member who'd come over to keep order quickly said, "We weren't supposed to be open yet, but some people were too eager and filled the pool themselves. I didn't stop them, just treated it as a trial run." Clearly, this staff member was also a Blue Star resident and knew how to attract customers. He was a little nervous, though, worried he'd done something wrong, since a lot of things in the pool weren't ready yet. At the very least, there weren't any lifeguards. Even in a magical world, Lifeguards are still necessary. It's fine, you did well. If they have fun this time, they'll come back, Jobai said. Do you want to swim, village chief? The women's area is over there. Men aren't allowed in, the staffer pointed out. After all, this world isn't as open as the modern one, so separation is necessary. No, I'm just looking around, Jobai shook his head. After wandering around the pool for a bit, Jobai left. Looking at these buildings brought to life from blueprints, Jobai felt relaxed and happy. Recreating modern buildings in Hope Village was a key part of her plan.